Good evening, you champion of the carefully arranged pillow fort. I'm glad you made it in from the wilderness of today. The rain is moving softly through the dark, steady enough to smooth the edges of your thoughts. Tonight we're easing into how humans slept outside for thousands of years, long before walls and ceilings felt permanent, when rest meant listening closely to wind, earth, and distant sounds. If this calm reflection helps you unwind, feel free to subscribe or leave a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now let your head sink into the pillow, lengthen your breath, and let the rain's rhythm carry us gently into the story. For nearly all of human existence, sleeping outdoors wasn't an adventure or a weekend escape. It was simply where you closed your eyes at night. The roof over your head was sky. Your bedroom walls were darkness punctuated by firelight, and your mattress was whatever you could gather from the earth around you. Tonight you're going to trace that long starlit thread of human rest, from the very first people who ever needed to figure out how to survive the night, all the way to the modern camper who packs a tent into their car and drives toward that same ancient experience. You need to understand something fundamental about the earliest humans. They didn't think of themselves as sleeping outside, because there was no inside yet. The very concept of shelter as we know it, 4 walls, a door, a distinction between domestic space and wilderness, hadn't been invented. When your ancient ancestor laid down to rest somewhere in East Africa, perhaps 200,000 years ago, they were simply finding the least dangerous spot available in their immediate surroundings. The landscape itself was your bedroom. You learned to read it the way you now read the comfort of your own mattress. A slight elevation meant water wouldn't pool if rain came. Proximity to certain trees meant fewer insects. Rocky outcroppings provided windbreaks. The texture of the ground beneath you told stories. Sand held warmth from the day but shifted under your weight. Grass cushioned but attracted moisture, and bare earth stayed cool but could be shaped and moulded. Your body was different then, not in structure but in expectation. Your skin toughened earlier in life. Your tolerance for discomfort ran deeper. You didn't think of sleeping on the ground as roughing it because you'd never known anything else. The earth beneath you was simply the world's surface, and you were part of the world, so of course that's where you rested. The group you travelled with, maybe 15 or 20 people, maybe fewer, made these decisions collectively without much discussion. Someone with experience would notice the quality of a location. Others would agree or suggest alternatives. By the time the sun dropped low enough to paint everything orange, you'd already begun the subtle preparations for darkness. Fire changed everything, of course. Not immediately, not all at once, but gradually over thousands of years as your ancestors mastered its maintenance and creation. The difference between sleeping near a fire and sleeping without, it was the difference between being part of the landscape and being able to push back against it slightly. Fire created a bubble of warmth, a circle of light, and a barrier that large predators hesitated to cross. Building that fire before nightfall became the most important daily ritual. You gathered wood during the day's travel, always watching for dry pieces, always assessing what would burn hot and what would burn long. Dead branches that still clung to trees were best. They'd been kept off the ground, away from moisture. You learned to judge wood by weight, by the sound it made when struck, and by the way it broke. The actual lighting of the fire, assuming your group maintained coals from the previous night, involved careful feeding of small materials, dry grass, shredded bark, and tiny twigs arranged just so. You blew gently, coaxing oxygen into the process, watching for that first lick of flame. Once established, the fire demanded attention throughout the evening. Not constant fussing, but regular feeding and adjustments to maintain the right size. Too large a fire-wasted fuel you'd have to replace tomorrow. Too small, and it might die during the night, leaving you vulnerable and cold. You learned the right size instinctively, the way you now know when your coffee has cooled to the perfect drinking temperature. The fire needed to last until morning, but not rage so hot that sleeping near it became uncomfortable. Arranging yourselves around this fire followed patterns that mixed practicality with social structure. The elderly and the very young often claimed spots closest to the flames, absorbing maximum warmth. Adults of prime age could tolerate the slightly cooler outer positions. People were paired or grouped by family clusters, by friendship, or by the unspoken social arrangements that governed daily life. Your bed was whatever you could gather or carry. In areas with large leaves, you'd pile them into a softer surface. In grasslands, you'd pull up handfuls of the driest grass available, creating a mat between yourself and the ground. Animal hides, once your people began hunting regularly, revolutionised sleeping comfort. A well-scraped hide placed fur side down provided insulation from below. Another hide draped over you trapped body heat above. The preparation of these sleeping spots happened gradually as evening progressed. You'd add to your leaf pile while there was still enough light to see what you were gathering. You'd position your hide while you could still judge distances and angles. By the time full darkness arrived, you'd settled into a space that, while far from luxurious, represented your best effort at comfort and safety. Lying there, you'd watch the fire. Everyone did. The flames held attention in a way that's hard to explain to someone who's only experienced fire as a controlled utility. The movement was hypnotic, yes, but it was more than that. Fire was alive in a way that felt almost companionable. It consumed, it danced, it responded to wind, and it transformed everything it touched. You could spend hours watching it, and never feel like you were wasting time. The sounds of the night surrounded you. Things moved in the darkness beyond the firelight. Animals going about their nocturnal business, wind rustling vegetation, and the occasional crack of a branch or rustle in the undergrowth. Your brain, evolved for survival, sorted these sounds constantly. That one was familiar, that one required attention, and that one meant something was approaching. You didn't sleep deeply all at once. Instead, you drifted in and out, maintaining a level of awareness that modern people rarely experience. When you did slip into deeper sleep, your body position changed naturally. You'd curl toward the fire if you grew cold and shift away if you became too warm. This constant micro-adjustment happened mostly without full consciousness, your sleeping brain still managing your comfort. The night was long, longer than modern nights because you had nothing to do except sleep, think, or tend the fire. Without artificial light, without books, without any of the evening activities that fill your current hours between dinner and bed, darkness meant rest. When the sun set, work stopped. When the sun rose, work resumed. Your sleep schedule aligned with the planet's rotation in a way that human circadian rhythms are still optimized for, even though most people now ignore these ancient patterns completely. The relationship between humans and fire as a sleeping aid deserves its own exploration because it wasn't simple or one-dimensional. Fire provided warmth, yes, and protection, yes, but it also created something more subtle, a sense of place in the vastness of the natural world. That circle of firelight became your temporary home each night, a movable boundary between the known and the unknown. The quality of light from a campfire is different from any artificial light you've experienced. It flickers constantly, creating shadows that dance and shift. Nothing stays still in firelight. The effect on your psychology was profound. That movement kept you slightly alert, slightly aware, even as you relaxed towards sleep. Your brain never fully tuned it out the way you tune out the static hum of a ceiling fan or the constant glow of a nightlight. Colour temperature mattered too, though you wouldn't have described it that way. Fire burns orange and red, warm colours that trigger biological responses in human brains. These wavelengths signal sunset, evening, and the end of the day's activities. Blue light, from modern screens, from certain bulbs, signals morning and alertness. Your ancestors, bathed in only warm light once darkness fell, received consistent biological signals that it was time to wind down. The smell of wood smoke became intimately associated with safety and rest. Different woods produced different scents as they burned. Resinous pine released sharp, clean aromas. Hardwoods burned with earthier, subtler fragrances. Driftwood, if you camped near water, produced salty, mineral scents. You learned these smells the way you now know the scent of your own home, and they became part of the sensory package that meant night-time, rest, and the end of the day. Smoke also served practical purposes beyond ambience. It helped keep insects at bay, particularly mosquitoes in areas where they swarmed. Sleeping in a slight haze of smoke was uncomfortable in some ways. It could irritate eyes and throats, but preferable to being eaten alive by biting insects all night. You learn to position yourself where you catch enough smoke to discourage bugs, but not so much that you'd wake up coughing. The fire required maintenance through the night, and this maintenance shaped how you slept. Someone needed to wake periodically and add fuel. In a group, this responsibility often rotated informally. You'd wake naturally, your bladder needed emptying, a noise startled you, or you'd simply had enough sleep for the moment, and while awake, you'd feed the fire. Then you'd settle back down for another stretch of rest. This pattern of segmented sleep, with a period of quiet wakefulness in the middle of the night, was completely normal for most of human history. Historical records from medieval Europe mention a first sleep and second sleep as distinct periods. People would wake around midnight, tend to various needs, perhaps chat quietly, or engage in other activities, then return to sleep until morning. Your prehistoric ancestors almost certainly followed similar patterns, and fire maintenance fit naturally into these wakeful intervals. The heat from a fire doesn't distribute evenly. The side of your body facing the flames would grow warm, even hot, while your back remained cool or cold. You learn to rotate yourself like a rotisserie chicken, warming one side then the other. This rotation became part of your sleeping movement, built into the muscle memory of rest. Even today, when you roll over in your modern bed, you're following patterns established over hundreds of thousands of years of sleeping near fires. The progression of a fire through the night had its own rhythm. Evening flames danced high and bright as fresh wood caught and burned. Middle-of-the-night fires settled into steadier combustion, fed but not rebuilt. Pre-dawn fires were often reduced to glowing coals that radiated heat without much visible flame. You learned to read this progression, to know what stage of night you'd reached just by looking at the fire's state. Coals, in fact, became precious. Keeping coals alive from one night's fire to start the next day's fire saved enormous effort. Various methods were developed for transporting coals during daily movement. Bark containers, hollowed stones, and carefully maintained smouldering materials. The person responsible for the coals carried genuine responsibility. Losing them meant the laborious process of starting a fire from scratch, something that could take considerable time even for experts. The psychological comfort of fire ran deeper than its practical benefits. Sitting around a fire before sleep, you'd feel connected to every human who'd ever done the same. The experience was universal, transcending cultures and eras. Hey, a Kungsan person in the Kalahari, a Clovis hunter on the North American plains, or a Neolithic farmer in Anatolia, all would recognise and understand your fire circle, and would know exactly how to participate in this nightly ritual. Stories often happened around fires, though not always in the formalised way you might imagine. Sometimes people shared information about the day's events. Sometimes they discussed plans for tomorrow. Sometimes they simply sat together in companionable silence, each person lost in their own thoughts, held together by the shared light and warmth. The fire was the hearth before hearths existed, the gathering place that predated all other gathering places. As you drifted towards sleep, the fire became a presence rather than a focus. You stopped actively watching it, but remained aware of it in your peripheral vision and in the warmth on your skin. If it dimmed too much, some part of your brain noticed and prompted wakefulness. If it blazed too high, the same mechanism triggered. You and the fire maintained a relationship through the night, a wordless partnership in the business of surviving until morning. The development of bedding represents one of humanity's great underappreciated innovations. The jump from sleeping directly on the ground to sleeping on or under processed animal materials was enormous, though it happened so gradually that no one noticed they were inventing anything. They were just trying to be more comfortable, to be warmer, and to sleep a little better. Early bedding was probably just whatever happened to be lying around. You'd push aside rocks and sticks from where you planned to sleep, and maybe arrange some larger leaves or grasses. This barely counts as bedding, but it was a start. The recognition that you could modify the ground surface to improve your rest. That recognition, simple as it sounds, required abstract thinking. You had to imagine future comfort and take present action to achieve it. Grasses were an obvious choice where available. Dry grass, pulled or cut and piled, created a cushion between you and the hard ground. The stems trapped air, providing insulation. They compressed under your weight but never completely flattened, maintaining some give. You'd gather armfuls of the stuff, probably more than you thought you'd need, because grass mats compacted significantly overnight. The downside of grass bedding was its impermanence. It crushed and broke down quickly. It absorbed moisture from the ground and from your body, becoming damp and less effective. If you stayed in one location for several nights, you'd need to refresh your grass pile regularly, adding new material and removing the compressed, decomposing old layers. Grass also attracted insects, small spiders, ticks, anything looking for similar shelter. Leaves worked differently depending on the type. Large, waxy leaves overlapped like shingles could create a somewhat waterproof barrier. Softer leaves piled deeply could cushion like grass. Dry leaves, however, made noise. Every shift in position created rustling sounds that could wake you and others. You learned which leaves worked best in your area through trial and error, probably starting with whatever was most abundant and gradually refining your choices. Bark, when properly processed, served multiple purposes. Certain trees had inner bark that could be stripped in sheets. These sheets, softened through beating or soaking, became surprisingly flexible. They could lie flat as a ground cover, providing both insulation and a barrier against moisture and small crawling things. Some cultures developed elaborate bark processing techniques that wouldn't be discovered for thousands of years, but even simple bark sheets improved comfort measurably. Then came animal hides, and everything changed. The first hide was probably not intended as bedding. More likely it was the byproduct of eating an animal, left over after the meat was consumed. Someone noticed that lying on it was more comfortable than lying on the ground. Someone else draped one over themselves and realized it held heat. These observations, repeated across countless individuals and groups, led to the deliberate creation of hides for sleeping. Rawhide, untreated skin fresh from an animal, is stiff, unpleasant, and quickly becomes putrid. It has to be processed to become useful. The simplest processing involved scraping away the fat and flesh from the inner surface, then stretching and drying the hide. This created a stiff but usable material that could serve as a ground cover. It wouldn't rot immediately, it provided a solid barrier against dampness, and it could be rolled up and transported. True leather, soft and supple, required much more work. You had to remove all the hair, thoroughly clean both sides, and then work some kind of oil or fat into the material to keep it flexible. Different cultures developed different techniques: brain tanning, smoke tanning, and vegetable tanning. Each method had advantages and drawbacks, but all transformed stiff hide into pliable leather that could be used as a blanket, worn as clothing, or shaped into containers. Sleeping under a fur hide was a luxury, though your prehistoric self wouldn't have used that word. Fur trapped air in its dense mat of hairs, creating insulation that was hard to match with plant materials. The fur side against your skin felt soft and warm. The hide side facing out could shed light rain. A good fur hide was the difference between shivering through the night and sleeping comfortably, between tolerating cold weather and actually being warm. Different animal furs had different properties. Deer hide was versatile and relatively easy to work. Bear fur was incredibly warm but heavy. Rabbit fur was soft but less durable. Buffalo hide, where available, was thick and tough. You used what you could get, what your group successfully hunted, and what your environment provided. The hide you slept under told the story of your people's relationship with the animals around you. Maintaining these hides required effort. They needed to stay dry when possible, because wet leather becomes heavy, cold, and prone to mildew. They needed protection from insects that would eat the hide itself. They needed occasional re-oiling to maintain suppleness. In many ways, your sleeping hide was a valued possession, something you'd repair rather than replace, something you'd use until it literally fell apart. The combination of materials created the optimal sleeping setup. Grass or leaves first, piled and shaped to create a mattress of sorts. A scraped hide over that, providing a barrier, your body on that surface. Another hide, ideally with fur, draped over you. If you were lucky enough to have 2 fur hides, you could create a sleeping arrangement that rivaled modern sleeping bags in warmth and comfort. In cold climates, people learned to create what amounted to sleeping nests. They dig shallow depressions in the ground, pile them with insulating materials, line them with hides, and basically burrow in for the night. Heat from your body, trapped in this nest, could keep you comfortable even in temperatures that would quickly kill an unprotected person. These techniques were sophisticated and based on a deep understanding of thermodynamics, even though the people using them had never heard the word thermodynamics. Movement shaped everything about how you slept. If you were going to walk to a new location tomorrow, carrying everything you owned, then tonight's sleeping arrangements had to account for that reality. Your bedding needed to be portable. Your fire needed to be something you could abandon. Your entire sleeping setup needed to pack up quickly in the morning and unpack quickly in the evening. The nomadic lifestyle followed resources, game animals, fruiting plants, water sources, and seasonal patterns. You moved when staying meant scarcity and hardship. You stayed when the location provided abundance. This meant that some nights you'd camp in familiar spots, places your group had used before, perhaps regularly. Other nights you'd camp in entirely new locations, reading the landscape quickly to determine the best spot. Familiar camping spots accumulated evidence of previous use. Fire rings of arranged stones marked where others had built fires. Flattened areas showed where people had slept. Sometimes you'd find useful items left behind, damaged tools not worth carrying, cached materials meant for a return visit, and where patterns that indicated which directions people had moved in and out of the camp. These familiar spots became seasonal homes of a sort. Your group might return to the same riverside camp each spring to fish during spawning runs. You'd return to the same oak grove each autumn to harvest acorns. The sleeping spots at these locations took on familiarity. You knew where to position yourself to avoid the morning sun in your eyes. You knew which areas stayed driest during rain. You knew where the ground was softest. Unfamiliar locations required more careful assessment. You'd arrive with a few hours of daylight remaining, enough time to evaluate the area but not enough to be leisurely about it. Water access was crucial. You needed to be near enough to gather water easily, but not so close that you'd attract every animal in the area looking for a drink. High ground was generally better than low ground, but not always. It depended on the weather, the season, and the specific geography. Your daily routine became deeply tied to these patterns. You'd wake with the sun, or shortly after, having slept about as much as your body needed. Morning activities included tending the fire, eating something, and packing up your sleeping materials. Then you'd move, walking toward your next destination, gathering food and resources as you travelled, always watching for the next night's camping spot. The pace of nomadic travel was surprisingly relaxed. You weren't trying to cover maximum distance. You were trying to move through the landscape efficiently, taking advantage of what you found, arriving at your next camp with enough daylight to prepare properly. Some days you'd cover significant ground. Other days you'd barely move at all if you'd found a particularly rich foraging area. Children complicated this movement, as children always complicate movement. The very young needed to be carried. which limited how much other weight an adult could manage. Older children could walk but tired more easily than adults. The group's pace adjusted to accommodate its slowest members. This meant that a group with many young children moved more slowly and covered less distance than a group of prime-age adults. As evening approached, whoever was leading or whoever had the most experience would start looking more intentionally for camping spots. They'd evaluate options as they walked, making note of possibilities. When they found a good spot, they'd indicate it somehow. Maybe just stopping and starting to set down their burden. Maybe a gesture or word to the others. The group would converge on this spot and begin their evening routine. Unpacking happened in a practiced order. Sleeping materials came out first because they needed to be arranged before darkness made the task difficult. Firewood needed gathering, though you'd have collected some during the day's walk. Food required preparation, though the method was often simple. Roasting meat or tubers in the fire, eating whatever fruits or nuts you'd gathered. The routine was efficient because you'd done it countless times before. The portability constraint meant you couldn't accumulate much. Your sleeping hide or hides, a few tools, perhaps a container for water or gathered food. These constituted your possessions. Anything else would be weight you'd have to carry tomorrow and every day after. This enforced minimalism shaped not just your material culture, but also your mindset. You valued things differently when you had to carry them everywhere. Some groups cached materials at frequently used locations. You'd leave heavier items, extra hides, larger tools, gathered materials like quality stone, hidden somewhere you could find them when you returned. This strategy required good memory and landmarks that wouldn't change. A particular rock formation, a distinctive tree, a memorable landscape feature. These became waypoints not just for navigation but for resource storage. Seasonal patterns meant you didn't just wander randomly. You followed established circuits, moving through a known territory in response to predictable resource availability. Spring meant moving to particular locations where certain plants would be ready. Summer meant shifting to follow animal migrations or to access high-altitude areas that were impassable in winter. Autumn meant positioning yourself where you could harvest and store foods for the cold months. Winter meant finding the most sheltered locations and moving as little as possible. The social dynamics of nightly camp setup were intricate. Who gathered wood, who prepared food, and who arranged sleeping areas. These tasks were distributed based on age, gender, individual capability, and social relationships. The patterns varied between cultures and groups, but within any given group people knew their roles and performed them without much discussion. Arguments certainly happened, just as they happen in any human group. Someone might object to the chosen camping spot. Two people might want the same position by the fire. Resources might be distributed in ways that some perceive as unfair. But the mobility of the lifestyle meant that these conflicts rarely escalated dramatically. Tomorrow you'd be moving again, positions would shift and circumstances would change. Long after some humans settled into permanent homes, many cultures maintained detailed knowledge about sleeping outdoors. This knowledge was sophisticated, highly adapted to local environments, and represented thousands of years of accumulated wisdom. The expertise that indigenous peoples developed about nighttime survival in their territories was remarkable, and deserves recognition beyond the simple label of primitive camping. In the Arctic, where summer nights barely got dark and winter nights barely got light, sleeping arrangements had to account for extreme cold. The Inuit developed sleeping platforms raised above the snow surface, knowing that the coldest air settled low. They built snow houses, igloos, that trapped heat so effectively that interior temperatures could reach comfortable levels, even when outside temperatures dropped to deadly cold. Their sleeping arrangements within these snow structures were precise. Families slept together on caribou hides spread over the sleeping platform, with more hides layered on top. Body heat from multiple people trapped under skins created a warm micro-environment. They slept naked or nearly so because too many clothes would cause sweating, and sweat would freeze. The knowledge of how to balance insulation, body heat and moisture management was complex and life-saving. In tropical environments, the challenges were entirely different. Heat and humidity were the enemies, along with insects, snakes, and other creatures that found humans interesting either as prey or as annoyances. Many rainforest cultures developed raised sleeping platforms that kept you off the ground, away from crawling things, and allowed air circulation beneath you for cooling. These platforms were built fresh each night or maintained at established camping locations. Mosquito nets woven from plant fibres provided protection from biting insects without blocking airflow. The weaving had to be tight enough to exclude mosquitoes, but open enough to remain breathable in the humid heat. Achieving this balance required skill and experience. Some cultures used smoke fires positioned upwind of sleeping areas, accepting the discomfort of smoke in exchange for fewer insects. Desert peoples developed entirely different expertise. In regions where nighttime temperatures could plunge 40 or 50 degrees from daytime highs, where water was scarce, and where shelter materials were limited, survival required understanding subtle landscape features. A wadi, a dry riverbed, might provide the only windbreak for miles. The side of the dune facing away from prevailing winds would be noticeably calmer. A rock outcropping could radiate stored heat for hours after sunset. The Bedouin perfected mobile shelter that could be erected quickly and provided genuine protection from sun, wind, and cold. Their black goat hair tents could be struck and loaded on camels in minutes, but provided livable space when set up. The sleeping arrangements within these tents followed social rules, men's side, women's side, and positions determined by family relationships and social status. In temperate forests, Native American groups developed bark and hide structures that could be temporary or semi-permanent depending on the season and purpose. A quick lean-to might serve for a single night when travelling. A more substantial wigwam or lodge might house a family for weeks or months. The knowledge of which trees provided the best bark for roofing, how to bend saplings into structural frames, and how to position structures relative to prevailing winds. All of this was sophisticated architectural understanding. Australian Aboriginal peoples, living across incredibly diverse environments ranging from the tropical north to the temperate south to the arid interior, developed location-specific sleeping strategies. In the desert interior, windbreaks made from brush, and knowledge of which rare spots held moisture for vegetation were crucial. Along the coasts, different considerations applied. The knowledge was detailed and specific to each area, passed down through generations. Many indigenous groups maintained detailed knowledge about reading weather signs and adjusting sleeping arrangements accordingly. Certain cloud formations meant rain was coming. Particular wind shifts indicated temperature changes. Animal behaviour patterns signalled approaching storms. This knowledge allowed people to prepare their sleeping areas before weather arrived, rather than scrambling to adjust after getting soaked or caught in high winds. The relationship with the night sky was intimate in ways that modern people rarely experience. Without light pollution, the stars were sharp and bright. The Milky Way visible as a brilliant band. Constellations weren't just patterns but navigation tools, calendars and storytelling devices. You learned to orient yourself by stars, to determine direction even in unfamiliar territory, and to judge the time of night by stellar positions. The moon's phases determined many activities and affected sleeping patterns. Full moons provided enough light for extended evening activities, or even nighttime travel in emergencies. New moons meant deeper darkness and earlier sleep. Some cultures had elaborate lunar calendars and timed activities, hunting, fishing, gathering, celebrations, to lunar phases. Night sounds and their interpretations represented another layer of knowledge. You learned to distinguish between the normal sounds of nocturnal animals and sounds that indicated danger. An abrupt silence in the normally noisy nighttime chorus meant a large predator had passed through. Certain bird calls at night warned of approaching humans. The rustling patterns of small animals moving through vegetation differed from the rustling of larger creatures. Sleeping patterns in these cultures often differed from modern 8-hour blocks. Segmented sleep was common, sleeping for several hours, waking for a period, then sleeping again until morning. During wakeful periods, people might tend to various tasks, engage in social activities, or simply rest quietly. This pattern aligned with natural human sleep cycles better than the consolidated sleep schedule most modern people attempt to maintain. Dreams held significance in many indigenous cultures, and the sleeping environment was sometimes deliberately arranged to encourage particular types of dreams. Certain locations were considered more conducive to meaningful dreams. Sleeping alone versus sleeping in a group affected dream content and significance. People who sought visions or spiritual experiences often isolated themselves and slept in specific locations chosen for their spiritual properties. The practical knowledge of what materials worked best for sleeping comfort was extensive. Some barks were too rough and would irritate skin. Some grasses attracted biting ants. Certain animal furs had superior insulating properties. Pine boughs arranged just right created excellent mattresses that were naturally resistant to insects. This knowledge was specific, detailed, and based on generations of trial and error. Teaching these skills to children happened through participation and observation, rather than formal instruction. Young children slept near their parents, watching and absorbing the routines. As they grew older, they'd take on more responsibilities, gathering firewood, arranging bedding materials, and helping to evaluate camping spots. By adulthood, they possessed comprehensive knowledge about sleeping safely and comfortably in their environment, without anyone ever sitting them down for explicit lessons. When humans organised themselves into armies and marched to war, they carried the fundamental need for sleep into dramatically different circumstances. Military camps represented a particular variation on sleeping outside. Temporary, purpose-built, constrained by tactical considerations, and organised around principles of security and hierarchy. Looking at how soldiers slept through history reveals both universal human needs and the extreme adaptability forced by conflict. Roman legions on campaign established camps with remarkable consistency and efficiency. After a day's march, the army would stop and build a fortified camp essentially from scratch. Every soldier knew exactly where his unit's position would be within the camp layout. Surveyors would stake out the camp perimeter while soldiers began digging defensive ditches and building ramparts from the excavated soil. The sleeping arrangements within these camps were minimal but organised. Legionaries slept in leather tents, 8 men to a tent, the same 8 who fought together as a unit. Each man carried part of the tent among his equipment, so the tent could only be erected when the whole unit was assembled. Inside, the space was cramped. You'd sleep on the ground with whatever bedding you could manage, your cloak, perhaps, or a simple hide if you'd managed to acquire one. The Roman military sleeping schedule was segmented by watches. Soldiers took turns standing guard through the night, rotating in and out of duty. When you weren't on watch, you slept, but sleep was frequently interrupted. Alerts, drills, enemy attacks, orders to move, anything could wake you at any time. You learned to fall asleep quickly and to function on whatever rest you could grab. Medieval armies operated with less systematic organisation but similar constraints. Knights might have tents with some comfort, actual cots and more substantial bedding. Common soldiers would shelter under whatever they could contrive, lean-tos made from shields and cloaks, shared shelters cobbled together from available materials, or nothing at all if the weather was mild and the tactical situation urgent. Sleeping in armour was sometimes necessary if an attack seemed imminent. Full-plate armour made actual sleep nearly impossible, but mail could be endured if you were desperate or disciplined enough. More commonly, soldiers would keep armour close and partially prepared so they could arm themselves quickly if roused. The balance between readiness and rest was constant and stressful. The Mongol armies that conquered much of the known world in the 13th century slept in ways that matched their nomadic heritage. They used felt tents, jurs or yurts, that could be erected quickly and provided excellent insulation. When moving fast during campaigns, they'd sleep in the open, rolled in felt blankets, their horses tied nearby. The ability to sleep lightly and wake ready to ride was essential to their military success. Napoleonic armies in the early 19th century marched across Europe with enormous baggage trains that included tents, camp equipment, and supply wagons. Officers maintained relatively comfortable accommodations. Regular soldiers crowded into small tents or slept in the open, depending on supply availability and the pace of campaign movements. The famous image of Napoleon's army retreating from Russia in winter includes thousands of men sleeping in the snow, freezing to death in their sleep because they simply had no better option. The American Civil War saw armies of hundreds of thousands living in temporary camps for months at a time between battles. Camps became semi-permanent towns with streets, organisation and routine. Soldiers slept in small canvas tents, pup tents, that provided minimal shelter. 2 men shared each tent, combining their tent halves to create one shelter. You dig a shallow trench around your tent to channel away rainwater, learn to position yourself where leaks were least likely, and accept dampness and discomfort as normal conditions. Winter camps were different. Armies would build log huts, digging the floor level below ground for better insulation, constructing crude fireplaces from mud and sticks, and covering roofs with canvas tent sections. These huts were crowded. A dozen men might share a space that would be tight for 4, but they provided genuine shelter from winter weather. You'd sleep on rough wooden bunks, sometimes with straw mattresses if you were lucky, more often just on boards. World War I introduced industrial-scale military sleeping arrangements. Trenches became homes for months or years. Dugouts, excavated shelters in the trench walls, provided sleeping quarters that were damp, cold, and infested with rats and lice but offered protection from shelling. You'd sleep in shifts, always partially dressed, always ready to respond to alerts. The noise of artillery was constant. Sleep happened in exhausted fragments between periods of intense fear and activity. World War II saw mechanised armies moving across vast distances. Soldiers slept in tanks, in foxholes, in bombed-out buildings, in tents, wherever they found themselves when exhaustion demanded rest. The ability to sleep anywhere, anytime, in any conditions became a survival skill. Veterans would later describe falling asleep while walking, while sitting upright, and during lulls in combat. The modern military has made some efforts to improve sleeping conditions for deployed forces, recognising that sleep deprivation degrades combat effectiveness. Forward operating bases might include climate-controlled tents, actual cots, and some measure of privacy and comfort. But soldiers on patrol, on missions, and in tactical situations still sleep in the dirt, in vehicles, or in whatever cover is available, maintaining the ancient tradition of warriors making do with whatever circumstances allow. Through all these eras and armies, certain patterns held constant. Soldiers learned to sleep lightly, to wake at unusual sounds, and to grab rest whenever possible. They learned to make minimal bedding provide maximum comfort through careful arrangement. They learned to sleep despite discomfort, fear, noise, cold, heat and hunger. The military refined sleeping outside down to its absolute minimum. You closed your eyes, your body demanded rest, and you slept whether conditions were favourable or not. The hierarchy of sleeping arrangements in military camps always reflected broader social hierarchies. Generals slept in relative comfort in larger tents with furniture. Officers had better accommodations than enlisted men. Rank determined who slept under shelter and who slept exposed, who got bedding and who made do without. This inequality was accepted as part of the military structure, though it certainly bred resentment among those sleeping cold and exposed while their commanders rested warm and dry. Understanding how humans actually slept before modern lighting and schedules requires setting aside assumptions about 8-hour blocks of continuous unconsciousness. Your ancestors' sleep patterns were different and in many ways more aligned with natural human biology. The way you were built to sleep doesn't match how you're expected to sleep in modern life. and looking at historical patterns reveals this disconnect clearly. Without artificial light, your sleep-wake cycle followed solar patterns more directly. In summer, when days were long, you'd sleep less. In winter, when nights stretched on, you'd sleep more. This seasonal variation in sleep duration was normal and healthy. Your body naturally wanted more rest when darkness dominated, and less rest when sunlight extended your active hours. The two sleep pattern mentioned earlier, first sleep and second sleep with a wakeful period between, deserves deeper examination. Historical references to this pattern appear across multiple cultures and time periods. People would sleep for 3 or 4 hours after dark, wake for 1 or 2 hours around midnight, then sleep again until morning. During the wakeful period, they'd engage in various activities: quiet work, conversation, prayer, intimate time with partners, and reflection. This pattern wasn't considered unusual or pathological. It was simply how sleep worked. The period of wakefulness was even named and discussed casually in writing from pre-industrial times. Only with the advent of efficient artificial lighting and industrial schedules did the expectation of consolidated sleep become dominant. Suddenly, waking in the middle of the night was considered insomnia, a problem to be solved rather than a natural pattern to be accepted. Your body temperature drops during sleep, lowest in the early morning hours. Without central heating, this meant you'd naturally wake as you got cold, tend the fire, warm yourself, and then return to sleep. The temperature cycle and the sleep cycle reinforced each other. Modern climate control eliminates this trigger, allowing uninterrupted sleep but also disrupting the natural rhythm. Sleep depth varied through the night in ways that made sense for survival. You'd sleep more lightly in the early part of the night, when predators were most active and threats most likely. Deeper sleep came later, in the pre-dawn hours when the world was quieter. This pattern meant you were more responsive to danger during high-risk periods and could get restorative deep sleep during safer hours. The sounds of the night created a soundscape that your sleeping brain monitored constantly. Familiar sounds, wind in trees, distant animal calls, the crackle of the fire, could continue without waking you. Unusual sounds, something large moving nearby, unfamiliar calls, sudden silence, would trigger alertness. Your brain sorted sounds all night, deciding what required attention and what could be ignored. Dreams in outdoor sleeping conditions had different qualities than modern dreams. Some researchers suggest that the periods of wakefulness between sleep cycles allowed for better dream recall. You'd wake from a dream, lie quietly processing it, perhaps discuss it with others who were also awake, then return to sleep. This created a different relationship with dream content than the modern pattern of sleeping through dreams and forgetting them by morning. The moon cycle affected sleep patterns measurably. During full moons, nights were brighter, and people stayed active later. New moons brought darker nights and earlier sleep. Some studies of modern people living without artificial light show they naturally shift their sleep schedules by as much as an hour across the lunar cycle, staying up later when the moon provides more light. Seasonal affective patterns were probably more pronounced when humans lived entirely outdoors or in minimally sheltered conditions. The reduced sunlight of winter triggered biological changes that increased sleep need and shifted moods. Without understanding the mechanism, your ancestors would have noticed that winter made them want to rest more, and they'd have accommodated this natural inclination. Sleeping in groups affected individual sleep patterns. The presence of other breathing bodies created a rhythm of sound. Someone shifting position would sometimes trigger others to shift. The combined body heat of multiple people sleeping close together kept everyone warmer than they'd be alone. You'd synchronize somewhat with those around you, though individual variation meant you'd never all be at exactly the same sleep stage simultaneously. Napping was common when your schedule wasn't constrained by industrial time. If you'd been awake for several hours after dawn and felt tired, you'd rest. Midday heat in many climates made napping sensible. You'd avoid the hottest hours by sleeping through them. This polyphasic sleep pattern, with a main sleep period at night plus daytime naps, was normal in many cultures and remains common in areas without strong industrial scheduling pressure. Your need for sleep varied with age in ways that outdoor living accommodated naturally. Children slept more and needed more protection while sleeping. Adolescence naturally shifted toward later sleep and wake times, a pattern that caused no problems when morning activities could start whenever people were ready. Elderly people often slept less at night but napped more during the day, and this pattern was accepted without judgment. Physical exhaustion affected sleep differently than mental exhaustion. After a day of hard physical work, walking miles, hunting, gathering and processing food, you'd fall asleep quickly and sleep deeply. Your body needed recovery time, and it took it efficiently. Mental stress without physical exhaustion created more troubled sleep, but since most days included substantial physical activity, this was less common than in modern sedentary lifestyles. The gradual transition into sleep and the gradual transition out of it were much longer before artificial lighting compressed our evenings and mornings. You'd spend an hour or more in the drowsy state between waking and sleeping as the fire died down and darkness settled completely. Morning would bring an equally gradual waking as light increased and the world around you became active. These transition periods were part of the sleep experience, not separate from it. Sleeping outside meant sleeping through weather, and weather didn't care about your comfort or survival. Rain, wind, snow, heat, cold, storms. You experienced all of it more directly than you ever will in your climate-controlled house. The adaptations humans developed for sleeping through weather conditions were often ingenious and always necessary. Rain was perhaps the most common weather challenge. Getting soaked while trying to sleep was miserable and potentially dangerous. Wet bedding lost its insulating properties. Wet clothes against your skin would leach away body heat. The simplest rain protection was finding natural shelter, overhanging rocks, dense tree canopies, and cave entrances. These features were valuable enough that camping spots with good natural rain protection would be used repeatedly. When natural shelter wasn't available, you'd build temporary protection. A lean-to structure made from branches and covered with large leaves or bark could shed water reasonably well. The key was creating a sloped surface that encouraged water to run off rather than seep through. You'd position yourself uphill from your fire to keep smoke from blowing directly into your shelter, while still receiving some warmth and light. Wind could be more problematic than rain in some ways. Strong wind made maintaining a fire difficult, at the very time when you most needed fire for warmth. Wind found its way into any shelter, creating drafts that defeated your best efforts at insulation. Windbreaks became essential. Positioning yourself behind rocks, using banked earth or snow, and creating walls from branches and vegetation. The effort invested in wind protection paid off in comfort and survival. Cold weather sleeping required multiple strategies. Building fires both reflected heat toward your sleeping position and indicated the direction of heat flow. A back reflector, a wall of rocks or banked earth behind your fire, bounced heat that would otherwise radiate wastefully into the night. You'd sleep between the fire and the reflector, receiving warmth from both directions. This nearly doubled the heating efficiency of your fire. Snow camping was its own specialised skill. Snow, when properly used, provided excellent insulation. You could dig into snowbanks to create shelters that were warmer than surface camps. You could build snow walls around your sleeping area. You could pile snow over your shelter for added insulation. The Inuit's igloo was the ultimate expression of this knowledge. A structure made entirely of snow that could be warmer inside than most other shelters available in the Arctic. The danger of cold weather sleep was a subtle temperature drop as the night progressed. You might go to sleep feeling comfortable but wake hours later dangerously cold. Preventing this required maintaining your fire through the night or using insulation that didn't depend on external heat sources. Huddling with others for shared body heat was common and effective. Modesty concerns were secondary to survival. Hot weather created the opposite problem. You needed to stay cool rather than warm, which meant different shelter strategies. You wanted airflow, shade, and ideally some thermal mass to moderate temperature. Sleeping near water provided cooler air. Sleeping on raised platforms allowed air circulation beneath you. In extreme desert heat, some cultures would dampen their sleeping surfaces in the evening, using evaporative cooling to make rest possible. Humidity affected comfort independently of temperature. High humidity made hot weather feel oppressive and prevented sweat from evaporating efficiently. It made cold weather feel colder, because damp air conducted heat away from your body more quickly than dry air. Sleeping in humid conditions required different strategies, more attention to elevation and airflow in hot, humid weather, and more careful management of moisture in cold, humid conditions. Thunderstorms presented real danger. Lightning could strike trees, potentially killing anyone sleeping beneath them. Heavy rain could turn dry washes into dangerous flash floods in minutes. High winds could send branches crashing down. You learned to read storm signs and prepare accordingly, moving away from tall isolated trees, avoiding low-lying areas prone to flooding, and securing loose materials that wind might catch. The psychological aspect of weather was significant. Sleeping through a storm required trusting your preparations and accepting some level of discomfort and risk. Children had to learn this trust. Adults had to maintain composure to keep the group calm. The sounds of heavy weather, thunder, wind howling, rain pounding, could be frightening even when you were objectively safe. Seasonal adaptation meant changing your camping strategies through the year. Summer camps might prioritise shade and water access. Winter camps needed maximum sun exposure during the day and protection from cold wind at night. Spring and autumn had their own considerations. Spring brought rain and flooding, and autumn brought early cold snaps and the need to prepare for winter. Microclimates became crucial knowledge. The south-facing slope of a hill would be noticeably warmer than the north-facing slope. Valleys would be colder than ridges due to cold air settling. Areas near large bodies of water had moderated temperatures compared to inland locations. Knowing these patterns lets you choose camping spots strategically, gaining several degrees of comfort from location choice alone. Clothing played into weather adaptation. In cold weather, you'd wear layers of looser garments that trapped air for insulation. At night, you might add more layers or remove outer layers to avoid sweating. In hot weather, you'd wear minimal, loose clothing that allowed air circulation. Wet clothing was always a problem. It needed to be dried or replaced, and sleeping in wet clothes could be dangerous in cool conditions. Fire management in weather was an art. Wet wood wouldn't burn unless you had dry tinder to get it started. Wind required positioning fire carefully and potentially building barriers. Extreme cold increased fuel consumption dramatically. You had to gather more wood than you thought you'd need, because weather often required more fire than expected. Different fuels had properties that mattered in different weather. Resinous woods burned hotter and resisted dampness better. Dense hardwoods burned longer, but were harder to ignite. Pine needles and small dry twigs were crucial for starting fires in wet conditions. You'd maintain a small supply of the driest materials, kept protected specifically for starting fires in adverse weather. The endurance required to sleep through difficult weather shouldn't be underestimated. Modern camping often involves retreating to vehicles or permanent structures when weather turned severe. Your ancestors couldn't retreat. They had to endure. They developed mental toughness alongside physical adaptations. Discomfort became normal. Danger became acceptable risk. Sleep happened anyway, because it had to. Modern camping represents a curious cultural phenomenon. People who live in comfortable houses choosing to temporarily sleep outside. This recreational sleeping rough is sometimes called returning to nature, though it's really nothing like the outdoor sleeping of your ancestors. Still, examining modern camping reveals what draws people back toward outdoor sleep, even when they don't need it for survival. The camping industry sells equipment designed to make outdoor sleeping comfortable and safe. Modern tents are engineered marvels, lightweight, waterproof and easy to erect. They bear little resemblance to historical shelters except in basic purpose. Sleeping pads and air mattresses eliminate the discomfort of sleeping on hard ground. Sleeping bags provide insulation that matches or exceeds the best fur hides. You can be genuinely comfortable camping now in ways that would amaze anyone from even a century ago. But equipment can't completely eliminate the outdoor sleeping experience. You still notice temperature changes through the night. You still hear weather approaching. You still wake to bird sounds and dawn light rather than alarm clocks. The sensory experience of sleeping outside persists despite all the modern comfort aids. Many people report sleeping better while camping than they do at home, which seems counterintuitive given the harder surfaces and less controlled conditions. Researchers suggest several explanations. The physical activity of camping and hiking creates genuine physical tiredness. Natural light exposure during the day helps regulate circadian rhythms. Reduced artificial light in the evening allows melatonin production to follow natural patterns. The absence of electronic devices and work stress creates mental relaxation. The disconnection from artificial time is significant. When camping, you tend to sleep when you're tired and wake when you're rested, without regard for clock time. This often means going to bed earlier than you would at home and waking at dawn. This pattern closely matches the natural human sleep cycle, and your body responds positively even during short camping trips. Campfires remain central to camping culture, despite modern alternatives like camp stoves. Something about sitting around a fire feels fundamentally right, in ways that are hard to articulate. The hypnotic flame watching, the wood smoke smell and the crackling sounds, these trigger something deep in human psychology. We evolved around fires, and the experience still resonates. The market for primitive camping or bushcraft reveals a desire among some people to experience outdoor sleeping more like historical conditions. These campers deliberately eschew modern gear in favour of simpler equipment or skills-based solutions. They might build shelters from natural materials, start fires without matches, and sleep under basic tarps or in lean-tos. For them, the challenge and connection to historical practices is part of the appeal. Others embrace the opposite approach, car camping with elaborate setups that include camp kitchens, comfortable sleeping arrangements, and numerous modern conveniences. Their outdoor sleeping is only nominally outdoor. They've transported most home comforts to a scenic location. This approach has its own validity as a way to enjoy natural settings without surrendering modern comfort. Backpacking represents a middle path, carrying enough equipment to be comfortable but light enough to be mobile. Backpackers often develop sophisticated systems for efficient outdoor sleeping. They know exactly how much insulation they need for expected temperatures. They've refined their shelter setup to minimise time and maximise protection. Their relationship with outdoor sleeping becomes technical and skill-based. Children's first experiences with camping often create lasting impressions. The combination of slight danger, adventure, and outdoor freedom can be transformative. Sleeping in a tent feels like a bold adventure when you're young. The sounds of the night seem more dramatic. Morning feels like an achievement. You survived the night in the wilderness. These childhood camping experiences shape how people relate to outdoor sleeping for life. Family camping brings multiple generations together around activities that haven't fundamentally changed in importance. Parents teach children about fire building, shelter setup, and outdoor safety, passing along skills that echo much more ancient knowledge transmission. The intergenerational bonding that happens during camping taps into patterns older than civilization. Solo camping appeals to some people precisely because it recreates aspects of solitary outdoor sleeping that were normal for hunters, scouts, or travellers in historical times. Being alone in the outdoors at night triggers a particular kind of alertness and self-reliance. Every sound becomes more noticeable, your own competence becomes more important. The experience can be both unsettling and deeply satisfying. The psychological benefits of occasional outdoor sleeping seem real. Nature exposure reduces stress hormones. Forest bathing, extended time in wooded areas, measurably improves mood and immune function. Sleeping surrounded by natural rather than human-made environments may provide psychological reset effects that are hard to achieve in typical urban or suburban life. Yet modern camping is fundamentally safe in ways historical outdoor sleeping never was. You likely have a vehicle nearby. Cell phones allow emergency communication. Campsites are established and somewhat monitored. Dangerous wildlife has been largely eliminated or avoids areas of human activity. The risks that made outdoor sleeping genuinely dangerous for most of human history have been mitigated or removed. This safety allows camping to be recreational rather than necessary, which changes its character completely. Your ancestors slept outside because they had to. You sleep outside because you choose to, and you can choose to stop whenever you want. That freedom transforms the experience from an endurance test into a leisure activity. The popularity of camping suggests something persistent in human psychology, that values outdoor sleeping even when it's no longer necessary. Maybe it's genetic memory of our long history under the stars. Maybe it's a desire for simplicity in an overly complex world. Maybe it's just the pleasure of breaking routine and experiencing something different from our usual sleep environment. Whatever the reason, millions of people continue to choose, at least occasionally, to sleep outside. They load their cars or shoulder their backpacks and head into landscapes where night will fall without the mediation of walls and artificial light. They'll lie down on the ground or elevated pads, cover themselves with modern materials or traditional bedrolls, and close their eyes under the sky just as humans have done for hundreds of thousands of years. The full circle from necessary outdoor sleeping to indoor sleeping to recreational outdoor sleeping reveals something about human nature and human culture. We spent our species' entire existence sleeping outside, developed the capability to sleep inside, and now sometimes choose to sleep outside again. The choice itself represents the fundamental change. We're no longer dependent on outdoor sleeping, so we can appreciate it in ways our ancestors never could. As you lie in your bed tonight, in your climate-controlled room, behind locked doors and under-engineered shelter, you're participating in a very recent chapter of a very long story. The vast majority of humans who have ever lived slept outside. They closed their eyes under stars, woke to dawn, survived nights that you would find terrifying, and considered it simply normal life. The knowledge they accumulated about outdoor sleeping was extensive and sophisticated. They learned to read landscapes for safety and comfort. They mastered fire maintenance through darkness. They developed bedding from natural materials that provided genuine insulation. They understood weather patterns and adapted their sleeping arrangements accordingly. They created social structures around nighttime protection and comfort. All of this expertise developed over tens of thousands of generations, refined through trial and error, and passed from parents to children as essential survival information. Much of that knowledge has been lost in just a few generations of widespread indoor sleeping. People who slept outside their entire lives would find your sleeping arrangements bizarre and somewhat sad. You've traded the stars for ceiling paint, traded fresh air for filtered air, and traded the natural rhythms of darkness and light for artificial schedules that ignore your body's evolved preferences. But you've gained safety, comfort, and control that they couldn't imagine. You don't wake up cold and stiff, you don't sleep alert for predators, and you don't lose sleep to weather. The trade-off was reasonable, even if something was lost in the exchange. The history of humans sleeping outside isn't just trivia about the past. It's the story of how we've always related to the fundamental need for rest, how we've balanced vulnerability with necessity, and how we've created comfort from minimal resources. It reminds us that our current sleeping arrangements are recent innovations, not eternal truths. Our bodies still carry the adaptations of those hundreds of thousands of years sleeping under the sky. When you do sleep outside now, whether camping in the woods or just dozing in your backyard, you're briefly rejoining that long human tradition. The experience connects you across time to every person who ever faced the approaching night and made preparations to survive it comfortably. You're participating in something ancient, even as you do it recreationally. The night settles around you now as it settled around countless humans before you. Darkness falls the same way it always has. Your body still responds to the absence of light with the same biochemical sleep signals. The fundamental experience of closing your eyes and surrendering to sleep hasn't changed, even though everything else about where and how you sleep has transformed. Your ancestors would recognize your need for rest even if they wouldn't understand your bedroom. They'd understand the satisfaction of finding a good sleeping spot, the comfort of adequate covering, and the relief of waking safely to another dawn. Across all the vast changes in human culture and technology, sleep remains the great equalizer. We all need it. We all seek it. And we all depend on it for survival. So as you drift towards sleep tonight, you might spare a thought for all those who slept before you, outside under the sky, kept warm by fire, protected by vigilance and luck. They were your ancestors in the most literal sense, and they succeeded at outdoor sleeping well enough that you exist to contemplate their experience from the comfort of your indoor bed. The story of sleeping outside is the story of human adaptability, ingenuity and resilience. It's a story without a clear ending because people still sleep outside every night, some by choice, many by necessity. The techniques change, the equipment improves, but the fundamental challenge remains. How do you rest safely and comfortably when you're exposed to everything nature can deliver? For most of human existence, the answer to that question was essential knowledge. Now it's specialized knowledge, recreational knowledge, and survival knowledge for the few rather than survival knowledge for everyone. But it remains knowledge worth preserving, worth understanding, and worth appreciating for what it represents about human capability and the long journey from our origins to our present. The night that surrounds you now is the same night that surrounded the first humans who ever needed shelter, who ever built a fire, who ever lay down to rest with only the sky above them. They survived those nights, generation after generation, adapting and learning and passing forward both their genes and their knowledge. You're here because they succeeded, because they figured out how to sleep safely through thousands of dangerous nights. That's worth remembering as you pull your blanket up and close your eyes. You're the latest in an unbroken line of successful sleepers, stretching back to the very beginning of human history. Your comfortable bed is a modern luxury, but the need it serves is ancient and universal. Sleep well tonight, sheltered and safe, but remember the millions who slept well enough under far more challenging circumstances that human life continued, adapted, and eventually thrived. The stars are still up there above your roof, following the same patterns your ancestors used for navigation and timekeeping. The night still falls when the sun disappears, just as it always has. The world still spins through darkness toward morning. You're still part of the same planet, the same cycle, and the same human story that has always been written against the backdrop of night. And when you wake tomorrow, refreshed and rested, you'll be participating in the same ancient pattern, survival through sleep, the restoration of mind and body, and the daily renewal that allows life to continue. Your ancestors knew that satisfaction of waking to another day. They felt the same gratitude for rest, the same relief at surviving the night, and the same readiness to face whatever the new day would bring. You are them in all the ways that matter. Your life is more comfortable, but it rests on the same foundations: sleep, shelter, safety, warmth. These needs haven't changed. Only the methods have evolved. And in that evolution, in the long journey from sleeping outside to sleeping inside, you can trace the entire arc of human progress, from vulnerable creatures on the African savannah to people who build climate-controlled houses and take outdoor sleeping as optional recreation. It's a remarkable story. It's your story. It's everyone's story. And it all happened, one night at a time, under the same sky that still arches over you now, even though you can't see it through your ceiling. The night is still there. It's always there, waiting whenever you want to step back outside and experience sleep the way humans experienced it for hundreds of thousands of years, under the stars, under the sky, part of the natural world instead of separated from it. Sweet dreams. Welcome to a time before memory, before witness, before any living thing existed to observe the world. You are settling into the story of Earth's early years, when the planet was simply becoming itself through processes so gradual they would be invisible to any single observer. Here, change happens across millions of years, and there is no urgency, only the steady work of rock and water and air finding their rhythms together. You wake on a planet that has been turning for hundreds of millions of years already, though nothing has ever woken here before. The sun rises over an ocean that covers most of the surface, and the light touches water that has never reflected a living eye. The day begins as it always has, with warmth spreading across the curve of the world. The early Earth rotates faster than it will in later ages. A full day passes in perhaps 18 hours, and the cycle of light and darkness moves quickly across the empty seas. You watch the sun climb, and you notice how the light changes the temperature of the rock beneath shallow water. The stone warms through the morning, holds that warmth through this brief afternoon, then releases it slowly as darkness returns. This happens every day. The pattern never breaks. Light arrives, warmth follows, darkness comes, and coolness settles in. No drama marks these transitions. The sun simply moves through its arc while the planet turns beneath it, and the temperature shifts in response, degree by degree, predictable and steady. Rain falls somewhere on Earth nearly all the time during these early ages. Clouds form over the warm ocean, drift with winds that follow their own consistent patterns, and release water that returns to the sea. You stand on a rocky shore and watch rain approach across the waves, a grey curtain moving steadily toward you, bringing coolness and the sound of water striking water. The rainfall here is not violent. It arrives, continues for hours or days, then passes. The clouds move on, the sky clears, and the sun returns to begin warming the surface again. This cycle repeats without fail, creating a rhythm you could set your breathing to if you needed to breathe. Tides rise and fall with the moon's pull, which is stronger now than it will be later because the moon orbits closer to Earth. Twice each day, water advances up the rocky slopes at the ocean's edge, then withdraws. You watch the waterline climb over familiar stones, pause at its height, then retreat to reveal the same stones again, darkened and dripping. The tidal rhythm connects to the moon's position overhead, and the moon's position connects to the time of day, and the time of day connects back to the sun's light. Everything moves in relation to everything else, creating patterns within patterns, all of them regular, all of them repeating at intervals you could learn to anticipate. At night the stars wheel overhead in their own slow circles, unchanging in their positions relative to one another. The same constellations that marked the sky 1,000,000 years ago mark it tonight. They will mark it 1,000,000 years from now. You lie on a warm rock and watch them turn, knowing they will return to these exact positions tomorrow night and the night after that. The volcanic vents scattered across the ocean floor pulse with heat on their own schedules, releasing warmth and minerals into the water in steady streams. Some vent continuously, others follow cycles of activity and rest that span decades or centuries. But each vent maintains its particular rhythm, reliable in its pattern, even as the pattern differs from neighbour to neighbour. You notice how the cooling of lava follows its own predictable path. When molten rock meets seawater, it hardens from the outside inward, creating pillow shapes that stack and tumble according to the slope they flow down. The process happens the same way each time. The outcome varies in detail, but never in principle. Temperature differentials drive winds that circle the planet in bands, and these winds push surface water into currents that also circle in their own patterns. Warm water flows toward the poles, cools, and returns toward the equator. The circulation continues day and night, year after year, moving heat around the planet in a system that balances itself through its own motion. Lightning flashes somewhere over the ocean every few seconds during these ages, as storms build and release electricity through the atmosphere. Each bolt follows the path of least resistance between cloud and water, and though no two paths are identical, the principle remains constant. Charge builds, resistance breaks down, energy flows, and balance returns. You watch the sun set over the western horizon, and you know it will rise again in the east. You watch the tide retreat, and you know it will return. You watch clouds gather, and you know they will release their water and clear again. The early earth operates through cycles that nest inside one another, each one completing itself before beginning again, none of them requiring intervention or adjustment from any outside force. The day ends as it began, with the planet turning toward darkness at the same rate it turned toward light. Nothing has changed in any way that you could measure from one day to the next. Everything has happened exactly as it should, in the order it should, at the pace it should. Tomorrow will be the same, and the day after tomorrow, and the day after that, for millions of years to come. You stand on rock that was once liquid and has only recently become solid. The Earth's crust is still forming its permanent features during these ages, but the process happens slowly, with each change building on the last in an orderly progression. The surface is taking shape, but it takes its time doing so. Water condenses from the atmosphere and collects in low places, and as it collects, it begins to define what is ocean and what is land. The distinction emerges gradually over millions of years. At first, water and rock share space in uncertain boundaries, with shallow seas covering platforms that are almost land and almost not. Then, as more water falls and more time passes, the deepest basins fill completely, and the highest platforms rise clear of the water, and the difference between sea and continent becomes real. The rock itself is cooling from the inside out, releasing heat that built up during the planet's formation. This cooling continued for hundreds of millions of years, and it continues still, though more slowly now. You can feel the warmth rising through the stone beneath your feet, steady and gentle, like standing on a surface that remembers being hot and is slowly forgetting. Continents form where lighter rock floats on denser material below, and these floating platforms drift with currents in the layer beneath them. The movement is extraordinarily slow, measured in fingernail widths per year, but it is continuous. A continent drifts northward or eastward, or into collision with another continent, and the collision raises mountains, and the mountains rise at the same patient pace the continents drift. Erosion begins as soon as land rises above water. Rain falls on high ground and runs downward, carrying tiny particles of dissolved rock with it. The particles wash into streams, the streams carry them to rivers, and the rivers deliver them to the ocean. This process never stops, and over time it wears down mountains and fills in valleys, smoothing the landscape toward a gentler average. Minerals crystallize out of cooling rock in predictable sequences. First, the minerals that require the highest temperatures form and settle. Then, as cooling continues, minerals that form at lower temperatures crystallize and join them. The result is stone made of different components arranged in layers and pockets, each mineral in its proper place according to the temperature at which it solidified. The atmosphere is denser now than it will be later, thick with water vapour and carbon dioxide released from volcanic activity. This density holds heat close to the surface, keeping temperatures warm and stable even during the long nights. The air feels heavy when you breathe it, substantial, like something you could almost swim through. Chemical reactions happen constantly wherever water meets rock. Certain minerals dissolve more easily than others, and as water flows over and through stone, it preferentially removes these soluble minerals, leaving behind what does not dissolve. This creates gradual changes in the composition of both the water and the rock, with each becoming more defined in its character over time. Sediment accumulates on the ocean floor in layers that record the passage of time. Fine particles settle continuously, drifting down through the water column and coming to rest on top of what settled before them. Each layer is thin, sometimes representing only a few years of accumulation, but the layers stack into sequences that grow thick enough to compress their own lower portions into new stone. Island chains form where volcanic vents break through the ocean floor repeatedly, as tectonic plates move over them. One volcano builds until it rises above the waterline, then the plate carries it away from the heat source and it goes dormant. Behind it, a new volcano begins building from the same deep source. The result is a line of islands, each one slightly older than the one behind it, all of them recording the plate's steady motion. The ocean's salinity increases gradually as rivers deliver dissolved minerals to the sea. The water evaporates and falls as rain again, but the minerals stay behind, concentrating slowly over millions of years. The ocean is becoming saltier, but the change happens so slowly that at any given moment the ocean tastes the same as it did 1,000 years before. Glaciers will form later in colder ages, but during these early times the poles are warm and ice-free. Water circulates from equator to pole without freezing, and the temperature difference between tropical and polar regions is smaller than it will become. The planet maintains warmth more evenly across its surface, creating less variation in climate from one latitude to another. Basalt and granite establish themselves as the primary rock types, with basalt forming the ocean floor and granite forming the continents. This division happens because basalt is denser and granite is lighter, and the denser material sinks while the lighter material rises. The arrangement is stable and self-maintaining, requiring no outside adjustment to preserve it. The landscape develops patterns of drainage, with water following the lowest available path downward until it reaches the sea. These drainage patterns organise themselves according to the slope and composition of the land, creating branching networks that look similar whether you view them at the scale of a small watershed or an entire continent. Minerals weather out of rock, dissolve in water, react with other dissolved substances, and precipitate out again as new minerals. The ocean floor is paved with these precipitates in places, forming deposits that will eventually become limestone and other sedimentary rocks. The process is chemical rather than biological, driven by concentration gradients and temperature changes rather than living activity. The crust thickens as lighter materials continue to separate from denser ones, and as the crust thickens, it becomes more stable. What was once a surface that shifted and reorganized frequently becomes a surface that shifts and reorganizes slowly. The change is not towards stillness, but toward a slower, more gradual kind of movement that allows features to persist for longer spans of time. You watch a river carry sediment to the sea, and you know that this river has been carrying sediment for millions of years, grain by grain, building a delta at its mouth that grows outward into the ocean. You watch rain dissolve minerals from a cliff face, and you know that this cliff has been dissolving for millions of years, retreating inland at a pace too slow for any single lifetime to measure. The surface is being built and maintained simultaneously, with construction and erosion balancing each other in a slow equilibrium. You notice how water connects everything to everything else. Rain that falls on high ground flows downward, carrying minerals that will nourish later life. Ocean water evaporates and forms clouds that will become that rain. The cycle links atmosphere to ocean to land and back again, moving material and energy through each component in turn. The atmosphere and ocean exchange heat continuously. When air moves over warm water, it absorbs warmth and carries it to cooler regions. When air cools, it releases that warmth to the water below or the land beneath. This exchange evens out temperature differences, preventing any part of the planet from becoming too hot or too cold relative to the rest. Carbon moves between air, water and rock in its own slow circulation. Carbon dioxide dissolves in ocean water, reacts with minerals, and eventually becomes part of sedimentary rock. Volcanic activity releases carbon from rock back into the atmosphere. The cycle takes millions of years to complete one full circuit, but it operates continuously, keeping carbon in motion rather than allowing it to concentrate in any single reservoir. Tectonic plates interact at their boundaries, and these interactions take different forms depending on what kind of plate meets what kind of plate. Where two plates move apart, new ocean floor forms between them. Where they move together, one plate slides beneath the other, or both crumple and rise into mountains. Each type of boundary creates its own characteristic landforms, and the boundaries collectively organise the surface into distinct sections. Energy from the sun drives winds, which drive ocean currents, which distribute heat, which affects where clouds form, which determines where rain falls, which shapes the land through erosion, which changes the patterns of drainage, which alters where sediment accumulates. Each process connects to the next in a chain that loops back on itself, so that the end state of one cycle becomes the starting condition for another. The ocean's temperature affects how much carbon dioxide it can hold in solution. Warmer water holds less. Colder water holds more. As currents circulate water between warm and cold regions, they also circulate carbon between surface and atmosphere, participating in the larger carbon cycle through this temperature-dependent exchange. Weathering of rock requires both water and time, and the rate of weathering depends on temperature and rainfall. In warm, wet regions, rock breaks down more quickly, releasing minerals into solution. In cool, dry regions, rock weathers more slowly, remaining intact for longer periods. This variation creates different kinds of soil in different climates, each one suited to the conditions that produced it. The day-night cycle creates temperature variations that expand and contract rock, and this expansion and contraction contributes to mechanical weathering. The effect is small on any single day, but repeated millions of times over millions of years, it becomes significant. Rock fractures along lines of weakness, creating smaller pieces that weather chemically more quickly than solid stone. Volcanic gases feed the atmosphere, and the atmosphere feeds the ocean through rain, and the ocean feeds back to volcanism by carrying waters down into subduction zones, where it lowers the melting point of rock and enables magma to form. The system is circular, with each component supplying what another component needs to continue its own processes. Seasonal variations develop as the Earth's tilted axis causes different parts of the planet to receive more or less direct sunlight at different times of year. The variation is subtle during these early ages when the climate is generally warm, but it exists. You can observe how rainfall patterns shift with the seasons, following the sun's apparent movement north and south. The formation of new ocean floor at spreading ridges pushes older floor outward toward the edges of ocean basins, and at those edges the old floor sinks back into the mantle. The ocean floor is therefore young near the ridges and old near the margins, and it exists in constant circulation, renewing itself completely every few 100 million years. Minerals transported by rivers accumulate in deltas and coastal areas, and these accumulations become resources for later processes. Iron settles in certain conditions, silica in others, and calcium carbonate in still others. Each mineral finds its preferred environment and concentrates there, creating variety across the landscape. The atmosphere shields the surface from harmful radiation while allowing visible light through, and this selective filtering creates conditions where chemistry can proceed at moderate temperatures without being disrupted by high-energy particles. The shield is not perfect, but it is sufficient, maintaining a protected space between the vacuum of space and the solid surface of the planet. Hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor create zones of chemical activity, where hot, mineral-rich water meets cold seawater. Minerals precipitate out of solution, forming chimney-like structures around the vents. The chemicals released by these vents enrich the surrounding water, distributing elements that will later prove useful to living systems. The gravitational pull of the moon and sun together creates tidal forces that flex the Earth's crust slightly, and this flexing generates a small amount of heat through friction. The heat is minor compared to the heat from radioactive decay in the planet's interior, but it contributes to the total energy budget, adding one more source to the mix of energy that keeps the planet active. Ocean currents transport not just heat, but also dissolved minerals distributing resources around the planet. Water that rises from the deep ocean in upwelling zones brings nutrients to the surface. Water that sinks in downwelling zones carries oxygen to depth. The circulation ensures that the ocean does not stratify into permanently separate layers, but remains mixed and accessible. The land surface channels water into rivers, and the rivers carve valleys that channel water more efficiently, and the improved drainage allows the land to dry out between rains, and the drying and wetting cycles weather the rock more effectively. Each change enables the next change, so that the landscape gradually becomes more organised, more defined in its features, and more distinctly itself. You stand at the edge of the ocean and watch waves arrive from far out at sea, their energy delivered by winds that gathered force over hundreds of miles of open water. The waves break on the shore, and their energy goes into moving sand and grinding rock, contributing to the ongoing reshaping of the coastline. Nothing is wasted. Every bit of energy does work, and the work accumulates into lasting changes. You notice that the Earth settles into long periods where little seems to change. After the initial cooling and the formation of the first permanent oceans, the planet enters stretches of time measured in tens of millions of years where conditions remain remarkably steady. The temperature holds within a narrow range. The ocean stays at roughly the same level. The composition of the atmosphere shifts, but slowly without sudden transitions. These periods are not stillness. Erosion continues, tectonic plates continue drifting, and volcanic activity continues adding material to the surface. But the rate of change is slow enough that the planet at the end of a 10 million year span looks much like it did at the beginning. The changes are real but gradual, creating a sense of deep stability even while nothing actually stops moving. The ocean reaches an equilibrium where the rate of evaporation matches the rate of precipitation, and where the rate of sediment washing into the sea matches the rate of sediment being subducted and returned to the mantle. Water enters and leaves the ocean constantly, but the total volume remains stable, with the same amount present year after year, millennium after millennium. Temperature fluctuations even out over time. Early in Earth's history, volcanic activity was more intense and less predictable, creating periods of unusual warmth followed by relative cooling. As the planet ages, volcanic activity becomes more regular and more distributed across the surface, and less prone to clustering in ways that would create climate extremes. The result is a more stable climate, one that varies from season to season but not drastically from age to age. You observe how the day-night cycle provides a built-in rhythm of activity and rest. During the day, solar energy warms the surface, evaporates water, drives winds, and powers photochemical reactions in the atmosphere. During the night, the surface cools, winds calm, and chemical processes that require darkness or cooler temperatures take their turn. The alternation creates a natural pacing, a rhythm that prevents any one process from running continuously without pause. Tides provide another rhythm, independent of daylight but equally regular. The rise and fall of water at the ocean's edge creates alternating periods of exposure and submersion for the intertidal zone. Rock that is underwater during high tide is exposed to air during low tide, and this alternation creates conditions that will later prove useful for organisms transitioning between aquatic and terrestrial life. The seasons, even though mild during these warm ages, create their own rhythms of variation and return. Rainfall patterns shift with the sun's position, creating wetter and drier periods that alternate in predictable ways. These variations are gentle, never extreme, but they add texture to the passing of time, making one part of the year distinguishable from another. Volcanic cycles follow longer rhythms, with periods of increased activity separated by periods of relative quiet. These cycles are irregular, not tied to any particular schedule, but they average out over time into a background level of activity that feeds the atmosphere and ocean without overwhelming them. The planet has time to process what each eruption releases before the next eruption arrives. Continental drift proceeds at its unhurried pace, moving land masses across the surface over millions of years. A continent that begins near the equator will eventually drift toward a pole, and then perhaps back toward the equator again. The movement is slow enough that climate zones shift gradually, allowing the surface to adjust to new conditions without sudden disruptions. The carbon cycle maintains a rough balance between carbon stored in rocks, carbon dissolved in the ocean, and carbon present in the atmosphere. The balance is not perfect, Carbon concentrations shift over time, sometimes increasing, sometimes decreasing, but the shifts happen slowly, and the system has mechanisms that prevent carbon from accumulating entirely in one reservoir at the expense of the others. Between periods of mountain building, the land has time to erode back towards sea level. Mountains rise when continents collide, creating highlands that stand well above the surrounding plains. Then, over the following tens of millions of years, erosion wears those mountains down, grain by grain, returning the material to the ocean. The land surface rises and falls in long cycles, never remaining at one elevation permanently. You notice how the ocean floor records these rhythms in its sediments. Layers of fine clay alternate with layers of coarser material, recording changes in the strength of ocean currents. The layers stack in regular patterns, each one representing a particular set of conditions that repeated at intervals too long for any single observer to witness, but clear enough in the geological record to show that they happened regularly. The atmosphere's composition stabilizes as the initial outgassing from volcanism slows, and the various chemical reactions reach a kind of working balance. The air still contains more carbon dioxide than it will in later ages, but the amount is not increasing as rapidly as it did earlier. The atmosphere is finding its functional composition, the mix of gases that will support the chemistry of the surface, without requiring constant adjustment. Hydrothermal circulation at mid-ocean ridges provides a rhythm of water heating and cooling. Cold seawater seeps into cracks in the ocean floor, circulates through hot rock, and emerges heated and enriched with minerals. The cycle takes years to decades to complete, depending on the path the water follows, but it operates continuously at spreading centres around the planet, providing a slow, steady flow of chemical energy to the ocean. The planet's rotation is slowing due to tidal friction, and this slowing adds a few seconds to the length of the day every few million years. The change is imperceptible on human timescales, but real over geological time. The Earth is settling into a rhythm that will eventually stabilise at a 24-hour day, though it is not there yet. You stand on a coast and watch the same waves arrive day after day, year after year. The waves are driven by wind, the wind is driven by temperature differences, and the temperature differences are driven by the sun's heat. The chain of causation is long but unbroken, and it operates continuously, creating patterns that repeat without requiring intervention. The ocean rises and falls with the tides, the surface temperature varies with the time of day, and the planet turns beneath the sun, all of it happening in rhythms that nest inside one another like the gears of a vast patient clock. You notice that the planet is preparing conditions that will later support living things, though nothing is alive yet during most of these early ages. The preparation happens without intention, simply as a consequence of chemistry and physics, playing out according to their rules. Water accumulates in places where it will be accessible. Minerals dissolve and precipitate in forms that will be useful. Energy flows through the system in ways that will later be captured and used. Water is everywhere. It fills the ocean basins, saturates the atmosphere as vapour, falls as rain, flows through rivers and seeps into rock. This abundance means that when chemistry begins producing the first simple organic molecules, those molecules will have a medium to interact in. Water is the universal solvent, capable of dissolving a wide range of substances and bringing them into contact with one another. The ocean contains iron, sulfur, phosphorus, nitrogen, and other elements that will become essential to living chemistry. These elements wash into the sea from weathering rock, or emerge from hydrothermal vents, or arrive in volcanic gases that dissolve in seawater. They are present in small concentrations but in reliable supply, distributed throughout the ocean rather than concentrated in a few inaccessible locations. Energy is available in multiple forms. Sunlight reaches the surface, providing a constant input of energy that drives photochemical reactions. Lightning adds brief bursts of high energy, capable of forging chemical bonds that would not form otherwise. Hydrothermal vents provide thermal energy and chemical gradients. Radioactivity in rocks provides a slow, steady background of energy. The planet offers many sources, ensuring that chemistry has options to draw from. The atmosphere contains the building blocks of organic chemistry. Carbon in the form of carbon dioxide, nitrogen and hydrogen in water vapour. These simple molecules can combine into more complex ones given the right conditions and enough time. The atmosphere is like a cupboard stocked with ingredients, waiting for the right recipe to emerge from trial and error. Tidal pools form in rocky coastal areas, and these pools provide natural laboratories where concentrated solutions can undergo chemical reactions. When the tide is high, seawater fills the pools, bringing fresh minerals. When the tide is low, evaporation concentrates whatever is dissolved in the water, increasing the chances that molecules will encounter one another and react. The pools fill and empty on a regular schedule, creating a rhythm that repeats the experiment over and over. Clay minerals form from the weathering of volcanic rock, and these clays have useful properties. They provide surfaces where molecules can absorb and be held in close proximity, increasing the likelihood of reaction. They can also catalyze certain reactions, speeding them up without being consumed themselves. The ocean floor and coastal areas are rich in clays, offering countless microscopic reaction chambers. The temperature of the early Earth is warm but not too hot, cool but not too cold. Water remains liquid over most of the surface, maintaining the range where chemistry proceeds at useful rates. If the planet were hotter, water would evaporate and chemistry would slow. If it were colder, water would freeze and chemistry would stop. The temperature is in the range where things can happen. Cycles of wet and dry provide opportunities for molecules to form in solution, and then concentrate as water evaporates. Some chemical reactions proceed better in concentrated solutions, and others proceed better in dilute ones. The alternation between wet and dry periods allows both types of reactions to occur in sequence, creating pathways to complexity that would not be available if conditions were always the same. Volcanic activity continues to add fresh material to the surface, replacing what erosion removes and ensuring that the supply of minerals does not run out. Each volcanic eruption brings rock from the mantle to the surface, rock that has never been weathered before, rich in elements that dissolve readily once exposed to water and air. The planet is not running down but renewing itself, maintaining the conditions that support chemical activity. The day-night cycle creates temperature variations that can drive chemical processes. Some reactions proceed better in warmth, others in coolness. The alternation between day and night provides a natural cycling between conditions, allowing different types of chemistry to take turns using the same space. Rivers deliver nutrients from the continents to the ocean, concentrating minerals in deltas and estuaries. These transition zones between fresh water and salt water provide gradients in salinity, temperature, and mineral content, creating diverse chemical environments in close proximity. What does not react in one environment may react in the next. The ocean circulation ensures that no part of the water becomes permanently isolated. Surface water eventually sinks, deep water eventually rises, and the mixing distributes whatever forms in one location to other locations. This circulation prevents resources from becoming trapped and unavailable, keeping them in motion and accessible. Phosphorus, crucial for later biochemistry, weathers out of rock and accumulates in sediments. It is not abundant, but it is present, and the processes that concentrate it in particular locations are slow and reliable. The planet is gathering phosphorus in places where it will be available when needed. The magnetic field generated by the Earth's molten core shields the surface from solar wind, preventing the atmosphere from being stripped away over time. This protection ensures that the atmosphere remains thick enough to support chemistry at the surface, maintaining pressure and retaining water vapour. The shield is invisible but essential, preserving the conditions that make everything else possible. You stand at the edge of a warm, shallow sea and observe how gentle waves stir the sediment, keeping particles suspended and in contact with dissolved nutrients. The water is rich with potential, holding everything that will be needed but not yet assembled into the forms that will use it. The planet is ready, stocked with materials and energy, maintaining stable conditions and simply waiting for chemistry to find its way to the patterns that will eventually become life. You notice that the Earth is entering longer periods of predictable calm. The initial intensity of planetary formation has passed. The atmosphere is thick and stable. The ocean has reached its long-term volume. The continents have taken shape and are drifting slowly, no longer reorganizing dramatically from one age to the next. The planet is settling into a mature rhythm, like an evening after a day of activity. The sun's light is gentler now than it was billions of years ago, slightly dimmer as the star ages, but still sufficient to warm the surface and drive the water cycle. The light arrives each morning at the same angle for any given location and season, creating patterns of warmth and shadow that repeat with comforting regularity. Temperatures across the planet fall within a moderate range. The equator is warm, the poles are cool, but the difference is less extreme than it will become in later ages. The atmosphere and ocean currents distribute heat effectively, preventing any region from becoming too hot or too cold. The climate is mild and stable, without the swings that will characterize later periods when ice ages develop. Volcanic activity has decreased from the intense levels of the planet's youth. Eruptions still occur, but they are less frequent and less massive. The crust has thickened and cooled, making it harder for magma to reach the surface. What volcanism remains is spread across many small vents, rather than concentrated in a few large ones, creating a background level of activity that is steady rather than punctuated. The ocean's chemistry has stabilized. The salinity is set, the pH is buffered by dissolved minerals, and the concentration of various elements remains roughly constant over long periods. The water is clear in the open ocean, allowing sunlight to penetrate to significant depths. Near the coast, sediment clouds the water, but even this is a regular feature, not a disruption. Coastlines have taken on familiar shapes. Bays and headlands repeat patterns determined by the underlying geology, with resistant rock forming promontories and softer rock eroding into embayments. The shapes are not permanent, but they are persistent, lasting for millions of years before erosion significantly alters them. River systems have carved their valleys and established their courses. The rivers flow in the same channels year after year, moving water and sediment from highlands to sea. The drainage patterns are mature, efficiently moving water without the frequent flooding and channel changes that characterize younger river systems. The atmosphere's transparency allows you to see the stars at night without obstruction. The sky is clear more often than not, with clouds forming and dispersing in predictable patterns. You can observe the full moon rising over the ocean, its light reflecting off calm water, creating a path of silver that reaches from horizon to shore. Tides continue their rhythmic rise and fall, but the moon is slightly farther from Earth now, and the tides are slightly less extreme than they were earlier. The change is gradual, a slow lessening of the moon's gravitational grip as orbital mechanics carry it farther away over millions of years. The tides remain strong enough to mix coastal waters and shape shorelines, but gentle enough not to cause disruption. Sediment accumulates on the ocean floor in regular layers, each one recording a particular interval of time. The layers are undisturbed in the deep ocean, far from the turbulence of currents and storms. They lie flat and parallel, like pages in a book, waiting to be read by anyone who learns to interpret them. The land surface has been weathered into soil in many places, with rock broken down into particles that can hold water and support the chemical processes that will later nourish plants. The soil is thin during these early ages, but it is present, a transitional layer between solid bedrock and open air. Clouds form in the same regions day after day, driven by reliable patterns of heating and evaporation. You can look at the sky in the afternoon and predict where rain will fall by evening, based on where clouds are building. The patterns are not rigid, but they are consistent enough to learn. The ocean's surface is calm between storms. Waves rise and fall with the wind, but when the wind drops, the water smooths into gentle swells that travel for hundreds of miles without breaking. The swells are regular, spaced evenly, and the product of distant weather systems that have already passed. The ocean carries memory in its motion, reflecting events that happened far away in time and space. Sunsets paint the sky in shades of orange and pink as dust and water vapour scatter the sun's light. The colours are vivid during these ages when the atmosphere is thick and volcanic. Dust adds particles to scatter light. You watch the sun descend toward the horizon, the colours shifting as the angle changes, until the sun slips below the edge of the world and twilight takes over. The transition from day to night is gradual, not abrupt. The sky remains bright for some time after the sun sets, then slowly darkens as the last light fades. Stars appear one by one, the brightest first, then the dimmer ones, until the full array is visible. The transition is gentle, giving the surface time to release the day's heat before the coolness of night fully settles in. You stand on a hillside as evening arrives, watching the landscape soften in the fading light. The temperature is dropping, but slowly, and the air is still. Below you, a river reflects the last of the daylight, a ribbon of silver winding through darker land. The planet is calm and settled, at rest in the way that a system at equilibrium can be said to rest, while still maintaining all its processes in perfect balance. You settle into the planet's darkness and discover that night is not absence but another kind of presence. The sun's light is gone, but other rhythms continue. The earth turns eastward through its own shadow, and as it turns, the stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, unchanging markers of the planet's rotation. The surface cools after sunset, releasing the warmth it accumulated during the day. The cooling is gradual, a slow return toward equilibrium with the surrounding air. Rock that was hot to the touch at midday becomes merely warm by midnight and will be cool by dawn. The heat does not disappear but radiates outward into the atmosphere, then upward into space, continuing the energy flow that began when sunlight first struck the surface. The atmosphere remains active at night. Winds continue blowing, though they often calm as temperature differences even out. Air that rose during the day now sinks, completing convection cycles that span 12 hours or more. The movement is invisible in darkness but no less real, redistributing heat and moisture across the landscape. Clouds that form during the afternoon may linger into the night, or they may dissolve as cooling air loses its ability to hold water vapour. When they dissolve, the moisture falls as dew or light rain, wetting surfaces that dried during the day. The water cycle continues in darkness, just operating through different mechanisms than it does in daylight. The ocean remains warmer than the land after sunset because water holds heat longer than rock. This temperature difference drives coastal winds that blow from land to sea at night, the reverse of the pattern that prevails during the day. The winds are gentle, but they persist through the dark hours, part of the daily rhythm that ties land and sea together. Stars provide a small amount of light, enough to distinguish sea from sky, enough to navigate by if you know their positions. The light is steady, unlike the flickering of flames, because stars are so distant that their light arrives as parallel rays, unaffected by any turbulence close to Earth. The starlight has travelled for years to reach this surface, and it arrives softly, without fanfare. The moon, when it's above the horizon, provides brighter light than the stars. During a full moon, you can see clearly enough to walk without stumbling, to watch waves break on the shore, and to observe the texture of rock beneath your feet. The moonlight is reflected sunlight, arriving second-hand but sufficient for the night's purposes. Tides continue to rise and fall regardless of whether the sun is up. The gravitational pull that drives tides does not depend on light, only on the positions of the moon and sun relative to Earth. A high tide arrives at midnight as reliably as one arrives at noon, bringing water up the shore and then withdrawing it, keeping the coastal zone in motion even while the rest of the landscape rests. Temperature-dependent chemical reactions slow at night as the surface cools, but other reactions proceed more readily in darkness or cooler conditions. The chemistry of the surface shifts in character from day to night, not stopping but changing its emphasis. allowing processes that cannot occur in heat or light to take their turn. The absence of sunlight provides a respite from ultraviolet radiation, which is more intense during these early ages before oxygen accumulates in the atmosphere and forms an ozone layer. Night offers protection from this radiation, a daily reprieve that allows chemical processes sensitive to UV light to proceed without disruption. Darkness creates gradients between surfaces that face the open sky and those that are sheltered. Surfaces that radiate heat freely to the night sky cool more than surfaces protected by overhangs or surrounded by other rocks. These temperature variations create microclimates at small scales, diversifying the conditions available for chemistry across the landscape. The planet's rotation ensures that night is temporary. No part of the surface remains in darkness permanently. Every location that experiences night will experience day again after a few hours, and the alternation continues without interruption, creating a rhythm that divides time into manageable intervals and provides both activity and rest in regular succession. You notice that sounds carry differently at night. Without the sun's heating creating turbulent air currents, the atmosphere becomes more stratified, and sound waves travel farther before dissipating. The crash of waves on a distant shore reaches you clearly. The rumble of a far-off volcanic vent carries across miles of open water. The night is not silent, but filled with the quiet sounds of ongoing processes. The stars move across the sky as the Earth rotates, rising in the east and setting in the west. Their motion is steady and predictable, completing one full circuit in approximately 18 hours during these early ages, when the day is shorter than it will later become. You can use their positions to track the passage of time, to know how much of the night has elapsed and how much remains. The ocean glows faintly in places where certain chemical reactions occur, producing light without heat. The glow is subtle, a pale shimmer on the water's surface, visible only in complete darkness. It is not biological yet, just chemistry that happens to emit photons as a byproduct, but it adds a gentle luminescence to the night sea. Cooling rock contracts slightly, and the contraction sometimes produces small cracking sounds, like the ticking of cooling metal. The sounds are occasional, not constant, but they remind you that the landscape is active even in stillness, that motion continues at scales too small to see but large enough to hear. The night sky is perfectly dark between the stars, unaffected by any artificial light, and clear enough to see the Milky Way as a band of concentrated starlight across the heavens. The darkness is complete and clean, offering contrast that makes the stars seem brighter by comparison. You lie on warm rock and feel the stored heat of the day rising through stone into your body. The sky above is vast and scattered with stars. The ocean murmurs at the shore. The planet turns eastward, carrying you with it, bringing the dawn that will arrive in a few hours when the rotation carries this location back into the sun's light. Night is balance, part of the rhythm that prevents the surface from overheating or overcooling, providing the alternation that makes stability possible. You watch the Earth maintain itself across millions of years through simple repetition. The same processes that operated yesterday operate today and will operate tomorrow. Water evaporates, condenses and falls. Rock erodes, sediment accumulates, and new rock forms. The planet does not innovate or adjust or intervene in its own cycles. It simply continues, letting physics and chemistry follow their rules without guidance. The reliability of these processes creates a kind of predictability that extends across deep time. The sun will rise tomorrow because the Earth will continue rotating. Rain will fall somewhere because the water cycle will continue operating. Tides will rise because the moon will continue orbiting. None of these outcomes requires any special conditions to be maintained, or any external input beyond what is already present. Erosion will eventually wear down every mountain that rises, returning the material to the ocean, where it will accumulate as sediment, be subducted, melt, and potentially rise again as new mountains millions of years later. The cycle is long, but it is reliable, and it ensures that the surface is constantly being renewed rather than wearing out. The atmosphere will continue to exist as long as gravity holds it in place, and volcanic activity continues to replace gases that react or escape. These conditions are stable, built into the planet's structure and composition, and not dependent on anything that might cease unexpectedly. The ocean will continue to exist as long as the temperature remains within the range where water is liquid. The Earth orbits the Sun at a distance where this condition is met, and the orbit is stable, maintained by the same gravitational forces that have held it for billions of years, and will hold it for billions more. Living organisms will eventually emerge from the chemistry that is already occurring in tidal pools and hydrothermal vents. When they emerge, they will find a planet that is ready for them, with water, minerals, energy, and stable conditions all available. The planet did not create these conditions for life's benefit, but simply by following its own processes, which happen to produce a habitable environment as a side effect. Life, once it begins, will participate in the cycles that already exist. Organisms will take in water and release it, take in minerals and incorporate them into structures, and capture energy and use it to build complexity. These are extensions of processes that already occur in non-living chemistry, just organised in ways that can reproduce and persist. The carbon cycle will incorporate living chemistry once life appears, but the cycle itself will continue operating on the same principles as before. Carbon will still move between atmosphere, ocean and rock, just with an additional pathway through organisms. The cycle will become more complex but not fundamentally different. The planet's ability to maintain habitable conditions does not depend on life. The conditions existed before life appeared and will continue if life ever ends. Habitability is a product of size, distance from the sun, geological activity and atmospheric composition, none of which require biology to maintain. You notice that the Earth's stability comes from having multiple overlapping cycles, each one buffering variations in the others. If one process speeds up, another compensates by slowing down. If one reservoir fills, another empties. The system self-regulates through feedback loops that are built into the physics and chemistry, not added on as separate control mechanisms. Temperature stability comes from the ocean's thermal inertia, the atmosphere's ability to redistribute heat, and the planet's distance from the sun. These factors work together to keep surface temperature within a range that allows water to remain liquid, which in turn allows all the other processes to continue. Chemical stability comes from the buffering capacity of the ocean, which can absorb excess acids or bases without large pH changes, and from the slow cycling of elements through rock, which prevents any element from accumulating to toxic levels or depleting entirely. Energy balance comes from the match between incoming solar radiation and outgoing thermal radiation. The planet absorbs sunlight and re-radiates it as infrared, and the balance between these flows determines the surface temperature. The balance is not perfect at every moment, but it averages out over time to a stable state. The Earth does not rest, but it does not hurry either. It operates at the pace that its processes require, some fast like lightning, some slow like continental drift, all of them finding their natural rates without external pressure to speed up or slow down. The pace is suited to the scale, with fast processes handling small-scale variations and slow processes handling large-scale changes. You stand on a beach at dawn and watch the sun rise over the ocean, knowing that this same scene has played out every day for hundreds of millions of years and will continue for hundreds of millions more. The waves that break at your feet are driven by winds that are driven by temperature differences that are driven by the sun's heat. The chain of causation is clear, unbroken, and will continue operating as long as the sun shines and the Earth turns. The habitability of Earth is not a gift or an accident, but a consequence of how matter behaves under these particular conditions of size, composition, and solar distance. The planet became habitable by being what it is and where it is, and it remains habitable by continuing to be those things. There is no mystery in it, only physics and chemistry playing out across time, creating complexity through repetition, maintaining balance through circulation, and offering stability through the simple persistence of its cycles. You breathe the air, feel the warmth of the sun on your face, and listen to the waves, and you know that these experiences are possible because the Earth has spent billions of years preparing conditions where they can occur. The planet has done this work without awareness or intention, just by following the rules that govern matter and energy, and those same rules will keep it habitable as long as the fundamental conditions remain in place. The Earth continues, quiet and reliable, turning through its days and nights, cycling its materials, maintaining its temperature, simply being itself across the vast stretches of time. So friends, we're going into a quiet corner of the 1920s, away from the headlines and the noise. Here, in the everyday moments between morning routines and evening rest, you'll find a different kind of story, one of small freedoms, simple choices, and the gentle rhythm of a changing world. Let yourself settle into this time, into these ordinary days that felt, in their own way, quietly mind-blowing. You wake to sunlight filtering through cotton curtains in a room you share with another working woman. The alarm clock on the bedside table reads 7 in the morning. Your roommate is already stirring, feet touching the cold floor, reaching for her robe. The radiator clanks softly as the building's heat begins to rise. Outside you can hear automobile engines starting, the distant rumble of the elevated train, and the city beginning its weekday rhythm. You rise and move through the familiar pattern of morning preparation. The bathroom down the hall is shared by 4 apartments, so timing matters. You gather your toiletries in a small basket and wait your turn. The air smells of soap and steam from earlier bathers. When the room is free, you step inside and lock the door behind you. The mirror shows your face without makeup, hair still pinned from sleep. You wash with cold water first, then warm, using a simple cake of soap. The routine is quick and practiced. Back in your room, you sit at the small vanity you and your roommate have positioned between your beds. The surface holds a modest collection of items: a comb, hairpins, a compact of face powder, a tube of lipstick, and a small bottle of perfume. You begin with your hair, which you cut short 3 months ago. The decision felt significant at the time, but now it simply is. A fact of your appearance, requiring daily attention but far less time than the long hair you once pinned up each morning. You comb through the short waves, working pomade between your palms before running your hands through to create the smooth shape you prefer. Some women you know achieve the sleek look with more elaborate methods, but you found this simple approach works well enough for your office job. The goal is neat, modern and professional. You secure one side with a small clip. Dressing happens in stages. First, the undergarments, a cotton combination garment that replaced the corsets your mother still wears, then stockings rolled and secured with simple garters. The freedom of movement you feel is not something you think about consciously anymore, but it's there in every gesture, every step. You can bend, reach, sit, and stand without restriction. This is normal now. Your dress hangs on a hook behind the door. You chose it from a department store 2 seasons ago, a simple shift in dark blue with a dropped waist and hemline that falls just below your knees. The fabric is rayon, practical and easy to care for. You step into it and fasten the buttons along the side. Over this, a cardigan for warmth. Shoes are low-heeled and comfortable for walking and standing. You will walk 6 blocks to the streetcar, stand during the commute if seats are full, and spend most of your workday on your feet or perched on a stool at your desk. Your roommate is dressing at the same time, moving around the small space in a practiced dance of shared territory. You exchange brief observations about the weather and the day ahead. She works as a telephone operator and will leave 15 minutes before you. She mentions stopping for coffee on her walk. You consider doing the same. Breakfast is minimal. In the building's shared kitchen, you prepare toast and tea. Other residents move through the space, some hurried, others taking their time. A woman you know slightly from the 3rd floor butters bread at the counter beside you. She mentions a moving picture she saw over the weekend. You make a mental note of the title. The kitchen smells of toast and coffee, and the faint mustiness of the building itself. You eat standing near the window, looking down at the street. People are moving in both directions, most on foot, some waiting at the corner for the streetcar. The rhythm is steady and predictable. You recognise this flow and are part of it. The city has patterns and you've learned them. At 8:15, you gather your handbag and light coat. Your roommate left minutes ago. You lock the apartment door and descend 3 flights of stairs, joining the stream of people leaving the building. Outside, the air is cool but not cold. Autumn is settling in. You walk at a moderate pace, neither rushing nor dawdling. The route is familiar. Past the corner grocer, the drugstore, and the newsstand where headlines shout about politics and sports, but you rarely stop to read. At the streetcar stop, you wait with a dozen others. The car arrives, bell clanging. You board, drop your fare into the box and move toward the back. The car is full, but not uncomfortably so. You stand, holding the leather strap that hangs from the ceiling, swaying slightly as the vehicle moves along its tracks. Through the windows, you watch the city pass. Storefronts, office buildings, and pedestrians on sidewalks. Your workplace is a large office building downtown. You work in the stenography pool on the 8th floor, taking dictation and typing correspondence for several managers. The work is steady, requiring concentration but not creativity. You're good at it. You arrive, sign in, hang your coat and hat on the rack designated for your section, and take your place at your desk. The room holds 20 women at typewriters. The sound is a constant clatter, a rhythm you've grown accustomed to. Your fingers move across the keys without conscious thought, translating the shorthand in your notebook into typed letters. The managers rotate through, handing you new assignments and collecting completed work. You nod, take notes, and return to typing. Morning passes in this pattern. At noon, you and 2 other women from your floor leave the building together. You walk to a nearby lunchroom, a simple establishment with a counter and a dozen small tables. The menu is written on a board behind the register. You order soup and a sandwich and hot tea. The food arrives quickly. You eat while discussing practical matters, a shop having a sale on stockings, a new beauty parlour opening 2 streets over, and the upcoming weekend. The conversation is easy and requires little effort. These women are not intimate friends, but they share this daily routine, this space, and these small exchanges. It is companionable. After 30 minutes, you pay your bill and return to the office. The afternoon stretches ahead, similar to the morning. More dictation, more typing, more letters about business matters you understand only peripherally. At 5 o'clock, you cover your typewriter, collect your belongings, and leave. The streetcar home is more crowded than the morning ride. You stand again, pressed among other bodies, all moving in the same direction. Tired workers, shop girls and clerks. The collective fatigue is palpable but not oppressive. This is simply the end of the work day. Back at your building, you climb the stairs more slowly than you descended them in the morning. Your roommate is not yet home. You unlock the door, step inside, and set down your handbag. The apartment is quiet. You remove your shoes and feel immediate relief. Your feet ache in the familiar way they do after a day of standing and walking. You have an hour before you need to think about dinner. You sit on your bed, leaning against the wall, and pick up the magazine you've been reading in pieces over the past week. The articles discuss fashion, homemaking tips, and serialized fiction. You read without deep concentration, allowing your mind to rest. Outside, the sounds of the city continue, but here, in this small room, there is temporary stillness. When your roommate returns, you discuss evening plans. Tonight there is nothing scheduled. You agree to prepare a simple meal together in the shared kitchen, then perhaps attend a moving picture at the neighbourhood theatre. Or perhaps just stay in and read. The decision can wait. For now, you remain where you are, resting, letting the day settle behind you. This is the shape of an ordinary weekday. It repeats with small variations. Different conversations, different meals, different weather, but the essential pattern remains. You wake, prepare, work, eat, return, and rest. Within this structure, you make small choices that feel significant. the colour of your lipstick, the route you walk, the magazine you purchase. These choices are yours in a way that feels different from how your mother's life unfolded. Not dramatically different, but quietly, noticeably so. Your appearance requires daily attention and a collection of skills you've acquired gradually. The process is not mysterious or difficult, but it does demand time and consistency. You've learned what works for your face, your hair, and your body, and you follow these methods with the same reliability you bring to your work. Hair care begins with the cut itself. You visit a beauty parlour every 6 weeks to maintain the shape. The establishment is a bright, clean space with several chairs arranged before large mirrors. You make an appointment for Saturday morning, arriving to find 3 other women already seated in various stages of service. The smell is chemical and floral at once. Permanent wave solution, shampoo, hair tonic, and perfume. Your stylist is a woman near your age who trained in the new methods of cutting and shaping short hair. She works quickly, snipping and checking proportions, creating the close fit around your head that modern style requires. The entire process takes 30 minutes. You pay at the front desk, leaving with hair that will hold its shape for another several weeks with daily maintenance. That maintenance happens each morning and evening. You dampen your hair slightly, apply pomade, and comb it into smooth waves against your skull. Some nights, you set it with pins and a net, creating more defined waves for the following day. The pins press against your scalp as you sleep, a minor discomfort you've grown used to. In the morning, you remove them carefully, comb through, and assess the result. Usually satisfactory. Other women you know achieve different effects. Some prefer the tight marcelled waves created with heated irons. You tried this once and found it time-consuming and risky. The iron must be exactly the right temperature to avoid singeing the hair. You watched a friend burn a small section near her temple and decided the sleeker, simpler method suited you better. Cosmetics are a newer habit. Your mother wore minimal makeup, perhaps a dusting of powder for special occasions. You wear it daily, though not heavily. The routine is standardised now, familiar enough that you can complete it while your mind wanders to other topics. Face powder comes first. You open the compact, a small round case that fits in your palm, and use the attached puff to dust powder over your nose, cheeks and forehead. The shade is meant to be slightly paler than your natural skin, creating the smooth, matte appearance that current fashion favours. You blend carefully, avoiding obvious lines. The powder reduces shine and creates a base for the rest. Rouge is applied sparingly to the apples of your cheeks. You use your fingertip, warming the cream between finger and thumb before patting it onto your skin. The goal is a subtle flush, not obvious colour. You blend the edges until there's no clear line between rouged and unrouged skin. Some women you've seen apply rouge in dramatic circles or streaks. You find this garish and prefer restraint. Lipstick is the element you most enjoy. You own 3 tubes in slightly different shades of red and rose. You select based on your clothing or your mood. The application requires a steady hand. You outline your lips first, creating the bow shape that fashion currently prefers, slightly exaggerated from your natural lip line. Then you fill in the colour, pressing your lips together to distribute it evenly. The finish is matte and stays in place reasonably well, though you'll need to reapply after eating. Eye makeup is minimal for daytime. You darken your lashes slightly with a block of mascara, wetting a small brush and running it over the product before applying it to your lashes. The effect is subtle. For evening you might add a touch of dark powder along your lash line to define your eyes, but this is optional. Your eyebrows are shaped with tweezers once a week, plucked into a thinner, more arched line than they grow naturally. The process is uncomfortable but brief. Skin care happens at night. You remove your makeup with cold cream, massaging the thick substance over your face until the cosmetics dissolve, then wiping it away with a soft cloth. Your skin feels clean and slightly tight afterward. You apply a light moisturising cream before bed. This nightly removal is essential. Sleeping in makeup leads to clogged pores and blemishes, problems you work to avoid. Clothing maintenance is equally routine. You hand-wash stockings and undergarments in the bathroom sink every few days, hanging them to dry on a line strung near the radiator. Dresses require less frequent washing but regular care. You check hems for loose threads, reinforce buttons and brush away dust and lint. Once a month, you take items that need more thorough cleaning to a laundry service 2 blocks away. They wash and press for a reasonable fee. You own 6 dresses suitable for work, 3 skirts with accompanying blouses, and 2 nicer dresses for evening wear. This is adequate. You rotate through them, allowing each to wear between wearings. Your clothing hangs on hooks and a small rod in the corner of your room. You've learned to maximise limited space, folding items that can be folded and hanging items that shouldn't be creased. Shoes are practical investments. You own 3 pairs, your everyday work shoes with low, sturdy heels, a pair of house slippers, and 1 pair of lighter, prettier shoes for dancing or social occasions. The work shoes show the most wear. You have them resoled when necessary, maintaining them because good shoes are expensive and your budget is limited. Undergarments have changed significantly from what your mother wore. You own several cotton combination suits that replace the separate pieces and boned corsets of previous decades. These all-in-one garments are comfortable and allow free movement. You also own a few brasiers, soft cotton affairs that flatten rather than enhance. The current silhouette favours a straight, boyish figure. You're naturally slender, which suits the fashion, but some women you know bind their breasts to achieve a flatter line. You find this unnecessary for yourself. Stockings are a constant expense and concern. They're made of silk or rayon, delicate and prone to runs. You roll them carefully each morning, checking for weak spots. Despite your care, they snag and tear. You mend small runs with a needle and thread that matches the stocking colour, but larger tears mean the stockings are finished. You purchase new ones regularly, choosing between affordability and quality. The cheaper ones run faster. The better ones last longer but cost more up front. You've found a middle ground that works for your budget. Perfume is a luxury, but you maintain a small bottle. You apply it sparingly, a dab behind each ear, at your wrists. The scent is light and floral. It fades within a few hours, but provides a pleasant awareness in the morning. You wear it most days, skipping only when you're low on funds or feeling particularly practical. Manicures you do yourself, sitting at the vanity with your small kit of tools. You file your nails short and round, push back your cuticles, and buff the nail surface until it shines. Sometimes you apply a clear polish. Red polish is popular, but you save this for special occasions. For daily wear, clean, shaped nails are sufficient. All of this upkeep, the hair, the cosmetics, the clothing care, requires time and money. You budget both carefully. An hour in the morning, 30 minutes in the evening, and portions of your weekend are devoted to maintaining your appearance. The expenses factored into your weekly budget alongside rent, food, and transportation. You accept this as part of modern life, part of working in an office where appearance matters, and part of participating in social life where presentation is noticed and judged. The result is an external self that feels intentional and controlled. You're not naturally glamorous, but you're neat, current, and appropriate. You look like the other young women on the streetcar, in the office, and at the lunchroom. You fit the time and place you inhabit. This matters in ways both practical and personal. Your appearance opens certain doors, allows certain assumptions, and grants you a kind of provisional belonging in spaces where women like you are still relatively new. Your friendships form primarily through shared circumstances, work, the building where you live, and the places you regularly visit. These connections range from casual acquaintance to genuine closeness, with most falling somewhere in between. The structure of your life creates natural opportunities for interaction, and you've learned to recognise which relationships might deepen and which will remain pleasantly surface level. At the office, you share space with 19 other women in the stenography pool. You know all their names, recognise their habits, and understand the informal hierarchies that govern the room. Some are faster typists, some have been there longer, and some are favoured by particular managers. You occupy a middle position, competent, reliable, neither exceptional nor struggling. 3 of these women have become your regular lunch companions. You gravitate toward each other naturally, leaving the building together at noon, walking to the same handful of restaurants in rotation. The conversation during these meals is practical and light. You discuss work frustrations in general terms, never mentioning specific managers by name. You share information about sales at stores, new products, and changes in the neighbourhood. One woman recently became engaged and sometimes talks about her wedding plans. You listen, offer appropriate responses, and feel neither envious nor particularly invested. After work, these friendships rarely extend. You part at the office entrance, heading in different directions to different neighbourhoods. On rare occasions, you might arrange to attend a moving picture together on a Saturday afternoon, but this requires coordination and planning that often feels like more effort than it's worth. The friendship is real, but contained within specific boundaries. Closer friendships exist with women in your building. Your roommate is the most constant presence in your daily life. You've shared this apartment for 14 months. You know her habits, her moods, and her family history. She knows yours. You negotiate shared space with minimal conflict, having established clear patterns early on. You each have particular shelves, particular hooks, and particular times for bathing and dressing. You split costs evenly and keep track of shared expenses in a small notebook. Your relationship is cooperative rather than intimate. You enjoy each other's company without depending on it. Some evenings you spend together, talking while preparing dinner or getting ready to go out. Other evenings you exist in parallel, she reading on her bed while you write letters at the desk, both content in the shared silence. You trust her with your belongings, your space, and your basic privacy. This trust is earned through consistent, considerate behaviour on both sides. 2 other women in the building have become regular friends. They share an apartment on the floor below yours. Both work retail jobs, different stores and different schedules. When your free time aligns, you gather in one apartment or the other. You play cards sometimes, simple games that require minimal concentration. You look through magazines together, discussing fashion and celebrities with mild interest. You practice new hairstyles on each other, experimenting with techniques seen in photographs or suggested by beauty parlour stylists. These gatherings are relaxed and unstructured. Someone might bring food to share. You talk about your jobs, about families back home, and about small dreams and practical plans. One woman is saving money to visit her sister in another state. Another wants to take a business course to improve her employment prospects. These goals are modest and achievable. You discuss them seriously, offering encouragement and practical suggestions. Through these friends, you've been introduced to other young women in similar circumstances. The network expands gradually, connecting office workers and shop girls and telephone operators across the neighbourhood. You recognise many faces now when you're out walking. You exchange greetings and brief updates. This web of loose connections creates a sense of community without requiring deep commitment. Dance halls provide another context for social interaction. You attend perhaps twice a month, sometimes with your roommate, sometimes with the women from downstairs, and occasionally with a larger group assembled through various connections. The halls are large, bright spaces with live music and crowds of young people. You pay a small admission fee at the door and enter a room filled with sound and movement. The dancing itself is energetic but not wild. You know the popular steps, the Charleston, the Black Bottom, various foxtrots and two-steps. You learned by watching, by practicing with friends, and by simply joining in and picking up the patterns. Some dancers are skilled and inventive. Most, like you, are competent enough to participate without embarrassment. Men ask you to dance. You accept or decline based on quick assessments. Does he seem pleasant, sober and respectful? Most dances last for one song, then you return to your friends. Occasionally a partner is interesting enough that you dance several songs in succession. Conversation happens between dances, shouted over the music or spoken during brief pauses. Topics are light. Where do you work? Where do you live? And do you come here often? You exchange names, sometimes addresses. Most of these encounters lead nowhere. A few have resulted in further invitations, to a moving picture, to dinner, to another dance. You've dated several men casually over the past 2 years. The pattern is familiar. Initial meetings, a few planned outings, perhaps some physical affection, kissing, hand-holding. Then either a gradual fade or an explicit ending when one of you loses interest or circumstances change. You're not looking for a husband urgently, though you don't rule out eventual marriage. For now, these casual courtships provide companionship and entertainment without demanding significant emotional investment. Cafes and tea rooms offer quieter social spaces. You visit these alone sometimes, bringing a book or magazine, content in your own company among other people. Other times you meet friends there, sitting at small tables for an hour or two in the afternoon on weekends. You order tea or coffee, sometimes a pastry. The atmosphere is calm and bright. Conversation flows easily in these settings, covering whatever comes to mind without pressure or urgency. You've also joined a small lending library that operates out of a bookshop 2 neighbourhoods away. For a monthly fee, you can borrow books from their collection. You visit every few weeks, browsing the shelves, sometimes asking the owner for recommendations. Other members browse at the same time. You've struck up conversations with a few of them, discussing books you've read and authors you favour. One woman close to your age suggested you might enjoy a particular novel. You borrowed it, and later thanked her for the recommendation. These brief exchanges feel meaningful in their own small way. Your social life is neither isolated nor overwhelming. You have people to talk to, places to go, and activities that fill your free time pleasantly. You also have solitude when you want it, privacy in your routines, and space to think without constant demands on your attention. The balance feels right most of the time. You are part of a community of young women navigating similar circumstances, creating lives that include work and independence and pleasure in manageable proportions. Rest happens in fragments throughout your day, woven between activity and obligation. You've learned to recognise when your body and mind need a pause, and you've developed small rituals that provide relief without requiring significant time or planning. Sunday mornings are your most expansive period of rest. You wake without an alarm, allowing your body to determine when it's ready to rise. Usually this happens between 8 and 9 o'clock, later than your weekday schedule permits. You remain in bed after waking, enjoying the softness of the sheets and pillow, and the warmth under your blanket. Outside, the city sounds are different on Sunday. Fewer automobiles, no factory whistles and church bells ringing in the distance. Your roommate typically wakes around the same time. You exchange quiet greetings, discussing whether to rise immediately or linger a while longer. Often, you choose to linger, lying in your separate beds, talking in a leisurely fashion about nothing in particular. The conversation meanders without destination. You might mention a dream you had, or comment on the quality of light coming through the window. She might share a memory from childhood or wonder aloud about the weather. Eventually you rise and move through your morning preparations at a slower pace than weekdays allow. You take a long bath if the bathroom's available, soaking in hot water until your skin is pink and soft. You wash your hair, wrap it in a towel, and return to your room to dry it slowly by the radiator. You dress in comfortable clothing, a simple skirt and blouse, or sometimes loose trousers that you wear only at home. No corset, no stockings, no restrictive elements. Breakfast on Sunday is more substantial. You might prepare eggs in the shared kitchen, toast bread, and brew fresh coffee. You eat at the small table in your room, reading the newspaper or a magazine while you chew slowly. There is no rush, no schedule to keep. The morning can unfold at whatever pace feels natural. After breakfast, the day opens to various possibilities. Sometimes you remain in your room, reading for hours. You settle into the upholstered chair near the window, feet tucked under you, book propped on your knees. Sunlight moves across the floor as you read, marking time without urgency. You finish chapters, turn pages, lose yourself in fictional worlds, or learn about topics that interest you. History, biography, novels, your tastes are broad. The reading is purely for pleasure, requiring nothing from you but attention. Other Sundays you venture out for walks. You dress more fully and leave the building with no particular destination in mind. You walk through your neighbourhood and into adjacent ones, observing shop windows, watching people on their way to or from church, and noticing seasonal changes in trees and gardens. The walking is meditative, your mind free to wander while your body moves steadily forward. You return home refreshed in a way that has nothing to do with physical rest. Sometimes you visit a museum or gallery. Admission is often free or very cheap on Sundays. You move through quiet rooms, looking at paintings and artifacts, reading explanatory cards. The pace is entirely yours. You can stand before a single painting for 10 minutes if it holds your interest, or pass through rooms quickly if nothing catches your attention. The experience is solitary, even when others are present, each person absorbed in their own observation. During the work week, rest comes in smaller increments. Your lunch hour provides a midday break, though you usually spend it eating and socialising rather than truly resting. The real respite comes in the evening after dinner when you've completed your necessary tasks and can choose how to spend the remaining hours before bed. Some evenings you simply sit. You position yourself comfortably, perhaps on your bed with pillows supporting your back, and allow yourself to do nothing in particular. You might look out the window, watching the street below. You might close your eyes and listen to the sounds of the building, footsteps in the hallway, water running in pipes, and muffled voices from neighbouring apartments. This deliberate stillness feels restorative after a day of constant movement and noise. Reading in the evening serves a different purpose than Sunday reading. The evening session is shorter, often interrupted by the need to prepare for bed or by your roommate wanting to talk. You read lighter material sometimes, magazines, serialised stories, and simple novels that don't demand deep concentration. The reading soothes you, occupying your mind just enough to prevent anxious thoughts from circulating while not stimulating you into wakefulness. You've also developed a habit of writing letters in the evening. You maintain correspondence with your mother, 2 sisters, and a few friends from your hometown. The writing is meditative. You sit at the small desk, pen in hand, describing your week in simple terms. You ask questions about their lives, share small observations about city life, and maintain connections across distance. The act of forming words on paper, watching ink flow from the pen tip, feels calming. You're not trying to be clever or impressive. You're simply recording your existence and acknowledging theirs. When weather permits, you sometimes sit on the building's front steps in the evening. Other residents do the same. You exchange greetings, comment on the temperature, and watch people passing on the sidewalk. These interactions are brief and undemanding. You're present without being required to engage deeply. The fresh air and change of scenery from your room provide refreshment. Weekday afternoons occasionally offer unexpected moments of rest. If work is slow, you might have periods of waiting between assignments. You sit at your desk, hands folded, allowing your mind to drift. You look around the office, noting small details, a crack in the ceiling plaster, the way sunlight angles through the windows, and the particular rhythm of your co-workers typing. These moments are brief but valuable, small pauses in the day's momentum. Saturday afternoons, after completing necessary errands and chores, sometimes open into longer rest periods. You return to your room, tasks completed, with several hours of freedom. You might nap, lying down fully clothed on your bed, sinking into brief sleep. You wake feeling slightly disoriented but refreshed, ready to move into the evening's activities. Rest also comes through monotonous physical tasks that don't require mental engagement. Mending clothes, washing dishes, and organising your small collection of belongings. These activities allow your mind to wander while your hands stay occupied. The repetitive motions are soothing. You find yourself thinking about nothing in particular, or following long chains of association from one thought to another without purpose or conclusion. You've learned to distinguish between tiredness that requires sleep and tiredness that requires only stillness. The first demands that you go to bed and surrender to unconsciousness. The second can be addressed by sitting quietly, by slowing down, and by giving yourself permission to do less. You honour both types, responding to what your body and mind seem to need. Your relationship with food is practical and routine. You eat to sustain yourself, choosing items that are affordable, convenient, and reasonably satisfying. Cooking is a skill you possess but don't particularly enjoy, so you minimise the time and effort it requires while still ensuring you eat adequately. Breakfast is the meal you most often prepare yourself. In the shared kitchen of your building, you make toast over the small gas stove, butter it while it's still warm, and eat it standing by the window with a cup of tea. Sometimes you add an egg, fried in a small pan with a bit of butter. The egg requires attention but cooks quickly. You slide it onto your toast and eat the combination with a fork, washing your plate immediately afterward to avoid leaving dishes in the shared space. On mornings when you're running late or feel particularly unmotivated, you skip cooking entirely. You grab a piece of fruit from the bowl you keep on your windowsill and buy coffee from the cart near your office building. The vendor knows your face, if not your name, hands you the cup efficiently, and takes your coins. You drink the coffee while walking the final block to work, disposing of the cup in a bin near the entrance. Lunch during the work week happens at one of several establishments near your office. The lunchroom you visit most frequently serves simple, filling food quickly. The menu rarely changes. Soup, sandwiches, basic salads, and daily specials announced on the chalkboard. You typically order soup and half a sandwich, a combination that satisfies without making you feel heavy for the afternoon's work. The soup is usually vegetable-based, warm and salty, served in a wide bowl with crackers on the side. The sandwich is reliable, sliced chicken or ham or cheese between soft white bread. You eat efficiently, finishing your meal in 20 minutes, leaving time to relax briefly before returning to the office. The tea you order with your meal is served in a thick ceramic cup, hot and slightly bitter. You add milk and sugar, stirring with a small spoon. The warmth of the cup in your hands is comforting, especially on cold days. Other lunch options include a cafeteria-style restaurant where you select items from a display case and carry your tray to a table. This offers more variety but takes slightly longer. You choose items that look fresh, a serving of green beans, mashed potatoes and a slice of meatloaf. The quality is inconsistent but generally acceptable. Everything is mild and well cooked, designed to appeal to many people without offending anyone. On Saturdays, when you're out running errands, you sometimes stop at a drugstore lunch counter. You sit on a round stool at the long counter, your handbag on your lap or hung on the hook beneath the counter's edge. A server takes your order, often a chicken salad sandwich and a glass of milk, and delivers it quickly. You eat while observing the other patrons, the rhythm of the staff, and the orderly flow of this small commercial space. Dinner varies more depending on your energy and plans. On nights when you're staying in, you and your roommate often prepare a simple meal together in the shared kitchen. You pool ingredients, splitting the cost. Pasta with tomato sauce appears frequently on your menu. The pasta cooks in boiling water while you heat the sauce in another pan, adding a bit of butter to improve the flavour. You serve it in shallow bowls, eating in your room with the bowls balanced on your laps. Other common dinners include scrambled eggs with toast, canned soup heated and eaten with bread, or cold plates of cheese, crackers and sliced vegetables. These meals require minimal cooking skill and cleanup. They provide adequate nutrition without demanding significant time or money. You've accepted that your meals are more functional than enjoyable, a reasonable compromise given your limited resources and cooking facilities. When you eat at restaurants in the evening, the choices expand. A modest family-run establishment 2 blocks from your building serves hearty portions of American food, roasted chicken, pot roast and pork chops, accompanied by potatoes and cooked vegetables. You order the meal of the day, whatever's available, trusting it will be filling and decent. The restaurant is warm and slightly noisy, with families and working people filling the tables. You eat steadily, cleaning your plate, feeling satisfied by the end. Chinese restaurants have become popular in your neighbourhood. You've eaten at one several times, initially uncertain about the unfamiliar flavours but growing to enjoy them. You order chop suey, a mix of vegetables and meat in a savoury sauce served over rice. The The food is different from what you grew up eating, but not so strange that you can't enjoy it. You use a fork rather than attempting chopsticks, which feel awkward and inefficient in your hands. On special occasions, you might splurge on a nicer restaurant. These evenings happen infrequently, perhaps once every few months, when you've saved a bit extra or when someone is celebrating something. The restaurants have tablecloths and proper menus and servers who take your order formally. You might order fish or steak, items you rarely buy to cook yourself. The presentation is more careful, the portions more modest but better prepared. You eat slowly, aware of the money being spent, wanting to fully appreciate the experience. Sweets are occasional treats rather than daily habits. You buy a pastry from a bakery on Saturday morning sometimes, eating it fresh while walking home with your other purchases. The bakery sells cookies, small cakes and sweet rolls. You choose based on what looks appealing, paying for a single item rather than buying in quantity. The pastry is gone in a few bites, but the momentary pleasure justifies the small expense. Ice cream in summer is another indulgence. You buy a cone from a vendor or a small parlour, eating it while sitting on a bench in a nearby park. The cold sweetness is particularly satisfying on hot evenings. You watch it melt slightly, licking it quickly to prevent drips, finishing it before it becomes messy. Your beverage choices are limited and predictable. You drink tea most often, both at home and in restaurants. Coffee occasionally, usually in the morning when you need something stronger than tea. Water from the tap when you're thirsty and nothing else is available. Milk sometimes with breakfast or lunch. You rarely drink alcohol, finding it expensive and unnecessary for your daily life. At social gatherings, you might accept a glass of wine or a cocktail if offered, sipping it slowly to make it last, but you never seek it out independently. Grocery shopping happens weekly. You visit a market several blocks from your building carrying a cloth bag for your purchases. You buy basics: bread, butter, eggs, tea, sugar, canned goods, seasonal vegetables, and occasionally inexpensive cuts of meat. You've learned to judge quality, to select produce that's fresh but not premium priced, and to compare costs between similar items. Your budget for food is tight, so these decisions matter. You store perishables in the small icebox in the shared kitchen, labelling your items with your apartment number to prevent confusion. Non-perishables you keep in your room, on a shelf designated for food items. You maintain a mental inventory, noting when supplies run low and adding items to your shopping list. Eating alone is common for you. You've grown comfortable with it, finding it neither sad nor particularly notable. You eat at your own pace, reading while you chew, thinking your own thoughts. Shared meals happen frequently enough. Lunch with co-workers, dinner with your roommate, occasional restaurant outings with friends, that solitary eating feels like a normal variation rather than a lack. The rhythm of regular meals structures your days: breakfast, lunch and dinner. These fixed points provide stability and predictability. You rarely skip meals, understanding that consistent eating maintains your energy for work and other activities. Food is fuel, necessary and mostly unremarkable, but also occasionally pleasant, a source of small satisfactions woven into the larger pattern of your life. Evenings open differently depending on the day and your energy. The time between finishing dinner and preparing for bed ranges from 1 hour to 4, and you've learned to fill it in ways that feel restorative and enjoyable without requiring elaborate planning or expense. The simplest evenings involve staying in your apartment. You settle into comfortable clothes after removing your work attire, changing into a worn skirt and soft blouse, or, when you're certain of not receiving visitors, loose trousers and a cotton shirt. You remove your shoes, which provides immediate relief after a day of walking and standing. Your feet spread naturally against the floor, muscles relaxing. You and your roommate might spend the evening in companionable parallel activity. She sits on her bed writing letters while you sit at the desk leafing through a magazine. Neither of you feels obligated to entertain the other. The shared silence is comfortable, broken occasionally by brief comments or questions. Sometimes you read aloud short passages that amuse or interest you. She responds or doesn't, depending on her mood. This unstructured time feels valuable precisely because it demands nothing. Radio programs have become part of your evening routine several nights a week. Your building doesn't have radios in individual apartments, but the couple on the second floor invites neighbours to gather in their larger room when popular programs air. You and your roommate go down together, joining 6 or 8 other residents, arranged on chairs and floor cushions around the radio set. The voices coming from the speaker create a peculiar sense of connection to the wider world. You listen to music programs, comedy shows, and dramatic serials. The experience is communal but not interactive. Everyone focuses on the radio, listening together, occasionally laughing at the same moments. When the program ends, people disperse back to their own apartments with minimal conversation. You've come for the program, not for socialising, though the gathering provides both. Moving pictures are your most frequent evening outing. The neighbourhood theatre is a 12-minute walk from your building. It shows films 6 nights a week, changing the programme 3 times weekly. Admission is affordable enough that you can attend weekly without straining your budget. You go alone sometimes, with your roommate other times, and occasionally with a larger group of friends. The theatre's a large ornate space, dim except for the illuminated screen. You purchase your ticket, find a seat in the middle rows and settle in as the lights dim further. The piano player begins and images flicker to life on the screen. You watch cowboys and comedians, romances and adventures. The plots are often simple, but the experience is immersive. For 90 minutes, you're transported from your ordinary life into these fictional worlds. Between films, you might stop at a nearby ice cream parlour or coffee shop with whoever you've attended with. You discuss the picture you just saw and share opinions about the actors and story. The conversation is light and pleasant, extending the evening slightly before everyone returns home. Dance halls offer livelier evening entertainment. You attend less frequently than moving pictures, perhaps twice a month. The atmosphere is energetic and social. Live bands play current popular music, and the floors fill with couples and groups learning and performing the latest dance steps. You dance some numbers, sit out others, and talk with friends between songs. The dancing itself is physical and requires coordination, but you've practiced enough that the movements come naturally. You follow your partner's lead, stepping and turning in rhythm with the music. Some partners are skilled, making the dance smooth and enjoyable. Others are clumsy, stepping on your feet or losing the rhythm. You smile politely through both experiences, knowing the dance will end soon regardless. Between dances you cool down, fanning yourself with your hand or stepping outside for fresh air. The halls can become warm with the press of bodies and the exertion of dancing. Outside, small groups gather on the sidewalk, talking and laughing. You join a cluster of acquaintances, participating in the conversation without dominating it. Topics are trivial. Comments about other dancers, observations about the band and plans for the rest of the weekend. Quieter social gatherings happen in friends' apartments. You attend small parties where 6 or 10 people crowd into spaces similar to your own. Someone might bring a phonograph and records, and you play music while talking. People perch on beds, sit on the floor and lean against walls. The atmosphere is relaxed and informal. You know most of the people present at least slightly, and conversation flows naturally across multiple small groups. These gatherings sometimes include light refreshments, cookies someone baked, fruit, and crackers and cheese. You nibble while talking, holding a small plate. There's no pressure to drink alcohol, though some people bring bottles and share drinks. You accept a small glass if offered, but nurse it slowly, preferring to stay clear-headed. Occasionally you attend organised social events, lectures at a local library, concerts in public parks during summer, and community gatherings at neighbourhood centres. These structured events provide something to do outside your apartment, without requiring significant expense or commitment. You sit among strangers, listening to a speaker discuss a topic of general interest, or watching performers on a makeshift stage. The quality varies, but the novelty itself has value. Walking is another form of evening leisure. You stroll through your neighbourhood and beyond, observing the city as it transitions from day to night. Shop windows light up, street lamps cast pools of illumination, and restaurants fill with dinner patrons. You walk without destination, turning down streets that interest you, pausing to look at window displays or watch street musicians perform. Sometimes you walk with a companion, maintaining a steady pace while talking. Other times you walk alone, content in your own thoughts. The city at night feels different from daytime, quieter in some ways, livelier in others. You feel safe enough in the areas you know, staying on well-lit populated streets, remaining alert to your surroundings without feeling anxious. Reading continues into the evening, often becoming your final activity before bed preparation. You return to whatever book you're currently absorbed in, settling into a comfortable position with good light. Your reading taste includes novels, biographies, and popular non-fiction. You progress through books steadily, finishing one every week or two, borrowing new ones from the lending library, or occasionally purchasing inexpensive editions. Letter writing fills some evenings. You maintain regular correspondence with family and a few distant friends. The writing is neither a chore nor a passionate pursuit, but a pleasant way to maintain connections while occupying your hands and mind. You describe your week in straightforward terms, ask questions about their lives, and share observations about city living that might interest them. The completed letters wait in your room until you can mail them on your way to work. Some evenings you simply prepare for the next day. You lay out your clothing, checking for necessary repairs or cleaning. You review your schedule, confirming appointments or plans. You prepare your lunch if you're bringing one from home, wrapping sandwiches in waxed paper and storing them in the icebox. These practical tasks provide a sense of control and readiness, allowing you to sleep without worrying about the morning. By 9 or 10 o'clock you're usually ready to begin winding down. Evenings don't extend late on work nights. You need adequate sleep to function well the next day, and you've learned to prioritise rest over extended socialising. Weekend evenings might stretch later, but even then you rarely stay out past midnight. The life you're living requires energy and alertness, and you protect your capacity for both. The transition from evening activity to sleep follows a sequence you've refined over time. Each step prepares your body and mind for rest, creating a ritual that signals the day's end. You begin by removing your clothing. If you've been out, you hang your dress or skirt carefully, checking for stains or damage that need attention. You drape stockings over a chair to air overnight, noting any runs that require mending. If the clothes are still fresh enough for another wearing, you arrange them to minimise wrinkling. If they need cleaning, you set them aside in your laundry pile. Your undergarments come off next. The relief of removing your brassiere and garters is immediate and physical. Your skin shows slight indentations where elastic pressed against flesh all day. You massage these areas briefly, restoring circulation. Your body feels lighter, freer, and able to breathe and move without constraint. At the vanity, you face the most involved part of your nighttime routine. Removing your makeup, you open the jar of cold cream, a thick white substance that smells slightly medicinal. You scoop out a generous amount and begin spreading it over your face, massaging it into your skin. The cream warms from contact with your skin, becoming more liquid, dissolving the powder, rouge, and lipstick. You use a soft cloth to wipe away the cream and dissolved cosmetics. The cloth shows streaks of colour, red from your lipstick, pink from your rouge, and beige from your powder. You wipe methodically, making sure to remove all traces from your hairline, around your nose and under your chin. You rinse the cloth in the basin of water on your vanity, wring it out and wipe again until your face feels completely clean. Your reflection in the mirror looks softer now, younger perhaps, and certainly more exposed. Your skin is your actual skin, not the perfected version you present to the world. You apply a light moisturising cream, patting it gently into your face and neck. Your skin absorbs the moisture, feeling supple and cared for. You brush your teeth at the sink in the bathroom, using tooth powder and a brush you keep in a small case. The powder tastes of mint and chalk. You scrub thoroughly, rinse and run your tongue over your teeth to check for cleanliness. You wash your face again with plain water and pat it dry with a towel. Your hair requires attention before bed. If you're planning to set it, you dampen sections slightly and wind them around your fingers, securing each curl with a pin. The pins press against your scalp, mildly uncomfortable but tolerable. You tie a soft scarf over your head to protect the set while you sleep. On nights when you skip setting, you simply brush your hair thoroughly, removing tangles and distributing natural oils from scalp to ends. You use the toilet, wash your hands, and check your reflection one final time. Without makeup, in your nightgown, with your hair covered or unpinned, you look entirely different from your daytime self. This private version feels more genuine, though you show it to almost no one. Back in your room, you pull on your nightgown, a simple cotton garment that falls to mid-calf. The fabric is soft from many washings. In winter, you add a bed jacket for extra warmth. Your feet are bare against the floor, toes spreading naturally. If your roommate is already in bed, you move quietly, respecting her rest. If she's still awake, you might exchange a few words about the day or plans for tomorrow. The conversation is brief and drowsy. You're both ready for sleep, not sustained interaction. You turn down your bed, folding the blanket and top sheet carefully. The sheets are cool against your skin as you slide between them. You arrange your pillow, testing different positions until you find the most comfortable angle for your head and neck. Your body begins to relax into the mattress, muscles releasing the day's tension. You reach for the lamp on your bedside table, turning the switch to extinguish the light. Darkness fills the room, broken only by faint illumination from the street lamp outside your window. Your eyes adjust gradually. You can make out the shapes of furniture, the rectangle of the window, and the form of your roommate in her bed across the room. The building settles into its nighttime sounds. You hear footsteps in the hallway, water running in pipes, and the creak of floorboards above you. These sounds are familiar and non-threatening part of the building's personality. You've learned to distinguish between normal sounds and those that might signal problems, and everything you hear tonight is routine. Your mind begins to slow its racing thoughts. You review the day briefly, noting what went well and what didn't, but without dwelling or analysing. You think ahead to tomorrow, running through your schedule mentally, but without anxiety. These thoughts are gentle and unfocused, slipping away as sleep approaches. Sometimes you remain aware of the boundary between waking and sleeping, feeling yourself drift closer to unconsciousness while still technically aware. Other times, sleep arrives so smoothly that you don't notice the transition. One moment you're thinking drowsy thoughts, the next you're elsewhere entirely, in the confused logic of dreams. Your sleep is usually sound and uninterrupted. You've developed the capacity to sleep through normal building noises, other residents coming home late, occasional street sounds, and the rumble of distant trains. Only unusual noises wake you, and even then, you typically assess the situation quickly and return to sleep. Your dreams are varied and mostly forgotten by morning. Sometimes you dream about work, endless typing, stacks of papers, and managers making demands. Sometimes you dream about your family, your childhood home, and situations that blend memory and invention. Sometimes the dreams are strange and disconnected, following no rational plot. You rarely remember them in detail, retaining only vague impressions of mood and setting. Your body shifts positions naturally throughout the night. You might sleep on your back, on your side, or curled slightly with knees drawn up. You rarely wake fully during these adjustments, moving instinctively to maintain comfort. The mattress is familiar, moulded slightly to your preferred sleeping position. In the deepest part of night, the city quiets. Fewer automobiles pass on the street below. The building becomes still. You sleep through these hours undisturbed, your body performing its necessary rest and restoration. Your breathing is slow and steady, your heartbeat calm, and your mind at rest. Toward morning, your sleep becomes lighter. You might wake briefly, note the darkness still outside your window and return to sleep. Or you might remain in a half-awake state, aware of sounds and sensations but not fully conscious. This lighter sleep continues until your alarm sounds or natural waking pulls you fully back to awareness. The cycle completes itself. You'll wake, rise, and begin again the process of preparing yourself for the day. But for now, in these nighttime hours, you simply rest. Your body repairs itself. Your mind processes the day's experiences. You exist in a state of necessary unconsciousness, gathering energy for tomorrow's demands. Sleep is perhaps the most democratic aspect of your life. Rich or poor, fashionable or plain, everyone requires it. In sleep, you're reduced to your most basic self, a breathing body, a resting mind, a human being requiring renewal. The flapper persona you construct each morning falls away completely in these hours. What remains is simpler and more essential, the foundation upon which everything else is built. Your life as a young working woman in the 1920s is not a dramatic revolution, but a gradual shift in what's considered normal. You're not consciously rebelling or making grand statements. You're simply living according to the options available to you, making choices that feel reasonable and right for your circumstances. The changes you embody are visible in small daily details. Your short hair saves time and feels modern, but it's also practical. Your knee-length skirts allow easier movement for walking, climbing stairs, and boarding streetcars. Your cosmetics enhance your appearance but also signal participation in current fashion, in professional workplace culture, and in social expectations of your peer group. Your work provides income that allows independence. You pay your own rent, buy your own clothing and food, and make decisions about how to spend your money and time. This financial autonomy is perhaps the most significant aspect of your life. You're not waiting for marriage to begin adult life. You're living it now, supporting yourself, building routines and skills and relationships on your own terms. The independence is not absolute or unlimited. Your salary is modest, restricting your choices. Your gender still closes certain professional doors and limits advancement. Social expectations still pressure you toward eventual marriage and motherhood. But within these constraints, you exercise more control over your life than your mother did at your age, and significantly more than your grandmother. You don't often think about this in historical terms. You're not aware of living through a transformative period. From your perspective, you're simply navigating the world as it currently exists, making the best choices available with the information and resources you have. The fact that these choices differ from what previous generations of women experienced is not your primary concern. Your mother sometimes expresses concern about your lifestyle. She worries about your safety living in the city, your lack of supervision, and your delayed marriage prospects. You reassure her without fully engaging with her fears. You understand that her frame of reference is different. What seems risky or inappropriate to her feels normal to you. You love her and respect her experience, but you cannot live according to her expectations without sacrificing the life you're building. Your younger sister sometimes expresses envy. She still lives at home in your small hometown, working as a teacher, living under your parents' roof and rules. She sees your independence as glamorous and exciting. You try to explain the realities, the small apartment, the repetitive work, the constant budgeting, and the occasional loneliness. But you also acknowledge the truth in her perception. You do have freedoms she doesn't. You can stay out late without explaining yourself, spend your money as you choose, and see friends without permission. The men you know relate to you differently than they would have a decade earlier. They're more likely to encounter you as a co-worker, a fellow resident in a mixed building, or a casual acquaintance in social settings. The strict chaperone requirements have relaxed. You can go to dinner with a man without a third person present. You can walk alone in public spaces without scandal. These small freedoms reshape how relationships develop. Not all men approve of these changes. Some find working women threatening or improper. Some still expect traditional courtship and marriage patterns. You navigate these attitudes carefully, avoiding conflicts when possible and standing your ground when necessary. You've learned to distinguish between men who respect your independence and those who tolerate it while hoping to eliminate it through marriage. The women's suffrage movement, which succeeded in gaining voting rights before you came of age, created a foundation for your current freedoms. You vote in elections, a right you exercise seriously, if not passionately. You understand that women fought for this privilege, though you don't involve yourself in political activism. Your energy goes toward managing your daily life, not toward organising for further change. You and your peers sometimes discuss women's roles and rights, but these conversations are usually practical rather than theoretical. You talk about workplace discrimination, wage inequality, and limited advancement opportunities. You share strategies for handling difficult situations, support each other's career ambitions, and validate each other's choices. But you don't see yourselves as political activists or social revolutionaries. The changes you're living through are cultural as much as legal. Standards of propriety have shifted. What's considered scandalous or inappropriate has been redefined, though not entirely or uniformly. You navigate these shifting boundaries carefully, aware that your freedom depends partly on not pushing too far, not violating unwritten rules that still govern social acceptance. Your appearance, the short hair, the makeup, the modern clothing, marks you as a particular type of young woman. This visibility has consequences. It signals availability for certain kinds of social interaction. It suggests particular attitudes and values. You're aware of being read and judged based on these visual markers, even when the judgments are inaccurate. The term flapper itself carries mixed connotations. Some use it affectionately to describe modern young women. Others use it dismissively or critically, suggesting superficiality, impropriety, or moral laxness. You don't use the term to describe yourself. You simply are who you are, living your life, making your choices. The label is applied to you by others, and you have limited control over what they mean by it. Your life includes pleasures your grandmother never experienced. Moving pictures, radio programs, dance halls, restaurant meals, and travel for leisure. But it also includes pressures and challenges she didn't face. Workplace competition, financial self-sufficiency, and navigating complex social situations without clear guidelines or family oversight. You sometimes feel tired, not just physically but in a deeper way. The constant effort of maintaining your independence, managing your appearance, meeting work demands, and navigating social expectations can be exhausting. You push through this tiredness most days, but it accumulates. Your rest periods, your quiet evenings, and your Sundays alone are essential for continuing. You don't know what your future holds. Marriage is likely at some point, though not certain and not immediate. Children are probable, though you haven't yet developed strong feelings about motherhood. Career advancement is limited by your gender, but small progressions are possible. You might learn new skills, change jobs, or move to a different neighbourhood or city. What you do know is that the life you're living now matters. These years of independence, work, friendship, and small freedoms are shaping who you're becoming. They're not merely a waiting period before real life begins. They are real life, valuable in themselves, creating memories and experiences and capabilities you'll carry forward regardless of what comes next. The city around you is changing constantly. New buildings rise, and old ones are demolished. Transportation improves, technologies advance, fashion shifts from season to season, political landscapes transform, economic conditions fluctuate. You adapt to these changes as they occur, maintaining your core routines while adjusting details as necessary. Your contributions to this changing world are modest but real. You perform work that keeps businesses functioning. You participate in economic activity as both a wage earner and a consumer. You model new possibilities for women's lives, even if only to the few people who observe you directly. You maintain relationships that sustain you and others. You exist, persist, and continue. The night deepens around you as you rest in your small room. The city quiets outside your window. Your breathing slows, steady and regular. Tomorrow will bring another ordinary day. Waking, preparing, working, eating, resting and sleeping. The pattern repeats with small variations, creating the texture of your life. You're a young woman in the 1920s living independently, working for wages, and making choices about your appearance and activities and relationships. You're neither a rebel nor a revolutionary, neither a victim nor a pioneer. You're simply yourself, navigating the world as you find it, building a life that feels authentic and manageable within the constraints and possibilities of your time. Sleep comes gently, settling over you like a familiar blanket. The day releases its hold. Your mind drifts into the formless territory of dreams. Your body rests and repairs itself. The world continues outside, but here, in this moment, there is only stillness, only breath, only the quiet continuity of another night passing into another dawn. Welcome to an evening journey through the streets and homes of 1880s America, where the gap between appearance and reality stretched wider than ever before. While newspaper headlines celebrated millionaire mansions and industrial fortunes, most Americans lived in spaces measured in square feet rather than acres, worked with their hands rather than their bank accounts, and found richness in Sunday suppers rather than stock portfolios. You'll walk alongside the ordinary people who built the Gilded Age with their labour, even as its golden gleam reflected off windows they could never afford to look through from the inside. You step off the streetcar on a Tuesday afternoon in 1887, and the first thing that strikes you is how the city seems divided into two entirely separate worlds occupying the same geography. Fifth Avenue stretches northward like a canyon carved from marble and limestone, each mansion trying to outdo its neighbour in columns, turrets, and ornamental ironwork that probably cost more than your father earned in his entire working life. A woman passes in a dress that rustles with layers you can't even count, her hat adorned with feathers from birds you've never heard of, possibly from continents you couldn't point to on a map. But you're not heading toward Fifth Avenue. Your feet know the way home, and home lies in a different direction entirely, where the streets narrow and the buildings press closer together like people huddling for warmth. The contrast isn't subtle. It's the difference between a stage set and the backstage area where real life happens in all its unglamorous necessity. You've seen the illustrations in magazines, the ones showing Mrs. Vanderbilt's costume ball where she dressed as a Venetian princess with a train that required 2 footmen to carry. The newspaper said her electric lights alone cost more than most houses. You remember laughing about it with your neighbour, not because it was funny exactly, but because what else could you do with information that absurd? The thing about the Gilded Age that historians would later emphasise was right there in the name. Gilded, not golden. A thin layer of precious metal covering something far more ordinary underneath. But when you're living in it, you don't think about metaphors. You think about the rent coming due on Friday, and whether the landlord will accept another week's delay. You think about your boots that are almost worn through at the sole, and whether the cobbler might patch them one more time. You think about the smell of cabbage drifting up from the floor below, which means the Kowalski family is having the same thing for dinner that you are, because cabbage is cheap and filling and doesn't spoil quickly in the icebox you share with 2 other families. The elevated train rumbles past overhead, and you instinctively duck even though you're nowhere near tall enough to be in danger. The noise is tremendous. A daily earthquake that rattles windows and makes conversation impossible for the 30 seconds it takes to pass. Someone told you the people in the big houses complained about the noise until the city rerouted some of the lines. Your neighbourhood got those rerouted lines. Of course it did. You pass Herschel's dry goods store, where the owner sits in the window doing his bookkeeping by the last of the daylight. He'll light his lamp soon, but kerosene costs money, and natural light is free as long as the sun cooperates. His daughter is sweeping the front step and she nods at you. Not quite a greeting, but an acknowledgement that you're both part of the same world of people who sweep their own steps and count their pennies, and understand that waste is a kind of sin when you're living this close to the edge. The newspapers called it the Age of Progress, and in some ways they weren't entirely wrong. The Brooklyn Bridge had opened just a few years earlier, and people still talked about it with genuine wonder. That much steel and stone and engineering ambition, spanning what had once seemed an impossible distance. Alexander Graham Bell's telephone was starting to appear in business offices, and Thomas Edison's electric light bulbs were beginning to replace gas lamps in the fanciest establishments. The world was changing with breathtaking speed, inventing itself into something unrecognisable from what your grandparents had known. But here's what the progress looked like from your perspective. You could see the electric lights from your window, glowing in buildings you would never enter. You could read about the telephone in the newspapers, even though the closest one to your apartment was probably 3 miles away in a banker's office. The Brooklyn Bridge was magnificent, certainly, but the toll to cross it cost a nickel you often couldn't spare. Progress had arrived, brilliant and gleaming and expensive, and it mostly seemed to benefit people who already had more than they needed. Your building comes into view, a 5-story tenement that houses perhaps 70 people, maybe 80 depending on who's taken in relatives this month. It was built quickly and cheaply 15 years ago, designed by someone who had apparently never considered that human beings might actually have to live in it. The brick facade shows signs of hasty construction, with mortar joints that aren't quite even, and windows that don't sit perfectly square in their frames. There's no ornamentation here, no architectural ambition beyond keeping the weather out and maximising the number of rental units that could be crammed into the available space. But it's home, and that word carries more weight than any mansion ever could. You know every crack in the sidewalk leading to the front door, every place where the 3rd step creaks loudly enough to wake Mrs. Chen's baby, and every trick to jiggling the door handle just right so it opens without sticking. These tiny pieces of practical knowledge constitute your inheritance in a way that no trust fund ever could. The front hall smells like a mixture of cooking odours you've learned to identify without thinking. Boiled beef from the Irish family on the 2nd floor, something with garlic from the Italians on the 4th, and the sweet-sour smell of pickling that means someone's putting up vegetables for winter. It's not pleasant exactly, but it's familiar, and there's comfort in familiarity when everything else about modern life seems designed to keep you slightly off balance. You climb the stairs slowly, because there's no rush and because your legs are already tired from a long day. Each floor reveals a slightly different cross-section of working life. The sound of children reciting lessons from behind one door, a sewing machine's rhythmic clatter from another, and someone practicing scales on what sounds like a rented piano that's never been properly tuned. These are the sounds of people trying to build something better, trying to educate their children or develop skills that might lead to slightly better work, and trying to maintain small dignities in a world that doesn't particularly care whether they succeed or fail. Your apartment occupies 3 rooms on the 4th floor, and those 3 rooms contain everything that matters to you in any material sense. The main room serves as kitchen, dining room, living room, and during the coldest winter nights, bedroom for whoever can't bear to sleep in the unheated back rooms. It measures roughly 12 feet by 14 feet. You know this because you once helped a neighbour measure his identical apartment when he was trying to figure out if a particular piece of furniture would fit. The answer had been no, as it usually was when people imagined improvements to spaces this small. One window faces the street, which makes you lucky by tenement standards. It means light and air, means you can see the weather without going outside, and means you're not one of the families living in the interior rooms that never see direct sunlight. The window doesn't fit particularly well. You can feel drafts around it even now in September, and come December you'll stuff rags in the gaps and hang a blanket over it at night to keep the warmth in. But for now, it's pleasant to stand at it and watch the street below, the endless procession of pushcarts and delivery wagons and people walking with purpose toward destinations you can only guess at. The furniture is a collection of pieces acquired over years, none of it matching, all of it chosen primarily for function rather than appearance. A table that seats 4 if nobody minds being cramped, 6 if you're willing to get creative with seating arrangements. 4 mismatched chairs, one of which wobbles and requires a folded piece of cardboard under one leg. A chest of drawers with drawers that don't slide easily, requiring a particular technique of lifting while pulling. A shelf for dishes and the few books you own, built by your father from scrap lumber and still sturdy after 12 years. The cooking area occupies one corner, centred around a cast-iron stove that serves a dual purpose, cooking in all seasons and heating in winter. It's not a bad stove, actually. You bought it used from a family moving to Chicago, and while it required a new grate and some repairs to the flue, it's proven reliable. The coal to feed it is expensive, but you've learned to manage the fire carefully, banking it at night so it doesn't go completely out, using every bit of heat it produces. On winter mornings, that stove becomes the centre of all life in the apartment, the warm heart around which everything else arranges itself. Your dishes are few, but adequate. A set of 8 plates purchased from a going out of business sale. Never mind that there are only 4 of you, and you've never once needed all 8 plates at the same time. The satisfaction of owning a complete set outweighed the practical consideration. Cups in various conditions, some chipped, but still perfectly functional. A good cooking pot, a frying pan, and a kettle for boiling water. A set of cutlery that's been sharpened so many times the knife blades are noticeably narrower than they once were. These objects don't represent wealth, but they represent sufficiency, and sufficiency is its own kind of achievement. The 2 smaller rooms serve as bedrooms, though bedroom is perhaps too grand a term for spaces barely large enough for a bed and a chair. Your parents occupy one room, you share the other with your younger sister. Privacy is a luxury for people with more square footage. You've learned to change clothes quietly, to read by candlelight without disturbing her sleep, and to have private thoughts in spaces where true privacy doesn't exist. It's amazing how adaptable humans are, how you can create invisible walls where physical ones don't exist, and how you can find solitude inside your own head when there's nowhere else to find it. Your sister has decorated her side of the room with pictures clipped from magazines, illustrations of places she'll probably never see, dresses she'll never wear, and lives she'll never live. You don't mention this because you understand the need for dreams and the importance of imagining something beyond the immediate reality of these 3 rooms. Besides, you have your own version of the same thing. A ticket stub from a lecture you attended at the public library, a pressed flower from a rare day trip to the countryside, and small tokens of moments when the world felt larger than usual. The walls are thin enough that you can hear the Romero family arguing in Spanish next door, the O'Brien baby crying upstairs, and Mr. Feldman coughing in the apartment below. This lack of acoustic privacy bothered you when you first moved here, but you've grown accustomed to it. Now the sounds are almost comforting. Evidence that you're not alone, that these walls contain dozens of parallel lives all unfolding simultaneously, all facing similar struggles and celebrating similar small victories. You know when Mrs. Romero's husband works late because you hear her putting the children to bed alone. You know when the O'Briens are happy because you hear them laughing. You know, Mr. Feldman's cough is worse this year than last because you've been listening to it evolve. The building has no bathroom, of course. That luxury belongs to a different class of housing entirely. Instead, there's a privy in the backyard shared by all 5 floors, an arrangement that's exactly as unpleasant as it sounds, particularly in summer or during winter's worst weather. Chamber pots handle nighttime necessities, another aspect of daily life that simply wouldn't appear in any gilded portrait of the era. The gap between how the wealthy lived and how you lived wasn't just about money, it was about basic dignity, about whether your daily routine included elements that would have been familiar to medieval peasants. The landlord, whom you've met exactly twice in the 3 years you've lived here, owns 6 buildings in this neighbourhood. He lives in a perfectly nice house, in a perfectly nice part of Brooklyn, far enough removed from his properties that he never has to smell the overflowing privies, or hear the complaints about rats, or witness the way ice forms on the inside of the windows. In January, he's not a cruel man exactly. He repairs things when absolutely necessary, and he's been known to show leniency when tenants fall behind on rent due to illness or injury. But he's also not particularly concerned with your comfort beyond the minimum required to keep you paying rent. This is business, and you're a line item in his ledger, not a person with hopes and struggles and a life that matters. Your mother is already preparing dinner when you arrive, and the smell of boiling potatoes fills the apartment with a steam that fogs the window. Potatoes form the foundation of more meals than you could count. Boiled, fried, mashed, baked, added to soups and stews, and stretched into various forms to provide bulk and sustenance at minimal cost. A pound of potatoes cost about 2 cents, which meant they offered more calories per penny than almost anything else available. People have been known to survive on little else during particularly hard times. Tonight's menu includes those potatoes, some cabbage purchased from a pushcart vendor for 3 cents, and a small piece of salt pork that will flavour the cabbage during cooking and then be carefully saved to flavour something else tomorrow. This isn't poverty exactly. Genuine poverty means not knowing if there will be food at all. This is simply the mathematics of working class life, where a typical factory wage of $10 per week had to cover not just food, but rent, fuel, clothing, and any unexpected emergencies that arose. After rent took $3 and fuel another $1, that left $6 for everything else, and those $6 had to be managed with the precision of a military campaign. Your mother has become an expert in this kind of resource management, though she would never describe it that way. She knows which pushcart vendors lower their prices in the final hour before closing when they're trying to sell everything before it spoils. She knows which baker sells day-old bread at half price, and how to make that bread palatable again by steaming it briefly. She knows how to buy meat by the ounce from the butcher, selecting the cheapest cuts and using every scrap. Bones for broth, fat for cooking, nothing wasted because waste is the same as burning money. The family's diet follows a rhythm dictated by economics rather than preference. Monday often meant leftovers from Sunday's slightly more substantial meal. Tuesday and Wednesday were typically bean-based dishes. Thursday might feature a modest amount of fish if prices were reasonable. Friday adhered to Catholic tradition with no meat. Saturday was whatever could be assembled from the week's remains. And Sunday was the day you might taste something approaching prosperity. A chicken, if times were good, perhaps, or a roast that filled the apartment with smells that made the other 6 days more bearable. You eat at the table together, which is not universal in tenement buildings, where some families have members working different shifts who never share a meal. Your father offers a brief blessing, not particularly religious your family, but maintaining certain traditions provides structure to days that might otherwise blur together. The food is plain but adequate, and you've long since stopped expecting it to be anything else. Hunger is a sensation you've experienced enough times to appreciate satiation, even if the meal providing it will never appear in anyone's cookbook. Conversation at dinner tends toward practical matters. Your father mentions that the factory might be adding an extra shift, which would mean more work, but also more money. Always a trade worth considering. Your sister talks about a position she heard might be opening at a shop that makes artificial flowers. Indoor work that would be vastly preferable to the laundry, where she currently spends her days in humidity and heat. Your mother notes that the grocer is selling sugar at a penny less per pound this week, and she's considering buying extra if the budget allows. These discussions lack drama or romance, but they represent the actual substance of working life, a constant series of small calculations about how to squeeze the most value from limited resources. There's a skill to it that goes unrecognised because it's not the kind of skill that can be displayed or rewarded with anything except continued survival. Your mother could probably manage the finances of a small business with the accounting acumen she's developed, keeping the family fed and housed, but nobody would ever hire her to do such work because she's a woman without formal education whose expertise exists entirely in the practical realm. After dinner, your sister and mother clear the dishes while you haul water from the hallway tap for washing. The building has running water, which is something. Many older tenements still required residents to fetch water from a courtyard pump, or even from a street hydrant. But the water is cold, always, which means heating it on the stove for any purpose that requires warmth. Washing dishes becomes a multi-step process. Heat water, add soap that's been carefully shaved from a bar, wash quickly before the water cools too much, rinse in cold water, and dry with a towel that's been washed and reused so many times it's achieved a state of perpetual dampness. The economics of food extended beyond the meal itself to include the labour required to prepare and clean up after it. Your mother's workday doesn't end when your father's does. She works from waking until sleep in an endless cycle of cooking, cleaning, mending, and managing that's never finished, only paused temporarily. The notion that women didn't work outside the home was a convenient fiction that ignored the reality that home itself was a full-time occupation, when you couldn't afford to hire any of the labour out. Evening brings mending, which is everyone's least favourite activity, but also one of the most necessary. Clothing represents a significant expense. A decent pair of work boots might cost $2, a winter coat $3 or $4, and a dress $2 or more. For a family with limited income, these prices mean that clothing isn't replaced when it wears out. It's repaired until repair becomes impossible, and then the fabric is salvaged and repurposed for something else. Nothing goes to waste, because waste is a luxury for people with money to spare. Your father's work shirt is torn at the elbow where it rubs against machinery at the factory. Your mother examines the damage with the eye of someone who's performed this assessment countless times. Is the fabric around the tear strong enough to hold stitches, or has it weakened to the point where a patch is necessary? She decides on a patch, cuts a piece from a shirt that's already been cannibalized for parts, and begins the careful work of attaching it in a way that will hold under stress. Your sister is darning stockings, a task she complains about but performs with impressive skill. The technique requires threading the yarn in a way that recreates the original fabric structure, and she's gotten good enough that her repairs are nearly invisible. She'll go through 2 or 3 pairs of stockings this year, wearing them until they're more repair than her original material, and when they finally become unsalvageable, the fabric will become cleaning rags or be incorporated into a quilt. You're sewing buttons on a jacket, which is boring work but straightforward. The buttons themselves have been saved from other garments, and stored in a tin that contains dozens of mismatched buttons in various sizes and colours. Finding one that approximately matches is part of the challenge, and you've selected one that's close enough even if not perfect. Nobody's going to inspect your jacket buttons closely enough to notice the slight variation in shade. The clothing you wear doesn't follow fashion, which is something that happens to other people. Fashion requires disposable income and a lifestyle that includes occasions where appearance matters more than function. Your clothes are chosen for durability and practicality. Wool for winter, cotton for summer, dark colours that don't show dirt as readily, and simple designs without ornamentation that might snag or tear. Your Sunday outfit is slightly nicer, kept carefully and worn only for church and special occasions, but even that is plain by any objective standard. The gap between your clothing and what you see in magazine illustrations is so vast it's almost laughable. While society ladies are wearing gowns with bustles and trains and elaborate trim, requiring assistance to dress and essentially immobilizing the wearer, you're wearing a simple cotton dress that you can put on yourself and move freely in while doing actual work. Their clothing is a statement about not having to work, while yours is designed for exactly the opposite purpose. Even the undergarments differ dramatically. While wealthy women are compressing themselves into corsets and multiple layers of petticoats, you're wearing basic cotton underclothes chosen for washability and comfort during a long workday. The sewing continues in mostly comfortable silence, broken occasionally by requests to pass the scissors or thread. This is time you'll never get back. Hours spent maintaining what you already own rather than acquiring anything new or interesting. But it's also time spent together, the family in one room with the lamp lit, each person contributing to the collective maintenance that keeps life functioning. There's something almost meditative about the repetition, the needle going in and out, and the gradual repair of damage that would otherwise make the garment unusable. The evening slides toward bedtime through a ritual that varies little from night to night. Your father reads the newspaper by lamplight, or at least the sections that interest him. Employment notices, local news, and the occasional human interest story. The paper costs 2 cents, which is enough that you don't buy it daily. But your father brings home copies from the factory sometimes, left behind by supervisors who've finished reading them. Information is cheaper when it's second-hand. Your sister writes a letter to a cousin who moved west to Ohio, trying to make a new start in a place that supposedly offered more opportunity. The letter is cheerful, emphasising the positive aspects of life here while glossing over the difficulties, because nobody wants to burden relatives with complaints. She mentions the possible job at the flour factory, describes a dress she saw in a shop window, and asks questions about life in Columbus that express interest without seeming nosy. The letter represents connection across distance, the maintenance of family bonds even when family members scatter across a continent in search of better circumstances. Your mother balances the household account book, a small ledger where she records every penny spent and compares it against your father's weekly wage. The arithmetic is simple but crucial. Income must exceed expenses, or at least match them closely enough that nothing catastrophic happens. She's developed a system of small savings, putting aside a nickel here and there when possible, building a reserve against the inevitable emergencies that derail any family's finances. A quarter saved now might prevent a crisis later, and might mean the difference between paying the rent on time or falling behind and starting a spiral that's hard to escape. You read, which is both escape and education. The book is borrowed from the public library, one of the truly democratic institutions of the era, where rich and poor had equal access to knowledge and entertainment. Tonight it's a novel by someone you've never heard of, the story mattering less than the act of reading itself, the temporary transportation to some other life. Books are windows into worlds you'll never physically visit, and you value them accordingly. When this one is finished, you'll return it carefully and select another, maintaining this small luxury that costs nothing but the time to walk to the library and back. The lamp burns steadily, consuming kerosene at a rate you're aware of even while trying not to think about it too much. Light after dark is one of the small miracles you've grown accustomed to, the ability to extend the day beyond sunset's limitations. But it's not free, and the cost accumulates. A cent's worth of kerosene here, 2 cents worth there, adding up over weeks and months to a significant portion of the budget. In winter, when darkness comes early and stays late, the kerosene bill becomes another burden on finances already stretched thin by heating costs. The building settles into its evening rhythm around you. The sounds of children being put to bed filter through walls, parents' voices firm but affectionate. Someone plays a harmonica on a different floor, the music barely audible but pleasant. A reminder that people still seek beauty even in circumstances that don't naturally produce it. Mrs. Chen's baby cries briefly and then quiets, soothed by methods you can only imagine. The elevated train makes its final runs of the night, the rumble growing less frequent as the hour advances. Sunday afternoon brings you outside, where the neighbourhood transforms into something resembling a community, rather than just a collection of people who happen to live near each other. The street becomes a social space, with families claiming sections of sidewalk and front steps, and children running between buildings in games that require more imagination than equipment. The adults settle into conversations that meander through topics personal and political, complaints and hopes mixing freely. Mr. Kowalski holds forth on the situation in Poland, speaking with the passion of someone whose connection to another place remains vivid even after years of absence. Mrs. O'Brien counters with her own stories of Ireland, the grievances and injustices that drove her family here, and the people left behind who write letters full of news that's simultaneously foreign and familiar. These conversations circle familiar ground because the speakers don't have access to new information. They're repeating stories they've told before because those stories constitute their connection to places and people they'll likely never see again. The children play games that require nothing but willing participants. Tag, hide and seek, and elaborate pretend scenarios that transform the grimy street into whatever they need it to be. They're loud and energetic in the way children are when they've been cooped up in small apartments all week, burning off energy that has nowhere else to go. You watch your younger cousins play, remember being that age and unaware of the economic realities that constrained your life, and are grateful that children possess that ability to find joy in circumstances that would crush an adult who thought too much about them. Someone has organised a stickball game in the street, using a broomstick, and a ball that's been repaired so many times it's unclear what it was originally made of. The game stops periodically for passing wagons, then resumes with good-natured arguments about whether the last hit was fair or foul. Nobody's keeping score exactly, but everyone knows who's winning, and the competition is fierce even though the stakes are non-existent. Sports without equipment are sports available to everyone, requiring nothing but space and time and people willing to play. The sense of community here is complicated. On one hand, there's genuine mutual support. Neighbours helping neighbours, sharing food when someone falls on hard times, taking in children when parents need to work late, and providing the kind of social safety net that doesn't exist in any official form. On the other hand, there's competition for scarce resources and jobs, petty rivalries and resentments, and the tensions that arise when too many people are trying to survive on too little. You've seen both sides, experienced both the generosity and the selfishness that living in close quarters produces. The local saloon on the corner is doing good business, with men stopping by after church or avoiding church entirely in favour of beer and conversation. Your father isn't among them, He's never been much of a drinker, and the family budget doesn't have room for entertainment that expensive anyway. But you understand the appeal, the desire for a space that's neither work nor home, where a man can pretend for an hour that he's more than a cog in an industrial machine. The saloon offers escape as much as alcohol, a place where status is measured by your ability to tell a good story, or by a round rather than by your bank balance or the cut of your clothes. The church across the street finished services an hour ago, but people are still lingering outside, not quite ready to return to their apartments. Religion plays a complex role here. It's simultaneously a source of genuine comfort and a social obligation, a place where people gather as much for community as for worship. The priest knows everyone, knows their struggles, and offers counsel that's sometimes spiritual and sometimes just practical advice about navigating a world that seems designed to keep poor people poor. You're not particularly devout, but you attend because it matters to your mother, and because the church provides structure to the weak, and connection to people beyond your immediate household. Your sister has been coughing for 3 days now, and your mother watches her with the kind of concern that comes from knowing how quickly a simple cold can become something serious. Healthcare in 1887 is a luxury as much as a necessity, something you purchase when you can afford it and hope to avoid when you can't. The nearest doctor charges 50 cents for a house call, which might not sound like much, but it represents half a day's wages, and that's before you factor in the cost of any medicine he might prescribe. So you wait, watch, and hope the cough resolves itself the way most coughs do. Your mother makes her home remedies, honey and lemon when you have them, or hot water with a bit of whiskey, or steam from a pot of boiling water to ease the tightness in the chest. These treatments are part folk wisdom and part desperation, the medical knowledge passed down from generation to generation by people who couldn't afford doctors and had to figure out alternatives. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, and then you face the choice of spending money you don't have or living with whatever consequences follow from inaction. The mathematics of health in working class life were brutally simple. Getting sick meant missing work, which meant missing wages, which meant falling behind on bills, which meant stress that probably made you sicker. Recovery required rest and good nutrition and warmth, all things that were in limited supply when your resources were already stretched thin. People worked while sick because they had no choice, spreading illnesses through factories and tenements, creating cycles of infection that affected everyone. Public health efforts were beginning to acknowledge these realities, but slowly. Some cities had started inspecting tenement conditions, posting notices about overcrowding and sanitation, though enforcement was spotty and landlords often ignored violations unless someone important complained. The connection between poverty and disease was becoming clearer to researchers, but the solutions required resources that nobody seemed willing to allocate to neighbourhoods like yours. Your father's back has been bothering him for months, the result of years spent lifting heavy materials in the factory without any of the ergonomic considerations that might have prevented injury. He doesn't complain much because complaining achieves nothing, but you notice how he moves carefully in the morning, stretching slowly before his body remembers how to function. This is the price of physical labour, the gradual wearing down of the body that begins early and continues until either the body gives out or you find work that's less demanding. And finding such work requires skills and connections that most people in this neighbourhood don't possess. The factory itself is dangerous in ways that would horrify people from a future era where safety regulations exist. Machines without guards, floors slippery with oil, and inadequate ventilation filling the air with particles that settle in lungs and stay there. Injuries are common enough to be unremarkable. A crushed finger here, a burn there, the occasional maiming that ends someone's ability to work and therefore their ability to support a family. There's no workers' compensation, no insurance, and no safety net beyond whatever charity the injured worker's family and neighbours can provide. You know, 3 people who've died from workplace accidents in the past 5 years, which is a statistic that would shock you if you weren't so accustomed to it. Death hovers closer in working class life, less theoretical and more immediate, a presence you're aware of even when you're trying not to think about it. Life expectancy for factory workers is significantly shorter than for people who work in offices or live on Fifth Avenue, though nobody bothers to calculate the exact numbers, because the underlying causes are too complicated and uncomfortable to address. Your mother keeps a small box hidden behind the chest of drawers, and you've known about it since you were a child. It contains savings. Not much, never very much, but something. Quarters and dimes accumulate slowly, the result of small sacrifices and careful management, and the box represents possibility. Maybe enough for your sister to take a business course that might lead to better work. Maybe enough to handle an emergency without falling into debt. Maybe just enough to prove that you're not completely at the mercy of circumstances, that you have some tiny measure of control over your own fate. The dreams people harbour in this neighbourhood are simultaneously modest and audacious. Mr. Kowalski wants to save enough to buy a small plot of land somewhere and become his own man rather than working for someone else. Mrs. O'Brien hopes her son might stay in school long enough to qualify for work that doesn't destroy his body. The Romeros are saving to bring relatives from Mexico, slowly accumulating the money needed for tickets and bribes and all the expensive complications of immigration. These dreams aren't about becoming wealthy. Nobody here is deluded enough to imagine that outcome. They're about achieving security, about moving from precarious survival to something more stable, and about giving the next generation options that this generation never had. You have your own hopes, though you're careful about voicing them too explicitly. The idea of taking night classes and learning skills that might qualify you for office work, clerical positions that pay better and don't require physical labour. It seems possible if you can save enough for the tuition, if you can stay awake after a full day of work, and if the classes lead to actual opportunities rather than just knowledge without application. There are no guarantees, but staying exactly where you are guarantees nothing either, so the dream persists. The possibility of home ownership seems distant but not completely impossible. Housing lots in the outer reaches of Brooklyn or Queens are selling for a few $100s, and if you could save enough for a down payment and manage the monthly mortgage payments, you could own rather than rent. Your own space, your own walls, nobody raising the rent or evicting you because they sold the building. The independence appeals to you on multiple levels, though the reality of how long it would take to accumulate the down payment makes the dream feel more theoretical than practical. Your sister has started putting aside $1 a month, a staggering sum from her perspective, toward a hope chest. The tradition feels old-fashioned, but she's practical enough to recognise that marriage will probably be part of her future, and starting that marriage with some resources of her own provides leverage and security. The chest slowly fills with items purchased on sale or made by hand, linens, dishes and small tools for housekeeping. It represents preparation for a life she can't yet fully imagine, but knows she needs to plan for. The newspaper occasionally runs stories about people who started with nothing and made fortunes, the self-made millionaires of the industrial age. These stories are meant to be inspiring, proof that America is the land of opportunity where hard work and determination can overcome any obstacle. But you've noticed that these success stories always leave out crucial details. The loan from a wealthy relative, the lucky connection that provided capital, the circumstances that were unique and not replicable. Hard work is necessary, certainly, but it's not sufficient by itself, and everyone in this neighbourhood works hard without becoming millionaires. The Gilded Age's central irony was that the same industrial system creating vast fortunes for a few was also creating the working class that made those fortunes possible. The mansion on Fifth Avenue existed because of the labour performed in factories and tenements, but that connection was rarely acknowledged. The wealthy praised themselves for their ambition and intelligence while treating workers as interchangeable parts in machinery designed to enrich others. You are aware of this dynamic even if you can't articulate it precisely. You understand that your labour creates value that accumulates somewhere else, in someone else's bank account. The apartment is quiet now, except for the usual background sounds. The building settling, someone moving around upstairs, and distant street noise. Your parents have retired to their room, your sister is asleep, and you have the kitchen table to yourself for a rare moment of solitude. The lamp burns low because you're trying to conserve kerosene, but there's enough light to write in the journal you keep sporadically, recording thoughts and observations that feel important even though you're not sure why. Tonight you write about the gap between the world you inhabit and the world you read about in newspapers and magazines. Not with anger exactly, but with a kind of resigned awareness that these parallel realities exist simultaneously, that being born into one rather than the other was pure chance. You could have been the child of a banker or industrialist just as easily as you were born to a factory worker and a housewife, and that accident of birth determined almost everything that followed. The wealthy didn't earn their starting position any more than you earned yours. Both were inherited, one in the form of money and the other in the form of its absence. But you also write about the things that seem valuable even without money attached to them. The way your mother hums while cooking, finding contentment in simple domestic rhythms. The way your father can fix almost anything with basic tools and ingenuity, solving problems through practical intelligence that no school ever taught him. The way your sister maintains optimism about the future despite overwhelming evidence that the future will probably look a lot like the present. These qualities don't pay the rent or put food on the table, but they make daily life bearable, which might be more important. You wonder sometimes what happens to all the people like you, the ones living in apartments in neighbourhoods that tourists never visit, working in factories that produce goods for consumption elsewhere, not individuals exactly, but collectively. What becomes of a society where most people spend their lives barely getting by, while a tiny fraction accumulates wealth they couldn't spend in multiple lifetimes? The political movements of the era suggest you're not alone in asking these questions. Labour unions are forming despite fierce opposition from employers, socialist ideas are circulating among workers, and strikes are becoming more common as people collectively decide that the current arrangement isn't acceptable. But you're not naturally inclined toward politics or activism. Your life is too consumed with immediate concerns to spend much time on abstract theories about how society should be reorganised. You need to work tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, and the necessity of earning wages crowds out almost everything else. Maybe that's the system's greatest strength. It keeps most people too busy surviving to organise any effective opposition to how it functions. The lamp flickers, and you realise the kerosene is almost gone. You should have refilled it yesterday, but you forgot, and now you're left with whatever remains in the reservoir. It's probably enough to last until you finish this entry and get ready for bed, but there's no margin for error, no extra time for lingering. Everything operates on tight margins here. Not just money, but also time and energy and resources of all kinds. You write one final observation, that someday, perhaps in some distant future, people will look back on this era and wonder how anyone lived this way, how entire classes of people accepted circumstances that future generations will find shocking. But you're also aware that every era probably contains injustices that seem normal to the people living through them and outrageous to those who come later. You're too embedded in your own time to see it clearly, too focused on getting through each day to analyse the larger patterns. Historians will do that analysis eventually and will write books about the Gilded Age and its inequalities, but you're too busy living it to study it. The alarm clock, a luxury you saved months to purchase, rattles to life at 5:30, and you wake to darkness because autumn is advancing and the sun won't rise for another hour. The apartment is cold, the fire in the stove having died overnight despite your mother's best efforts to bank it. Getting out of bed requires willpower, forcing your body into motion when every instinct argues for staying under the blankets. The morning routine begins like every other morning, washing in cold water, dressing quickly in the chill and eating a simple breakfast of bread and coffee. Your father leaves first because his shift starts at 6, walking the mile to the factory rather than paying streetcar fare he can save. Your sister and mother begin their own preparations, each moving through well-practiced rituals that require no thought. The automatic choreography of people who've performed these actions thousands of times. You stand at the window watching the street come to life. The lamplighter is extinguishing the gas street lamps, their glow fading as natural light begins to take over. A milk wagon makes deliveries, the horse knowing the route better than the driver. Early workers stream toward various destinations, heads down, moving with the purposeful pace of people who can't afford to be late. The day is beginning, indifferent to whether you're ready for it or not. Somewhere uptown in those mansions along Fifth Avenue, people are probably still asleep or just beginning to stir, attended by servants who've been up for hours preparing breakfast, laying out clothes and warming water for baths. Those people will wake to comfort and leisure, will eat meals prepared by others, and will make decisions about how to spend their day based on preference rather than necessity. They'll never know what it's like to face this morning in this apartment, to feel the cold and the tiredness and the knowledge that this day will be almost identical to yesterday, and tomorrow will be almost identical to today. But they also won't know the satisfaction of making this life work despite all the obstacles. They won't know the pride in providing for your family, in keeping everyone fed and housed and moving forward even when the system seems designed to push you backward. They won't know the strength it takes to face each day without despair, to maintain hope when hoping seems foolish, and to find meaning in circumstances that don't naturally produce it. The Gilded Age gleamed brightly for some people, but its gold was decorative rather than substantial, a thin layer covering harsh realities. Most people lived lives of hard work and modest means, finding happiness in small pleasures and maintaining dignity in circumstances that offered little external validation. The gap between rich and poor was enormous, but so was the gap between the appearance of prosperity and its reality. The age was gilded, not golden, and you lived on the underside of that gilt, in the spaces where the shine didn't reach. You finish your coffee, collect your things, and head toward the door. Another day, another dollar. Well, another 70 cents for 8 hours of work, to be precise. But you'll earn it, and tomorrow you'll do it again, and through the accumulation of these ordinary days, you'll build a life that matters even if nobody ever writes about it in newspapers or studies it in history books. This is what the Gilded Age looked like for most people. Not golden, not celebrated, but real and substantial and worthy of remembering precisely because it was so ordinary. The door closes behind you, and the city swallows you up into its morning crowds. Somewhere, in some distant future, people will try to understand this era and will debate its meaning and significance. But right now, in this moment, you're too busy living it to analyse it. The work awaits, the day stretches ahead, and life continues in all its unglamorous, difficult, necessary beauty. Welcome to a soothing journey through one of history's most improbable stories. Now remember, you're settling in to explore how a young prince from the edge of the Greek world, born into a dynasty plagued by instability and surrounded by enemies, somehow conquered an empire that stretched from the Mediterranean to India. So let's discover together why Alexander the Great's victories seemed impossible before they happened. You're standing in the royal palace at Pella, Macedonia, on a summer night in 356 BCE. The air smells of olive oil lamps and the faint scent of horses drifting in from the stables below. Through the window you can see the rugged mountains that ring this northern kingdom, their peaks dark against a star-filled sky. Somewhere in these chambers, a baby has just been born to King Philip II and his wife, Olympias. That child is Alexander, and if you could tell the assembled nobles what his future holds, they would laugh you out of the room. Macedonia in 356 BCE isn't exactly the crown jewel of the ancient world. Think of it as the rough cousin nobody invites to dinner parties, while the sophisticated city-states of southern Greece, Athens, Sparta and Thebes, debate philosophy and stage elaborate theatrical productions. Macedonia remains a semi-barbaric kingdom of shepherds, farmers and warriors. The Greeks down south don't even consider Macedonians fully Greek. Their dialect sounds strange, their customs seem coarse, and their kings have a disturbing habit of murdering each other. You walk through the palace corridors, your sandals clicking on stone floors that lack the polished marble of Athens. The walls are sturdy but plain. There's wealth here. Philip's recent military reforms have begun paying off, but it's the wealth of a frontier kingdom, not a cultural centre. In the great hall, shields hang on walls alongside the mounted heads of boars and deer. The nobles who gather here are fighters first, administrators second, and philosophers never. The baby Alexander enters a family that makes modern dysfunctional households look peaceful. His father Philip is a military genius and political operator who has somehow survived the chaos of Macedonian court politics. Philip spent his youth as a hostage in Thebes, which sounds terrible until you realise it probably saved his life. While he was away, his family members were busy killing each other in the traditional Macedonian fashion. By the time Philip returned and eventually seized the throne, he had learned two important lessons. First, how to fight like the Greeks. Second, how to scheme like a survivor. Alexander's mother Olympias hails from Epirus, another kingdom on Macedonia's western border. She's intelligent, fiercely ambitious, and deeply religious in ways that make people nervous. You might catch her at midnight ceremonies honouring Dionysus, handling snakes with a fervour that even the most devoted cult members find unsettling. She believes she's descended from Achilles on one side and descended from gods on the other. When she looks at her newborn son, she doesn't see a baby. She sees a prophecy waiting to unfold. The marriage between Philip and Olympias is strategic, political, and increasingly toxic. Philip collects wives the way some people collect coins, and Olympias resents each new marriage as a threat to her son's position. In Macedonia, succession isn't guaranteed to the eldest son. Any legitimate male heir can make a claim, and legitimacy is interpreted loosely. Philip has other sons by other wives, and each one represents potential competition for Alexander. You're watching a child born into instability. The kingdom itself barely held together before Philip took charge. For decades, Macedonia had been the punching bag of its neighbours. Illyrians raided from the west, Thracians from the east, and the Greek city-states from the south treated Macedonia as either a resource to exploit or a threat to contain. Philip has changed that through military innovation and ruthless diplomacy, but his accomplishments are recent and fragile. One assassination, one lost battle, one palace coup, and everything could collapse back into chaos. The odds are stacked against this baby in ways that would discourage anyone with sense. He's born into a dynasty where murder is standard operating procedure for succession disputes. His kingdom is surrounded by enemies who view Macedonia as an upstart nuisance. The mighty Persian Empire, which controls everything from Egypt to Afghanistan, has wealth and armies that make Macedonia look like a village militia. Even if Alexander somehow survives childhood and court intrigues and inherits his father's throne, the smart money says he'll spend his reign just trying to hold Macedonia together. But you're not watching a normal baby. You're watching someone who will rewrite the rules of what's possible. Not because he was destined to succeed, but because he was too stubborn to accept that he was supposed to fail. You're in the Macedonian camp watching teenage Alexander observe his father's army drill in formation. The smell of leather and bronze fills your nostrils. Dust rises from thousands of feet moving in unison. This is Philip's creation, the war machine that will make everything else possible, and Alexander is absorbing every detail with the intensity of someone memorizing sacred text. Philip didn't invent military power. He inherited a mess and turned it into something formidable through borrowing, adapting, and relentless practice. You can see the result in the soldiers before you. The core of the Macedonian army is the phalanx, that dense formation of infantry carrying spears so long they'd be useless in any other context. The sarissa, the Macedonian pike, stretches 18 feet. A man holding one can barely manage it alone, but thousands of men holding them in formation create a bristling wall of bronze spear points that extends farther than any enemy can reach. Philip borrowed this idea from the Thebans, who perfected dense infantry tactics, but he took it further. Deeper formations, longer spears, better training. These aren't aristocratic hoplites who fight when convenient and farm when not. These are professional soldiers who drill constantly. You watch them now, moving like a single organism, each man maintaining exactly the right spacing from his neighbours. Too close and they can't move. Too far and gaps appear. They've practiced this until their bodies know the spacing without thinking. But the phalanx alone isn't enough, and Philip understood that. You turn your attention to the cavalry exercising on the flanks. The companion cavalry, they're called, and they're the elite. These are noble sons and trusted warriors who form Philip's hammer, while the phalanx is his anvil. The strategy is elegant. Fix the enemy in place with the phalanx, then smash into their flank with heavy cavalry. Simple in theory, murderously effective in practice. Alexander is learning that warfare isn't about individual heroism. It's about systems. The Macedonian army wins because every piece works together. The infantry holds, the cavalry strikes, the light troops screen and harass, and the siege engines, another of Philip's innovations, knock down city walls that used to make places invincible. It's combined arms warfare before anyone called it that. You also see what Alexander is inheriting in terms of political structure. Philip has reorganised the Macedonian nobility into something more useful than feuding clans. The companion cavalry serves double duty as a military unit and political institution. By keeping the sons of nobles close, training and fighting beside them, Philip ensures loyalty while also making sure potential rivals are where he can watch them. It's patronage and hostage-taking wrapped into one elegant package. The kingdom's finances show Philip's practical genius. You can't run a professional army on goodwill. Philip has expanded Macedonia's territory, seizing control of gold and silver mines in Thrace and around Mount Pangaion. Those mines fund everything. The coins you might see changing hands in the camp bear Philip's image, a constant reminder of who's paying the bills. Money buys loyalty more reliably than speeches about honour. Alexander is also inheriting his father's diplomatic playbook. Philip doesn't just conquer, he absorbs. After defeating Greek city-states, he doesn't burn them to the ground. He incorporates them into his alliance system, the League of Corinth, where Greek states theoretically remain independent while acknowledging Macedonian leadership. It's hegemony with a velvet glove, at least most of the time. Cities that resist get harsh lessons, but those that submit find Philip surprisingly reasonable. But here's what Alexander sees clearly, watching his father work. All of this is fragile. The Macedonian system depends on constant success. The army needs payment, which requires controlling wealth-producing territories, which requires military victory, which requires paying the army. It's a cycle that only works if it keeps working. One serious defeat could break the whole machine. Philip has also made enemies everywhere. The Greek city-states resent Macedonian dominance. The Persians watch with growing concern as this western kingdom grows stronger. The tribes on Macedonia's borders wait for any sign of weakness. Philip's own nobles, elevated and enriched by his success, might just as easily turn on him if fortune shifts. Alexander is inheriting power, but that power sits on foundations of recently dried concrete, not ancient bedrock. You notice something else as you watch young Alexander study his father's work. He's not just memorising tactics, he's identifying limitations. The phalanx is powerful but slow and inflexible. The cavalry is devastating but relatively small in number. The political alliances are useful but unreliable. Philip has built something impressive, but Alexander is already thinking about how to push beyond what his father achieved. There's a strange irony in watching this. Philip is giving Alexander the tools to succeed, but those tools come with an expiration date built in. The same system that makes conquest possible also makes conquest necessary. Stop expanding and the money dries up, the soldiers grow restless and the allies drift away. Alexander won't just inherit an empire in waiting, he'll inherit an obligation to keep moving forward or watch everything collapse backward. You're in a garden at Mysa, a quiet sanctuary away from the palace at Pella. The air smells of herbs and wild thyme. Sunlight filters through grapevines overhead, creating patterns of light and shadow on the ground. This is where Philip has sent Alexander to study under Aristotle, and it's about as far from a traditional military training ground as you can imagine. Aristotle isn't here by accident. Philip could have hired any number of teachers, but he chose one of the greatest minds in the Greek world. The philosopher arrives from Athens carrying scrolls, questions, and a systematic approach to understanding everything. You watch as he walks with Alexander through the garden, discussing not battle tactics, but biology, ethics, politics, and the nature of the universe. The relationship between teacher and student is more complex than simple instruction. Aristotle treats Alexander as someone capable of understanding sophisticated ideas, and Alexander responds by asking questions that reveal a mind constantly testing boundaries. When Aristotle explains his classification of animals, Alexander wants to know about creatures nobody has catalogued yet. When they discuss politics, Alexander doesn't just absorb Aristotle's theories, he challenges them with examples from Macedonian reality. You overhear them debating the nature of kingship. Aristotle, following his teacher Plato, suggests that the ideal ruler is one who governs with wisdom and virtue, pursuing the common good. Alexander listens but counters with observations from watching his father. Philip governs effectively not because he's a philosopher king, but because he understands power, how to gain it, keep it, and use it. The theoretical ideal and practical reality don't quite match, and Alexander is learning to navigate that gap. The curriculum here goes far beyond what most princes study. You see Alexander examining plant specimens, learning to identify medicinal herbs and poisonous ones. Aristotle believes in understanding the natural world through direct observation, and Alexander takes to this approach enthusiastically. He's not just memorising facts, he's learning a method. Watch carefully, categorise what you see, look for patterns and test your assumptions. It's scientific thinking before science has formalised its methods. Geography fascinates Alexander particularly. Aristotle shares maps and travellers' accounts of distant lands. The known world extends from the Pillars of Hercules in the west to India in the east, and from Ethiopia in the south to Scythia in the north. But the maps have enormous blank spaces where knowledge fades into rumour and legend. Alexander studies these blank spaces with special intensity. What's actually out there? Are the stories about Persian wealth accurate or exaggerated? How wide is the world, really? Homer's epics are another focus of study. Alexander already knows the Iliad nearly by heart. His mother made sure of that, claiming descent from Achilles. But with Aristotle, he examines the text differently. They discuss leadership styles, the relationship between glory and wisdom, and the role of fate versus choice. Alexander identifies with Achilles, but also recognises Achilles' limitations. The greatest warrior in the Iliad dies young, and his rage causes catastrophe for his own side. There's a lesson there about the costs of unchecked emotion. You notice Alexander developing what might be called strategic empathy during these studies. Aristotle teaches him about different cultures, forms of government, and religious beliefs. The Greek world contains democracies, oligarchies, tyrannies, and kingdoms, each operating on different principles. Beyond the Greek world lie the Persians with their centralised monarchy, the nomadic Scythians with their mobile society, and the Egyptians with their ancient priesthoods. Alexander is learning that people organise themselves in various ways, each with logic behind it. But you also catch something troubling in these lessons. Aristotle, for all his wisdom, carries the prejudices of his culture. He teaches that Greeks are naturally suited to rule, and that barbarians, non-Greeks, are suited to serve. This idea will lodge in Alexander's mind, but he'll apply it strangely. He'll conquer as a Macedonian and Greek, yet he'll also adopt Persian customs and marry foreign wives and promote non-Greeks to high positions. The student will take the teacher's framework and bend it into something Aristotle wouldn't quite recognise. The education at Mysa lasts about 3 years. During that time, Alexander also trains physically, running, wrestling, and hunting. You watch him return from a hunt, mud-spattered and exhilarated from pursuing a wild boar through rough country. The intellectual and physical training happen together, creating someone who can think strategically and act decisively. Near the end of his time with Aristotle, something happens that reveals the contradiction Alexander is becoming. A trader arrives with a magnificent horse, Bucephalus, that no one can tame. The horse is huge, powerful, and seemingly vicious. Philip is ready to send it away when Alexander asks for a chance. He's observed something others missed. The horse is afraid of its own shadow. Alexander turns the horse toward the sun, eliminating the shadow, calms it, and then mounts it. In that moment you see observation leading to understanding, leading to action. It's everything Aristotle taught, applied to solving an immediate practical problem. Bucephalus becomes Alexander's horse for the next 2 decades, carrying him across Asia. The relationship between rider and horse becomes legendary, but it starts here with a teenager who paid attention while everyone else just saw an impossible problem. Alexander leaves Mysa educated but restless. Aristotle has shown him how to think, Philip has shown him how to fight, but neither has shown him limits he's willing to accept. You're standing on a dusty road in Asia Minor watching supply wagons creak past. The smell of ox sweat and grain sacks fills the air. This is years after Alexander crossed into Asia, but to understand how he won, you need to understand how he ate. Armies march on their stomachs, and Alexander's greatest battles weren't against Persian forces, they were against distance, terrain, and the calendar. When Alexander crosses the Hellespont into Asia in 334 BCE with roughly 40,000 men, he's bringing along a logistics nightmare. Each soldier needs about 2 pounds of grain per day. The horses need more. Do the math, and you're looking at 50 tons of food daily for the army alone, not counting the camp followers, servants and animals. That's a mountain of wheat moving slowly across some of the harshest country in the world. You watch the army's foragers spread out into the countryside, requisitioning supplies from local villages. It's not quite pillaging. Alexander learns early that terrorizing the locals makes them hide their food and flee, leaving nothing to take. Instead, his system involves payment, at least theoretically. The reality is somewhere between purchase and polite theft, but it works better than pure plunder. The geography of Alexander's campaign tells you why so many thought he'd fail. You're looking at a world where mountains form natural barriers, rivers become impassable in spring floods, deserts stretch for weeks of travel, and winter shuts down military operations entirely. The Persian Empire spans 3,000 miles from west to east. Marching from Macedonia to India and back covers distances that make modern road trips look trivial. Consider the terrain. You cross coastal plains where cities cluster, then climb into mountain ranges where passes might be held by hostile tribes. You descend into river valleys where local rulers might support or oppose you. You traverse plateaus where summer heat can kill as effectively as any sword. Each type of terrain requires different tactics, different supply methods, and different timing. Alexander succeeds partly because he's willing to move when conventional wisdom says don't. You're crossing the Hellespont in early spring, when the weather is still unpredictable, but you want the whole campaigning season ahead. You're marching through Gordium in winter, when other armies would hunker down. You're crossing the Gedrosian desert in late summer, which is insane, but it's the route nobody expects, which makes it strategically useful if you survive. The supply system Alexander develops is adaptable. In fertile regions, you live off the land. Near coasts, you coordinate with the fleet to bring supplies by sea. In barren areas, you establish supply dumps in advance, stashing grain and fodder along your route. You also move fast enough that you don't exhaust any single region before moving to the next. It's like a locust swarm, but organised and directional. You notice another crucial element: intelligence gathering. Before Alexander moves into new territory, scouts go ahead, talking to locals, mapping water sources, and identifying food supplies. The army rarely blunders into a region blind. Someone has usually been there first, asking questions and sending information back. It's not perfect. The Gedrosian desert disaster proves that, but it's more thorough than most ancient armies attempted. Rivers present constant challenges. You can't just ford them anywhere or any time. The Granicus is narrow enough to force in spring. The Danube is another matter entirely. The Indus and its tributaries are massive barriers that require boat construction, bridge building, and careful timing with flood seasons. Alexander's engineers become as important as his cavalry, finding crossing points and building the infrastructure that keeps the army moving. Cities complicate the logistics picture. You can besiege a city, which pins down your army and consumes resources while the defenders wait you out. Or you can bypass it, but that leaves a hostile force in your rear that might cut your supply lines. Alexander's solution varies. Important cities get besieged with whatever it takes: siege towers, mines, and relentless assault. Lesser cities get offers they'd be wise not to refuse. The calculation is always about whether taking the city is worth the time and resources it will cost. The climate's rhythm shapes everything. You campaign in spring, summer, and fall. Winter means stopping and finding cities friendly enough or conquered thoroughly enough to house the army, while weather makes movement dangerous. This seasonal pause isn't wasted time. It's when Alexander reorganises, integrates new troops, handles political business, and plans the next year's campaign. The rhythm becomes predictable. Move, fight, conquer, winter, repeat. You're also watching Alexander adapt to local conditions. In Egypt, you use the Nile's transportation network. In Bactria, you learn mountain warfare. In India, you face war elephants and monsoons that turn roads into rivers of mud. Each region teaches new lessons, and the army that reaches India is more sophisticated than the one that crossed into Asia. The extended supply lines eventually become Alexander's greatest vulnerability. You're in India, and your logistics trail stretches back thousands of miles. Messages take months to travel from the front to Macedonia and back. Reinforcements arrive irregularly. Local satraps control the territory you've conquered, and if they rebel or simply stop cooperating, your army becomes isolated. The troops understand this, which is partly why they eventually refuse to go further. They're not just tired of fighting, they're terrified of being cut off from home. There's a reason most conquerors stick closer to their home base. The further you go, the thinner you're stretched. Alexander pushes beyond what's sustainable, and he only avoids catastrophe through luck, speed, and sheer audacity. The fact that he makes it back at all is nearly as impressive as the conquests themselves. You're in the Macedonian camp the night before the Battle of Issus. The air feels electric with anticipation and fear. Soldiers sit around fires, checking equipment, talking in low voices, and there, moving among them, is Alexander. He's not in his tent reviewing maps or consulting with commanders. He's here, visible, speaking to regular soldiers by name. This is the aspect of Alexander's success that's hardest to quantify, but impossible to ignore. You're watching leadership as performance, presence, and genuine connection, all woven together into something that makes men willing to march thousands of miles and fight impossible battles. Watch how he moves through camp. He stops at a fire where veterans from the phalanx are sharing bread. He asks about their families back in Macedonia, remembers details from previous conversations, and jokes about the Persian army waiting across the river. These aren't scripted interactions. Alexander genuinely seems to know these men and care about their answers. When he moves on, you can see the soldiers sitting straighter, talking more confidently. His presence is tangible. Alexander fights in the front, not the rear. At the Granicus River, he's one of the first into the water, leading the cavalry charge personally. A Persian noble strikes at him, shattering Alexander's helmet. Before the second blow can land, one of Alexander's companions kills the attacker. Alexander could have died in the campaign's first major battle, but he survives, and every soldier sees their king taking the same risks they do. This pattern repeats constantly. You're at Gaza, watching Alexander directing the siege personally when an arrow strikes him in the shoulder. He has it pulled out and continues fighting. At the Hydaspes River, he's in the front ranks again, this time facing war elephants. During the siege of the Mali city in India, he climbs the wall himself when his troops hesitate, and he ends up isolated with only 3 companions while the Mali attack. He nearly dies from an arrow through the chest, and the army rages through the city afterward, massacring inhabitants out of fury and fear at almost losing their king. The injuries pile up over the years: arrow wounds, sword cuts, and a concussion from a sling stone. Alexander's body becomes a map of his battles, but each wound proves to his troops that their king doesn't ask them to do anything he won't do himself. It's leadership through shared suffering. You also notice how Alexander celebrates victories. After significant battles, there are games, competitions, sacrifices to the gods, and distributions of plunder. He honours soldiers who performed exceptionally, sometimes promoting them on the spot. He holds elaborate funerals for the fallen, ensuring their families receive pensions. The men die, but their names and sacrifices are remembered publicly. The relationship between Alexander and his troops isn't entirely warm and fuzzy. He demands brutal discipline when necessary. You're watching a mass punishment after a unit breaks formation and flees. The responsible officers are executed publicly. The lesson is clear: cowardice brings death. But the same army that witnesses executions also sees Alexander sharing hardships. When water is scarce in the desert, he pours out a helmet of water that scouts bring him, refusing to drink if his troops can't. Symbolic? Yes. Effective? Absolutely. Alexander's ability to inspire shows up most clearly in impossible situations. You're at Tyre, a city on an island that has never been taken by siege. The conventional wisdom is to give up and bypass it. But Alexander orders a causeway built from the mainland to the island, essentially creating a land bridge where none existed. The engineering required is staggering. The The time consumed is enormous, and the Tyrians attack the construction constantly. It should fail. But Alexander's will becomes the army's will, and after 7 months, Tyre falls. The troops accomplish it because Alexander convinced them they could. There's also a dark side to this leadership. Alexander's charisma makes men do things they'd normally refuse. Burning Persepolis, marching through the Gedrusian desert, fighting in monsoon rains in India, these decisions risk the army's survival. Some soldiers follow out of loyalty, others from fear of punishment, and many from a strange belief that Alexander's luck will hold. He exploits that belief ruthlessly. The Macedonian nobility presents a different leadership challenge. These are men who knew Alexander when he was just Philip's son, and they remember that they're nobles too, not just subordinates. Alexander manages them through a combination of personal relationships, calculated generosity, and occasional ruthlessness. Clytus, one of the companions who saved Alexander's life at the Granicus, later criticizes Alexander during a drunken feast. Alexander kills him in a rage, then spends days in anguished regret. The lesson for other nobles is complex. Alexander values loyalty but won't tolerate challenges to his authority, even from friends. You notice that Alexander's leadership style changes over time. The young king who crosses into Asia listens to advisors and follows Macedonian customs. The emperor who reaches India wears Persian dress, expects proskinesis, prostration, and makes decisions increasingly alone. Success breeds confidence that curdles into arrogance. The troops who worshipped him begin to whisper that he's becoming foreign, less Macedonian, and more Persian. The same presence that inspired them now sometimes alienates them. But even at the end, when the army refuses to continue past the Hyphasis River in India, Alexander's handling of the mutiny shows his understanding of leadership. He sulks in his tent for days, trying to shame them into continuing. When that fails, he accepts their decision but stages it as his own choice based on omens. Both sides save face. The troops get to go home, and Alexander avoids looking like he lost control. It's manipulation, but it's effective manipulation. Leadership, you realise watching Alexander, isn't just about inspiring moments. It's about understanding what motivates people. Glory, greed, fear, loyalty, pride, and orchestrating those motivations toward your goals. Alexander conducts his army like an instrument, knowing which strings to pluck and when. The fact that he sometimes mistakes the music doesn't change the skill involved in the conducting. You're in a Persian war council chamber, watching commanders debate strategy. The year is 333 BCE, and Alexander has invaded Asia. The smart move, the Persian nobles argue, is to withdraw, scorch the earth, and let Alexander's supply lines collapse. He's far from home, his army's relatively small, and time is on Persia's side. But Darius III, the Persian king, rejects this strategy. He chooses to face Alexander directly at Issus. That choice changes everything. Luck runs through Alexander's campaigns like a river through a valley. Sometimes it's the river that creates the valley's shape. You're watching moments where things could have gone catastrophically wrong but didn't, often through random chance rather than brilliant planning. Start at the Granicus River, Alexander's first major battle in Asia. He attacks across a river against a defended position, which violates every tactical principle. The Persians have cavalry waiting on the opposite bank, and Alexander charges straight at them. It's a foolish move that works partly because the Persian commanders are more interested in killing Alexander personally and claiming the glory than in defeating his army systematically. They converge on him, and in the confusion of single combat, the Macedonian phalanx crosses the river and establishes position. If the Persians had fought defensively instead of hunting for personal glory, Alexander might have died in Asia's first major engagement. Then there's Darius's decision at Issus. The battlefield geography favours Alexander enormously. The narrow coastal plain negates Persia's numerical advantage. Darius chose to fight there instead of on the open plains of Mesopotamia, where Persian cavalry could manoeuvre freely. Why? Perhaps because retreating seemed cowardly. Perhaps because his advisors pushed for immediate confrontation. Perhaps because he underestimated Alexander. Regardless, the choice hands Alexander a victory he desperately needs. Darius flees, the Persian army breaks, and Alexander gains credibility as a legitimate threat rather than a raiding party from Macedonia. You notice how often Alexander's gambles pay off when they shouldn't. At Tyre, the siege drags on for 7 months. Alexander has already spent more time here than the entire city is worth strategically. If Tyre's defenders hold out another month or two, Alexander might be forced to withdraw, leaving his first major failure as a scar on his reputation. But the city falls just before that breaking point, and what could have been a disaster becomes another victory. Gaugamela, the decisive battle against Darius, shows both planning and absurd fortune working together. Alexander scouts the battlefield beforehand and notices Darius has cleared and levelled the ground to favour his scythed chariots. So Alexander attacks on the ground Darius prepared, knowing his phalanx can handle the chariots. The plan works, but there's a moment during the battle when the Macedonian line breaks, and Darius could have won if he'd committed his reserves. Instead, Darius sees Alexander charging toward him personally and flees again. The Persian king's fear hands Alexander an empire. Timing matters as much as luck. Alexander invades Persia when the empire is wealthy but militarily complacent. The Persian army hasn't fought a serious war in generations. Their commanders learn tactics from textbooks and peacetime exercises, while Alexander's troops are veterans who cut their teeth fighting mountain tribes and Greek hoplites. The timing isn't planned. It's just when Alexander happens to become king and when his father's assassination forces him to move. But it's perfect timing nonetheless. Disease and assassination remove Alexander's rivals in ways no strategy could accomplish. Darius dies at the hands of his own subordinates, eliminating the legitimate Persian king and leaving Alexander to claim he's avenging Darius's murder rather than just conquering. It's propaganda gold that Alexander didn't have to orchestrate. Meanwhile, potential rivals in Macedonia die or discredit themselves conveniently, leaving Alexander without serious challenges to his throne back home. You're watching Alexander cross the Hindu Kush mountains into Bactria, and the audacity nearly kills his army. The passes are higher than anyone expected, the cold more severe, and the food scarcer. If the weather had been slightly worse, if the local guides hadn't cooperated, or if the descent had been steeper, the army could have perished in the mountains. Instead, they struggle through and emerge as the first Western army to cross those peaks, terrifying the locals who thought the mountains made them unreachable. At the Hydaspes River in India, Alexander faces Porus's army, which includes war elephants his horses have never encountered. The battle plan involves crossing the river at night during a storm to achieve surprise. It's ridiculously risky. Horses can panic, troops can drown, and the surprise can fail. But the storm provides cover, the crossing succeeds, and Alexander wins a battle that most generals wouldn't have attempted. Later, Alexander's admirers will call it genius. More accurately, it's a calculated risk that happened to work. The relationship between luck and skill gets complicated here. Alexander creates opportunities for luck to favour him by moving fast, taking initiative, and putting himself in positions where good fortune becomes possible. At Issus, he's lucky Darius chose that battlefield, but Alexander got to Issus quickly enough that Darius had to react to him rather than vice versa. His speed creates the conditions for luck to matter. You also see how Alexander's personality affects his fortune. His willingness to take enormous risks means he experiences both spectacular successes and near disasters. The difference is that he survives his disasters and publicises his successes. At the Mali city in India, getting isolated on the wall could have ended his entire campaign. Instead, he survives, and the story becomes another example of his heroic courage rather than his reckless stupidity. There's survivorship bias here that's impossible to ignore. You're watching Alexander's campaigns knowing they succeeded, but you can imagine parallel universes where the arrow at Gaza hit a vital organ, where Darius stood his ground at Gaugamela, where the Hindu Kush crossing ended in mass starvation, and where the Gedrosian desert claimed the entire army. In those universes, Alexander is a footnote, a reckless Macedonian king who invaded Persia and died quickly. But in this universe, the gambles pay off. The river crossings succeed. The sieges eventually fall. The enemies make mistakes at crucial moments. Alexander's luck becomes part of his legend, and soldiers start believing their king is divinely protected. That belief becomes self-fulfilling. Troops fight harder because they think fortune favours Alexander, which makes victories more likely, which reinforces the belief. Near the end, Alexander's luck shows signs of running out. The wound at the Mali city nearly kills him. The desert crossing loses thousands of men and animals. His troops refuse to continue into India. These are warning signs that fortune is finite, but Alexander dies before he fully exhausts it. You wonder what would have happened if he'd lived another decade. Would his luck have held? Would we remember him differently if one of those later gambles had failed catastrophically? But that's speculation. What you know is that Alexander won partly because the dice kept coming up in his favour at critical moments. Skill positioned him to roll those dice, but luck determined what numbers showed. You're watching something peculiar happen as Alexander's campaigns progress. Each victory makes the next one easier, not because the enemies become weaker, but because Alexander's army becomes more formidable in ways that transcend simple military strength. Momentum, the strange force that makes moving objects want to keep moving, becomes as powerful as any weapon in Alexander's arsenal. The psychological effect starts early. After the Granicus River victory, Greek cities in Asia Minor that were previously under Persian control start opening their gates. They don't resist because resistance seems futile. Alexander has demonstrated he can win against Persian forces, and surrendering early means better treatment. You watch cities that could have cost months to besiege instead welcome Alexander as a liberator. Each surrender encourages the next city to follow suit. The wealth accumulation feeds the momentum. Persia is rich in ways that make Macedonia look poor. After Issus, Alexander captures Darius's baggage train, which includes the Persian royal treasury. Suddenly, Alexander can pay his troops in gold rather than promises. He can hire more soldiers, build more siege equipment, and fund his political operations back in Greece. Money makes everything easier, and each conquest brings more money. You notice how Alexander's reputation starts working for him. Before battles, enemies know they're facing the king who defeated Darius, who conquered Egypt, who broke Tyre. That knowledge undermines morale before fighting begins. At Gaugamela, many of Darius's soldiers flee early, not because the Macedonians are winning, but because they expect the Macedonians to win. Expectation shapes reality. The army itself improves through experience. The troops who cross into Asia in 334 BCE are good, but the veterans who reach India years later are extraordinary. They fought in every type of terrain, against every type of enemy, using every type of tactic. They've learned to build bridges, conduct sieges, coordinate with naval forces and adapt to local conditions. Each campaign is a training exercise for the next one. Alexander integrates conquered peoples into his forces, which increases his numbers but also sends a message. Persian cavalry start fighting alongside Macedonians. Local auxiliaries join the army. This mixed force shows that Alexander isn't just conquering, he's building something larger than a Macedonian kingdom. The vision expands with each edition, from recovering Greek cities to defeating Persia, to ruling Asia to reaching the end of the world. Each goal achieved suggests the next goal is achievable too. The administrative structure Alexander establishes helps maintain momentum. Conquered territories get satraps, local governors who manage regions and supply resources to the advancing army. This creates a trail of stable territory behind the front lines. It's not perfect. Some satraps rebel, some steal, some prove incompetent. But it's functional enough that Alexander can keep pushing forward without constantly worrying about his rear. You see momentum working at multiple levels simultaneously. Militarily, victories accumulate. Economically, wealth flows in. Politically, Alexander's legitimacy increases. Psychologically, both his troops and his enemies start believing he's unstoppable. These factors reinforce each other, creating a self-sustaining cycle of success. But momentum has limits and dangers. You're watching Alexander in Bactria and Sogdiana, mountain regions where there are no major battles to win, just endless guerrilla warfare against local tribes. The momentum sputters here. Alexander spends years pacifying territories that don't particularly care about his grand vision, and can't be defeated in decisive battles. The easy victories stop, the casualties mount, and the troops start grumbling. Momentum requires visible progress, and these campaigns don't provide it. The army's growing diversity also creates tensions. Macedonian veterans resent seeing Persians elevated to positions of honour. When Alexander adopts Persian dress and customs, it feels like betrayal to soldiers who thought they were fighting to defeat Persia, not become it. The momentum that united the army behind a conquering king starts fracturing when the mission becomes less clear. By the time Alexander reaches India, momentum has carried the army impossibly far from home. They've marched for years, crossed deserts and mountains, and fought enemies most never imagined existed. But they're also exhausted, separated from families by thousands of miles, and increasingly uncertain about what they're fighting for. The momentum that pushed them forward finally meets an immovable object, their own unwillingness to go further. The mutiny at the Hyphasis River marks the moment when momentum breaks. Alexander wants to continue into the Ganges Valley, convinced that the edge of the world lies just beyond. The troops refuse. They've followed Alexander everywhere, but they won't follow him there. For the first time, Alexander can't overcome resistance through force of personality or the promise of future glory. The campaign has reached its natural limit. Even then, momentum helps Alexander on the return journey. His reputation makes local rulers cautious about resisting. Cities surrender or face destruction. The army that returns is smaller than the one that invaded, reduced by combat losses, disease, desertion, and the desert crossing, but it's still formidable enough to command respect. You realise that Alexander's conquests weren't inevitable even after they started. Momentum helped, but it required constant feeding. Each victory needed to be publicised, each defeat minimised, and each pause filled with training or diplomacy or preparation for the next advance. Alexander understood that stopping meant risking everything, so he almost never stopped until his troops forced him to. The final irony is that momentum kills him. Not directly, but he can't adjust to peacetime. Back in Babylon after the campaigns, Alexander plans new expeditions. Arabia, Carthage, the Western Mediterranean. There's always another target. His body is breaking down from wounds, fever and excessive drinking, but his mind still operates in campaign mode. When he dies at 32, he's planning rather than resting. Momentum, once started, becomes hard to stop. You're in a library centuries after Alexander's death, surrounded by scrolls and histories written by people trying to make sense of what happened. They've turned Alexander into myth, philosophy, and legend. But you know something they don't. You watched it happen. You saw the luck, the mistakes, and the chaos that history smoothed into narrative. Looking back at Alexander's improbable success, you see patterns that contemporaries couldn't. Philip's reforms created the military instrument. Aristotle's teaching provided the intellectual framework. Persian weakness offered the opportunity, but none of it guaranteed success. You're staring at a sequence of events where everything had to go approximately right for Alexander to achieve what he did, and somehow, improbably, things did go approximately right. The revisionist historians will argue that Alexander was inevitable, that the Persian Empire was ripe for conquest, and that any competent Macedonian king could have done it. But you know that's nonsense. Alexander's brother Philip Aridaeus couldn't have done it. Neither could any of the other Macedonian nobles. It required someone with Alexander's specific combination of military talent, political cunning, physical courage, and sheer stubborn refusal to accept limits. You also see what Alexander didn't accomplish. He conquered an empire but didn't create a stable successor state. Within years of his death, his generals will carve up his territories into separate kingdoms. The unity he forced through military power collapses the moment that power disappears. By that measure, Alexander fails. He builds nothing permanent beyond the cities named after him and the routes he opened between east and west. But the question was never whether Alexander was supposed to succeed in creating a lasting empire. The question was whether he was supposed to win at all. And by that measure, the answer is clearly no. The odds against a young Macedonian king conquering the Persian Empire were astronomical. The fact that he did it anyway doesn't mean it was probable or inevitable. It means that sometimes, improbably, things happen that weren't supposed to happen. You think about the people who lived through Alexander's campaigns and wonder how they processed it. The Persian nobles who thought they were defending an eternal empire and instead watched it shatter. The Greek city-states that mocked Macedonia and then found themselves subject to Macedonian hegemony. The Indian kingdoms on the far edge of Alexander's advance, who encountered Greeks for the first time and had to make sense of these strange invaders from the west. Their world was rearranged by someone who wasn't supposed to rearrange it. There's a lesson in there about history's unpredictability. The historians who come after try to explain Alexander's success as if it makes sense in retrospect. But living through it, the outcome was far from certain. At any point, things could have gone differently. Alexander could have died young from disease or battle or assassination. The Macedonian army could have broken apart from internal tensions. The Persian Empire could have rallied and crushed the invasion. None of these happened, but they could have, and the stories written centuries later make success seem more foreordained than it was. You close your eyes, the library fading around you. The story of Alexander isn't really about how a young king conquered the world. It's about how someone who wasn't supposed to win kept winning anyway, through talent, timing, and tremendous luck, until his troops finally made him stop. It's a reminder that history isn't a story written in advance. It's a series of people making choices and taking risks where outcomes aren't determined until they happen. The young prince born in Pella in 356 BCE to a dysfunctional family in a kingdom nobody respected had no business conquering one of history's greatest empires, but he did it anyway, and that's why, thousands of years later, we're still trying to understand how it happened. Sleep well, knowing that sometimes the impossible becomes real. Alrighty-o everyone. Tonight's journey is into a story that unfolded not with grand speeches or public battles, but through carefully chosen details, quiet determination, and an understanding that beauty could be its own form of power. Tonight, you'll discover how one woman transformed the way Americans saw themselves in their history, working not from headlines but from the shadows of chandeliers, the weight of antique chairs, and the simple act of choosing which paintings would hang on walls that belonged to everyone. We're stepping into the early 1960s, when America was young and restless, searching for its own reflection in the mirror of the world. Imagine, if you will, you're standing in a Manhattan apartment on a winter afternoon in 1941, and the light coming through the tall windows has that particular quality that only happens when snow reflects the sun upward into rooms that normally live in shadow. The air smells faintly of furniture polish and the paper of new books, and if you listen carefully you can hear someone turning pages in the next room. Jacqueline Bouvier is 12 years old, and she's reading about Marie Antoinette again. Not the simplified version they teach in school, where everything reduces to cake and guillotines, but the complicated truth found in volumes her mother borrowed from the library at her request. She's fascinated by something most people miss entirely. Before the Revolution, before everything fell apart, Marie Antoinette had quietly commissioned some of the most beautiful furniture ever made. The young girl traces her finger over an illustration of a writing desk with legs that curve like flower stems, and something clicks into place in her mind about the relationship between objects and the people who live among them. Her mother Janet calls this attention to detail, but it's more than that. It's an understanding that the physical world tells stories about the people who shape it, and that those stories matter more than most adults seem to realise. When you visit someone's home, you're not just seeing their furniture, you're reading their autobiography, written in the language of choices made and objects kept. The Bouvier household runs on a particular kind of order that feels less like rules and more like choreography. Meals happen at specific times, clothes are pressed just so. Books are returned to their proper places on shelves arranged by both subject and size. Young Jackie learns to read rooms the way other children learn to read faces, understanding that the placement of a vase or the choice of a lampshade communicates something about the person who put it there. Her father, Jacques Bouvier, has a different kind of influence. He's the sort of man who knows everyone in the room before he enters it, who can make waiters laugh and doormen feel important with just a few words. He teaches his daughter something her mother's order can't quite capture: the performance of grace, the way charm can open doors that remain closed to force. She watches him navigate social situations like a dancer moving through a crowded floor, never bumping into anyone, always knowing exactly where to step next. But it's during summers at the family's property in East Hampton that something deeper takes root. You're walking with her through grass that reaches your knees, past hydrangea bushes heavy with blooms the size of your head, and she's pointing out details you wouldn't normally notice. The way the light changes colour as it filters through different leaves. How the same ocean looks completely different depending on whether you're standing or sitting when you view it. She's building a vocabulary for beauty that doesn't rely on the words other people use. Developing her own language for describing what makes one thing lovely and another merely adequate. At Miss Porter's school in Connecticut, her teachers noticed something unusual. Most students approach literature as an assignment to be completed, but Jackie reads like someone searching for instruction manuals on how to live. She copies passages into notebooks not because she has to, but because she wants to keep certain sentences close, the way you might keep photographs of places you've loved. Her French teacher watches her practice pronunciation with the kind of focus usually reserved for religious devotion, understanding that this teenage girl already knows something important. Language isn't just about communication, it's about access to other ways of seeing. The summer she spends in France after her junior year at Vassar shifts everything slightly sideways. You're sitting with her in a cafe in Grenoble, watching her watch the way French women tie their scarves, hold their cigarettes, and gesture with their hands while talking. She's not trying to become French. She's too smart for that kind of simple imitation. But she's absorbing something about the French relationship with style, the way they treat presentation as a form of respect rather than vanity. She notices how French museums display their art, creating rooms that feel like conversations between centuries rather than warehouses for old things. She sees how French families treat meal times as sacred intervals in the day, not interruptions to more important work. Most of all, she observes how the French seem to believe that beauty isn't frivolous or superficial but essential, a kind of nourishment as necessary as food or sleep. By the time she meets John Kennedy at a dinner party in 1951, she's assembled a particular set of skills that don't appear on any resume. She can look at a room and know within seconds what's wrong with it, and how to fix it. She can make small talk in 3 languages while simultaneously cataloguing everything from the quality of the silverware to the way the host and hostess interact with their staff. She understands that surfaces aren't shallow. They're the first chapter of every story, the thing that determines whether anyone will bother reading further. The 12-year-old girl reading about Marie Antoinette in that Manhattan apartment has become a young woman who knows that changing how things look is one way of changing how people think about them, and that this kind of change, though subtle, can be more lasting than the kind that announces itself with trumpets and headlines. You're walking into the White House for the first time as First Lady in January 1961, and the first thing that strikes you isn't the history or the grandeur. It's the overwhelming sense of neglect. The air smells like old heating systems and carpet that's seen too many decades of shoes. The furniture looks like what you'd find in a moderately successful hotel from the 1920s. Generic pieces chosen for durability rather than beauty or meaning. The paintings on the walls could be from anywhere, bought in bulk perhaps, telling no particular story about the nation that paid for them. Jackie Kennedy stands in the centre of the green room, and you can see her face doing something complicated. She's not disgusted exactly, but she's certainly disappointed. More than that, she's puzzled. This is the house that's supposed to represent American achievement to the world, and it looks like nobody with any authority has actually thought about what it's representing. The curtains are sun-faded. The upholstery is worn in ways that suggest it wasn't particularly nice to begin with. Some of the antique furniture, and there isn't much, has been painted over with modern colours that hide the original wood. She makes a decision right there that will consume the next 3 years of her life. The White House needs to become what it's supposed to be, and she's going to make that happen whether anyone helps her or not. The first problem is that almost none of the furniture or art actually belongs to the White House permanently. Previous first families have bought things, used them, and taken them home when they left. The house has no real collection, no institutional memory built in objects. It's more like a rental property that various tenants have decorated according to their temporary tastes, leaving behind only what they didn't want badly enough to pack. Jackie starts making phone calls. She reaches out to wealthy families who might have furniture gathering dust in their attics, original American pieces made by master craftsmen in the 1800s that have been replaced by modern conveniences. She contacts historians who specialise in presidential history, asking what kinds of objects would have been in the White House during its most significant moments. She writes letters to museum directors, essentially asking if they have anything they'd be willing to loan indefinitely to the nation's most important house. The response surprises everyone except her. Americans, it turns out, are sitting on treasure troves of historical furniture and art that they've forgotten to value properly. A family in Philadelphia has a desk that belonged to a Revolutionary War general, stored in a barn because it doesn't match their current decor. A woman in Boston has paintings of early American landscapes that have been hanging in her guest room, gathering dust because nobody ever uses that room. A collector in Virginia has been storing a set of chairs made for James Monroe, waiting for someone who would appreciate them properly. You're watching her work in a makeshift office she's set up in the White House, and the organisation is meticulous. She's created files for every room, with photographs of what it looks like now and sketches of what it could become. She's compiled lists of furniture styles by period, cross-referenced with which presidents were in office when those styles were popular. She's tracking down the provenance of every piece that donors offer, making sure nothing fake or historically questionable ends up on display. This isn't redecorating, it's detective work, archaeology, and education all happening simultaneously. The work has a funny quality to it too, because the White House staff aren't quite sure what to make of this young First Lady, who keeps asking them to move heavy furniture around so she can see how different arrangements feel. The chief usher, J.B. West, finds himself in the unusual position of hosting what amounts to an ongoing furniture audition, where chairs and tables are brought in, assessed, and either accepted into the permanent collection or politely declined. One afternoon, Jackie rejects a supposedly historical table because she's noticed the screws are the wrong kind for the period it's supposed to be from, and West realises he's dealing with someone who's done her homework. She creates the White House Historical Association, giving the restoration project a formal structure and credibility. She convinces Congress to pass legislation making the White House a museum, which means future First Families can't simply redecorate according to their personal preferences and haul away the good stuff when they leave. She recruits experts, curators, historians, and decorative art specialists to serve on committees that will guide the restoration and protect it from anyone's impulses to modernise or simplify. The Blue Room becomes a study in careful colour theory, with walls painted in a specific shade that was popular during the 1820s, furnished with pieces that would have been considered fashionable when James Monroe was president. The Red Room receives curtains made from the same kind of silk that would have hung there in 1860. They're red, not the bright modern shade, but the deeper, richer tone that natural dyes produced. The State Dining Room gets chairs that were actually made for the White House in the 19th century, found in a government warehouse where they'd been sent when someone decided they looked too old-fashioned. You're standing with her in the newly restored diplomatic reception room, and she's explaining the wallpaper to you. It's a reproduction of an 1830s design showing American landscapes, Niagara Falls, Boston Harbor, and Natural Bridge in Virginia. The original paper was found in a house in Maryland. An expert spent months analysing it to understand the printing technique and colours well enough to recreate it accurately. She's not just hanging pretty wallpaper, she's creating an immersive historical experience where every surface tells visitors something true about American history. The funny moments come frequently, usually involving the intersection of her vision with practical White House operations. The staff learns to hide furniture they're particularly attached to, because Jackie has a habit of wandering through service areas and suddenly declaring that a piece they've been using in a basement office would be perfect for the second floor. One carpenter makes the mistake of showing her a storage room full of old frames, and she spends the next 3 hours going through every single one, emerging victorious with frames that turn out to be original to the building, perfect for the paintings she's acquiring. By the time CBS television comes to film a special tour of the restored White House in February 1962, The transformation is remarkable. More than 50 million people watch Jackie guide them through rooms that now tell coherent stories about American history and craftsmanship. She doesn't narrate like a tour guide reciting memorized facts. She shares details like someone who's genuinely excited about what she's learned, pointing out the subtle curve in a chair leg or the way light hits a particular painting at certain times of day. The restoration isn't about luxury or showing off wealth. It's about claiming that America has a visual culture worth preserving and celebrating, that the nation's history exists not just in documents and battlefields, but in the objects people made and used. She's arguing, through careful arrangement and selection, that taking care of beautiful things isn't shallow. It's a form of respecting the people who made them and the history they represent. You're watching her adjust a flower arrangement in the entrance hall, moving individual stems until the composition balances exactly right, and you realise she's applying the same attention to detail here that she learned as a 12-year-old, studying French furniture. The difference is that now she's working at a scale that will influence how millions of people think about American history, and she's doing it one carefully chosen chair at a time. You're sitting in a receiving line at a state dinner, and you're watching something remarkable happen that most people don't even notice. The guest of honour tonight is the President of Pakistan, and Jackie Kennedy is speaking to him in French. Not because he's French, but because French is the diplomatic language they share. The neutral ground where a First Lady from America and a President from Pakistan can meet as equals in conversation. She's asking him about Mughal architecture, and his face lights up with the particular pleasure people feel when someone from far away cares about something specific from their culture. Not just the obvious tourist destinations, but the deeper, artistic traditions. This is cultural diplomacy, but it doesn't announce itself that way. There are no formal negotiations happening, no treaties being signed. Instead, there's just a moment of genuine connection over shared appreciation for how humans have expressed beauty through buildings, and that moment creates a warmth that will linger long after the dinner ends, influencing how this foreign leader thinks about Americans and their capacity for understanding the wider world. Jackie has figured out something that most political figures miss entirely. Culture is its own form of power, and sometimes showing people that you value what they value accomplishes more than any amount of political pressure. She prepares for state visits the way students prepare for final exams, reading about each country's history, art, literature and music, looking for authentic connections rather than superficial compliments to deploy. You're in the White House kitchen watching preparations for a dinner honouring French Minister of Culture André Malraux, and the attention to detail is almost absurd. The menu has been crafted to honour French culinary traditions while incorporating American ingredients, creating a conversation in food about the relationship between the two countries. The wines are American, chosen specifically to demonstrate that American vineyards can produce quality that stands beside French standards. The table settings mix French porcelain with American silver, every fork and plate placed to suggest that these two cultures can sit comfortably side by side. But the real magic happens in the guest list. Jackie has invited American artists, writers and musicians, not just politicians and diplomats. She's creating an environment where Leonard Bernstein might find himself talking with a visiting conductor from Vienna, where an American painter could discuss technique with a sculptor from Italy. She's using the White House as a kind of cultural crossroads, demonstrating that America has its own artistic traditions worth taking seriously while remaining genuinely curious about traditions from elsewhere. The funny moments emerge from cultural misunderstandings that her preparation helps avoid. Before a state visit from the leader of Tunisia, she learns that certain flowers have religious significance that would make them inappropriate for table arrangements. She discovers that the traditional greeting gesture in one Asian country looks remarkably like a gesture that means something quite different in another, and she makes sure protocol officers brief the president so nobody accidentally causes offence. She becomes a kind of cultural translator, creating bridges between her husband's political objectives and the deeper human connections that make those objectives achievable. Her trip to India and Pakistan in 1962 becomes a masterclass in this approach. You're travelling with her, watching how she moves through each encounter. She doesn't feign interest, she's genuinely curious about everything from classical dance forms to the techniques used in miniature painting. She asks questions that reveal she's done her homework, understanding enough to inquire about specific details rather than offering vague praise. When she visits schools, she doesn't just wave and smile. She sits with students and asks about what they're learning, demonstrating respect for education as a universal value that crosses all borders. The photographs from this trip tell their own story. There she is, riding an elephant in ceremonial dress, and somehow she's managed to make it look both dignified and natural, as if riding elephants is simply what one does when visiting places where elephants are important. There she is at the Taj Mahal, and her face shows genuine wonder rather than the practiced expression of official appreciation. The people watching these images around the world see someone who's willing to participate respectfully in other cultures' traditions, and that willingness creates warmth toward America that no amount of political speeches could manufacture. Back at the White House, she transforms state dinners from formal obligations into events that people actually want to attend. You're at a dinner honouring Nobel Prize winners, and she's placed a physicist next to a poet and a novelist next to an economist, creating unexpected conversations that wouldn't happen in more conventional seating arrangements. She's invited Pablo Casals to perform, bringing one of the world's greatest cellists out of semi-retirement to play in a room filled with people who will remember this evening for the rest of their lives. The diplomatic corps in Washington starts to notice that invitations to White House events have become genuinely desirable, not just obligatory. Ambassadors discover that these aren't stuffy formal affairs where everyone makes careful small talk and leaves early. They're evenings where interesting things actually happen, where you might hear extraordinary music or meet someone who changes how you think about something. The White House becomes a place where culture is taken seriously as its own form of national strength, not just decoration for political business. She uses fashion the same way, understanding that what she wears to state occasions sends messages about American style and values. Her clothes are elegant but not ostentatious, modern but not flashy, demonstrating that Americans can appreciate sophistication without abandoning their democratic principles. When she wears American designers to official events, she's making a quiet argument that American fashion can stand confidently beside European tradition. You're watching her prepare for a dinner with the President of France, and she's chosen a dress in a shade of blue that somehow manages to honour the French flag while remaining distinctly American in its cut and simplicity. It's a small thing, this choice of colour, but it communicates thoughtfulness about the relationship between nations through the language of clothing. The French, who take these details seriously, notice and appreciate the gesture. The restoration work she's done on the White House becomes its own form of cultural diplomacy. Foreign leaders touring the renovated rooms see that Americans value history and craftsmanship, and that the nation isn't only interested in modern progress, but also in preserving and honouring its past. She's created an environment that argues visually for American cultural maturity, demonstrating that the relatively young nation has developed its own traditions worth maintaining and celebrating. Her approach to these diplomatic and cultural efforts has a quality of restraint that makes them more powerful. She doesn't give speeches about the importance of cultural exchange. She simply creates environments where cultural exchange happens naturally. She doesn't announce that she's studying French literature or Indian history. She just knows enough to ask good questions and make meaningful connections. She lets the work speak for itself, understanding that the most effective diplomacy often happens in the spaces between official conversations, in moments of genuine human connection over shared appreciation for beauty or ideas. You're standing with her in the White House garden at dusk after a state dinner has ended and the guests have left. She's looking at the roses she's had planted, varieties chosen not just for their beauty but for their historical connections to American presidents' families. Even here, in this quiet moment with no cameras or audiences, she's thinking about how to use beauty and history to tell stories about who Americans are and what they value. The diplomacy continues even when nobody's watching. Built into the very landscape of the place, she's transformed into something that represents the nation at its most thoughtful and welcoming. You're in a room full of reporters, and there's a question hanging in the air about something personal, something that pokes at the boundary between public interest and private life. You watch Jackie Kennedy's face do something subtle. Not quite a smile, not quite a wall going up, but something that politely redirects the conversation back to territory she's willing to discuss. The reporters don't feel shut down, but somehow the personal question has been answered without actually being answered, and the interview continues smoothly towards safer ground. This is restraint as a form of power, and she's developed it into something like an art form. In an era when television is making everything more visible, when cameras want to follow presidents' families into rooms that previous generations would have considered private, she's figured out how to maintain boundaries without seeming cold or unfriendly. She understands something important. You can't control everything people say about you, but you can control what you give them to work with. The challenge is unique to her generation of First Ladies. Eleanor Roosevelt had to navigate radio and newspapers, but television is different. More immediate, more intimate, and more hungry for content. The cameras want to see everything. How she raises her children, how she decorates her private rooms, what she eats for breakfast, and how she spends her weekends. She needs to feed this appetite enough to maintain public interest without surrendering the privacy that makes family life bearable. You're watching her with Caroline and John in the White House, and there's a careful choreography to what the cameras are allowed to capture. Official photographs show sweet moments, children playing in the Oval Office, family time that looks casual but is actually quite controlled. What the cameras don't see is everything else. The normal chaos of children being children, the difficult moments, and the private family dynamics that every household experiences, but that would become tabloid fodder if revealed. She's created a kind of protective bubble around her children, understanding that they didn't choose this exposure and deserve as much normal childhood as circumstances permit. Caroline attends a small school that Jackie has essentially created at the White House, bringing in other children so her daughter isn't isolated but also isn't on display at a regular school where every moment might become news. It's a compromise between the demands of public life and the needs of a child who just wants to play without cameras documenting every scraped knee and lost tooth. The funny thing is how she uses photography to protect privacy. By allowing certain carefully managed images, she satisfies some of the public's curiosity and reduces the value of intrusive paparazzi shots. Official photographers capture moments that show the family as warm and relatable, creating a narrative that fills the space where speculation might otherwise grow. It's a sophisticated understanding of media relations. Give people enough of what they want that they're less desperate to find what you're hiding. Her own public appearances follow similar principles. She gives interviews, but they're limited and carefully prepared. She appears at official functions, but always with clear boundaries about what's appropriate to discuss. When she does speak publicly, her words are chosen for their precision, saying exactly what she means to say and nothing more. She's learned that in politics, vagueness can be useful, but so can specificity. Knowing which to use when is part of the skill. You're listening to her being interviewed about the White House restoration, and she's doing something interesting. She's genuinely enthusiastic and knowledgeable, sharing details that demonstrate her expertise, but she never makes it about herself. The focus stays on the history, the craftsmen who made the furniture, and the donors who've contributed pieces. She's the narrator of this story, not its hero, and that modesty makes her more likeable, while also deflecting attention from her personal life onto the project itself. The pressure on her appearance is constant and intense. Every outfit is analysed, every hairstyle discussed, and every public appearance dissected for what her choices might mean. She handles this by developing a consistent style that's elegant but not flashy, becoming almost a living logo of American grace. The consistency is strategic. When you look essentially the same at every official function, individual appearances become less newsworthy, and the focus can shift to what you're doing rather than what you're wearing. But there's also a cost to this restraint that you can sometimes see if you're paying attention. You're watching her at a campaign event during the 1960 election, and for just a moment when she thinks nobody's looking, her face shows fatigue. The constant performance of grace, the never-ending requirement to look poised and say the right things, the knowledge that every gesture will be analysed. It's exhausting in ways that aren't visible in the official photographs. She protects this weariness from public view, understanding that showing vulnerability might be interpreted as weakness or dissatisfaction. She's trapped between an older generation that believed First Ladies should be nearly invisible, and a new generation that wants to know everything about everyone. She's creating a middle path, visible enough to satisfy modern expectations, restrained enough to maintain dignity and privacy. The White House Social Secretary learns to navigate Jackie's boundaries, understanding which events the First Lady will attend and which she'll skip, which photographs are acceptable and which cross the line. There's a careful gatekeeping happening, protecting her from becoming overexposed while ensuring she remains enough in the public eye to satisfy political requirements. It's a delicate balance that requires constant adjustment, reading public mood while maintaining personal limits. You're in a receiving line at a state dinner, watching her greet guest after guest with what looks like genuine warmth. And it probably is genuine for the first 20 people. By the time you get to guest number 80, the warmth is still there on the surface, but you can see that she's running on reserves, performing graciousness through sheer will and training. She's learned to pace herself, to conserve energy for the moments that matter most, and to make every interaction feel special, even when she's had 100 identical interactions that evening. Her relationship with the press is complicated by this restraint. Reporters want access, want stories, and want the details that will make their articles interesting. She gives them just enough, providing occasional controlled access that creates positive stories, while denying the kind of unlimited access that would turn her family's life into a daily soap opera. Some reporters appreciate the professionalism, others chafe at the restrictions, frustrated by their inability to get the intimate details that sell papers. She's particularly protective about political matters, understanding that a First Lady's public opinions on policy could create problems for her husband's administration. When asked about controversial issues, she redirects to safe topics, culture, history, and children. It's not that she lacks opinions, but she's made a calculation that expressing them publicly serves no useful purpose and creates potential complications. The restraint here is strategic, protecting her husband's political flexibility while maintaining her own influence through quieter channels. You're sitting with her in a private moment, rare and brief, and she's talking about the price of this constant performance. She doesn't complain exactly, that's not her style, but she acknowledges that living in history's spotlight requires giving up kinds of spontaneity and privacy that ordinary people take for granted. She can't take her children to a park without it becoming news. She can't have a bad day without it being interpreted as significant. She can't make a minor mistake without it being magnified into a major story. The restraint she practices becomes part of her legacy, demonstrating a kind of dignity that influences how future First Ladies navigate the impossible position of being both private citizens and public figures. She shows that it's possible to maintain mystery while remaining approachable, to protect your family while serving the public, and to be both visible and restrained. It's a complicated dance, and she's figured out the steps better than almost anyone before her, creating a template that will influence how public figures manage privacy for generations to come. You're sitting in front of a television on a November afternoon in 1963, watching something that doesn't make sense, that your brain keeps trying to reject as impossible. The president has been shot. The president is dead. The words come through the television speaker, but they sound like they're in a foreign language. Like if you just listen more carefully, they'll rearrange themselves into something that can be true. Jacqueline Kennedy is 34 years old, and in the space of a few hours, her life is split into before and after with such violence that the division will never fully heal. You see her on the television, and there's blood on her pink suit. The president's blood. Your mind supplies reluctantly, and she's refused to change out of it. She wants people to see what they've done, though who exactly they are isn't clear yet, and maybe it never will be. What happens over the next 4 days becomes a kind of masterclass in how to transform private grief into public comfort. How to help a nation mourn when your own mourning is a wound that's still bleeding. She makes decisions in those days that shape how Americans will remember this moment for the rest of the century, and she makes them while carrying a weight of personal loss that would break most people. You're watching her plan the funeral, and she's thinking about Abraham Lincoln. Not because the two assassinations are alike in their circumstances, but because Lincoln's funeral created a template for how America mourns its fallen leaders. She remembers the photographs she's seen, the horse-drawn caisson, the riderless horse with boots reversed in the stirrups, the long, slow procession through streets lined with grieving citizens. She's going to recreate that, not because she's thinking about history in this moment, but because history offers a structure to hold grief that might otherwise become shapeless and overwhelming. The planning happens in fragments, in moments snatched between waves of shock and sorrow. She's specific about details that might seem trivial to others, but matter immensely to her. The caisson should be the same one that carried Franklin D. Roosevelt. The music should include the Navy hymn. The burial should be at Arlington, where rows of white markers testify to other sacrifices for the nation. She's creating a ritual that will help millions of people process what feels unprocessable. And she's doing it while her own children need her to explain why their father won't be coming home. You're standing on a street corner in Washington as the funeral procession passes, and the silence is extraordinary. Hundreds of thousands of people have come to witness this, and nobody's speaking above a whisper. The only sounds are horses' hooves on pavement, the wheels of the caisson, and the muffled drums that mark time for the slow march. And there's Jackie, walking behind the caisson, leading a procession of world leaders who've come to pay respects. She's wearing a black veil, and beneath it, her face is composed in a way that looks almost peaceful, as if she's found some private place inside herself where grief can coexist with duty. The image of her lighting the eternal flame at the graveside becomes one of the most powerful photographs of the decade. You can see in that gesture something about permanence in the face of loss, about creating markers that will outlast individual memory. She's thinking about people who will visit this grave 50 years from now, 100 years from now, and she's giving them a focal point for reflection, a place where the symbol of the eternal flame suggests that some lights don't go out even when the people who carried them are gone. What she's doing in these days is creating what will come to be called Camelot, a way of remembering the Kennedy administration that emphasises its grace and promise rather than its incompleteness and tragedy. A week after the funeral, she invites a journalist to her home and talks about how her husband loved the musical Camelot, how he would play the original cast recording before bed, and had a particular affection for the lines about one brief shining moment. You're listening to this interview, and you understand that she's consciously shaping memory, creating a narrative that will give people something beautiful to hold on to rather than just grief and questions without answers. Some will later criticise this as myth-making, as a false history that obscures more complex truths about the Kennedy presidency. But in the moment, what she's offering is comfort, a way to remember that feels sustainable, that allows for mourning without becoming mired in despair. The Camelot frame gives people permission to grieve for what might have been rather than getting stuck in what was. It transforms a presidency cut short into a symbol of possibility, letting Americans project their hopes onto what might have happened if those 1,000 days had become 8 years. It's not entirely fair. No presidency could live up to the idealised version she's creating. But fairness isn't the point. The point is helping a nation wounded by violence find a way to move forward without simply moving on. You're watching her with Caroline and John in the months after the assassination, and the public rarely sees this part. She's trying to maintain some normalcy for children who've lost their father and their home simultaneously, who've watched their mother become an icon of grief in addition to being their mother. She reads them stories about their father, creating a narrative that will let them know him as more than just photographs and public memory. She's protecting their right to mourn privately, while the nation mourns publicly. The funny thing, though funny isn't quite the right word, is how her grace under this impossible pressure becomes its own form of comfort to others. People who've lost loved ones find something in her example that helps them bear their own grief. She's demonstrating that it's possible to be broken and still function, to carry loss and still create meaning, and to mourn deeply while continuing to care for others who need you. She's not trying to be an example. She's just trying to survive, but the example happens anyway. Letters pour in from around the world, millions of them, from people who want to express their sympathy and their admiration. You're in a room where some of these letters are being sorted, and the pile never seems to get smaller. They come from heads of state and from school children, from veterans and from people who've never been interested in politics, but felt moved by the dignity with which she's carried this burden. She won't read most of them. There aren't enough hours in a lifetime, but knowing they exist offers its own kind of comfort. evidence that the private suffering has been witnessed and honoured. She makes a decision to leave Washington, understanding that she can't rebuild a life in a city where every street corner holds memories of what's been lost. She moves to New York, creating distance from the political world that's continued without her husband, starting over in a place where she can be something other than history's widow. But the image from those November days, the composed face beneath the veil, the steady walk behind the caisson, the hand lighting the eternal flame, that image persists, becoming shorthand for a kind of strength that doesn't announce itself but simply endures. You're in New York City in 1964, and Jackie Kennedy is learning to be someone other than a First Lady. The apartment she's chosen on Fifth Avenue overlooks Central Park, offering views that change with the seasons, bare branches in winter, explosive green in spring, and the golden fade of autumn. It's deliberately far from Washington's political landscape, a fresh start in a city that's used to celebrities and knows how to let them blend into crowds. The transition is harder than anyone from outside might guess. For 3 years, every day had structure provided by official schedules, social secretaries, and staff who managed the logistics of life. Now she's responsible for ordinary things, making sure there's food in the apartment, arranging Caroline's school schedule, and figuring out how to move through the world as a private citizen who's also one of the most recognisable people on Earth. You're with her on a relatively ordinary afternoon, walking through the city, and you notice how she's developed techniques for navigating public space. She wears large sunglasses that hide much of her face. She moves quickly, with purpose, signalling to passers-by that she's busy rather than available for conversation. She's learned which restaurants have private entrances, which stores will let her shop after hours, and which parks are busy enough that she can disappear into the crowd, but not so crowded that she'll be constantly recognised. The work she begins to do is different from anything she's done before. She takes a job as an editor at Viking Press, later moving to Doubleday, and she's genuinely good at it. You're watching her edit a manuscript, and the marks she makes on the pages show real skill. She can see where a narrative drags, where a description needs sharpening, and where an author has been too close to their material to notice repetition. She's applying the same attention to detail she brought to the White House restoration, but now she's shaping words instead of rooms. Her colleagues learn to treat her like any other editor, which is what she wants. There are moments of humour in the office when someone forgets who she is and starts to gossip about recent political events, then catches herself mid-sentence, realising she's talking to someone who lived the history they're discussing as gossip. She's gracious about these moments, understanding that people need time to adjust to her presence, to learn how to be natural around someone whose face has been on more magazine covers than they could count. The books she chooses to work on reveal interests that were always there, but couldn't be fully explored during her White House years. She edits books about photography, about ballet, and about historical preservation. She works on memoirs of artists and writers, helping them shape their stories for public consumption. She's drawn to projects about beauty and culture, but also to stories about people who have overcome difficulties and who've rebuilt after loss. The work is meaningful to her in ways that go beyond the professional satisfaction. It's a connection to the world of ideas and creativity that politics only occasionally touches. You're at a publishing party with her, and she's talking with an author whose biography she's been editing, and there's a quality to the conversation that's different from political small talk. This is a genuine exchange of ideas, questioning about historical interpretation and discussion of how to balance accuracy with readability. She's intellectually engaged in ways that the role of First Lady, for all its importance, didn't always allow. Her children are growing up in this new life, and she's fiercely protective of their privacy. Caroline attends a prestigious Manhattan school, but Jackie's made it clear to other parents and to the school administration that her daughter should be treated like any other student. No special privileges, no extra attention. When photographers try to catch pictures of the children, she confronts them directly, asking them to imagine how they'd feel if their own children couldn't play without cameras documenting every moment. The work of being Jacqueline Kennedy, separate from being Jackie Kennedy Onassis that comes later, involves finding ways to honour what came before while building something new. She establishes a foundation to support the arts, channeling the public's continued interest in her toward causes that matter to her. She writes letters to donors and foundations, applying the diplomatic skills she learned during state visits to the work of fundraising and advocacy. She's still using her fame, but now she's directing it rather than being directed by it. You're with her at a fundraising gala for historic preservation, and she's giving a speech that's characteristically modest but effective. She talks about the importance of maintaining buildings that connect present generations to the past, about how physical spaces hold memories and meaning that can't be recreated if they're lost. She's applying lessons from the White House restoration to a broader context, arguing for preservation as a public good rather than a luxury. The crowd responds warmly, and afterwards checks are written that will save buildings she'll never personally visit but whose survival she's helped ensure. The funny moments in this new life often involve the disconnect between her public image and her private interests. She loves watching television, especially coverage of sporting events. She follows tennis closely and becomes an avid fan of professional cycling. She enjoys going to the movies, though she has to time it carefully to avoid crowds that might recognise her. She reads voraciously, everything from dense historical biographies to trashy novels, finding pleasure in the escape that books provide. These ordinary enjoyments exist alongside the extraordinary fact of who she is, creating a life that's simultaneously normal and utterly unique. Her friendship circle expands to include people from outside politics, artists, writers, musicians, and people who value her for her mind and company, rather than her connections to power. You're at a dinner party at her apartment, and the conversation ranges from recent exhibitions at the Metropolitan Museum to gossip about the publishing industry to someone's recent trip to Cambodia. She's created a social world that feeds her intellectual interests while maintaining the privacy she needs to feel like herself. The relationship with her children deepens in ways that were harder during the White House years. Without the constant demands of official duties, she has time to be present in ordinary ways, helping with homework, taking them to appointments, and being there when they come home from school. She's building normal rhythms that were impossible when every day was scheduled months in advance, and private family time had to be carved out of public obligation. You're in the apartment on a quiet evening, and she's looking through photographs from the White House years, organising them for the presidential library. She's creating a different kind of legacy now, one that's about preserving accurate memory rather than shaping public perception. The work is bittersweet. Each photograph holds both the warmth of good memories and the sharp pain of the loss, but it's important to her that history has access to authentic records rather than just official narratives. She maintains connections to Washington, but on her own terms, attending events that matter to her while declining invitations to everything else. She's learned that she can pick and choose, that people will accept her absence because they're grateful when she does appear. She's created boundaries that allow her to engage with political and cultural life without being consumed by it. The years pass, and gradually Jackie Kennedy becomes a person who exists primarily in history books and photographs, rather than in daily news coverage. She becomes Jackie Onassis after her marriage to Aristotle Onassis, adding another chapter to a life that's already contained more chapters than most people could imagine living. But underneath the various public identities, she's building something more fundamental, a private life that belongs to her, filled with work she finds meaningful, friendships she values, and the ordinary pleasures of existence that aren't documented, or analysed or judged by audiences who feel they have a claim on her story. You're in a library, years after the events you've been following, and you're looking at how history has processed Jacqueline Kennedy's legacy. The books are numerous: biographies, analyses, coffee table volumes focused on her style, and serious academic works examining her cultural influence. Each one captures something true but incomplete, like photographs that freeze individual moments without quite catching the motion between them. What's interesting is what persists and what fades. The clothing that seemed so important at the time, the pillbox hats, the simple dresses, the specific shade of her lipstick, these become period details, markers of an era's aesthetic rather than timeless style. But something else remains, the idea that beauty and culture matter, that how we present ourselves and our institutions isn't superficial, but communicates something essential about our values. You're walking through the White House in the present day, decades after she left it, and every room she restored still carries her influence. Later First Ladies have made their own changes and added their own touches, but the fundamental approach she established, treating the White House as a museum of American history rather than just a residence, continues. The guidebook's visitors receive reference her work. The non-profit she established still raises funds for preservation. She created a structure that outlasted her tenure, ensuring that no single person could dismantle what she built. The cultural diplomacy she practiced has become standard, almost unremarkable in its normalization. Modern First Ladies routinely promote American arts abroad, invite artists to the White House, and use state dinners as opportunities for cultural exchange. It's so common now that it's easy to forget there was a time when this wasn't automatic, when someone had to demonstrate that it was valuable and possible. She created a template that became a tradition. You're talking with someone who works in historic preservation, and they mention almost casually how Jackie Kennedy's work changed American attitudes toward old buildings. Before her restoration of the White House, there was an assumption that progress meant replacing old things with new ones, that historical buildings should make way for modern development. She demonstrated that preservation could be forward-thinking rather than backward-looking, that maintaining connections to the past could coexist with embracing the future. The funny thing about her privacy campaigns, her fierce protection of her children, her refusal to let cameras into every corner of her life, is how prescient they look now. In an age where privacy has become increasingly difficult to maintain, where social media encourages constant self-exposure, her insistence on boundaries seems not outdated but sophisticated. She understood something about the corrosive effects of total visibility that many people are only beginning to recognize. You're watching a documentary about the Kennedy administration, and the narrator is discussing Camelot, the mythology Jackie created in the days after the assassination. The documentary is careful to note the gap between myth and reality, to point out policies and actions that complicate the idealized narrative. But even as it deconstructs the myth, the documentary can't quite escape it. Those 1,000 days continue to shimmer with a special quality, a sense of possibility that persists despite all the evidence of limitation and failure that historical analysis provides. The generation of Americans who were children when Kennedy was president, who watched Jackie light the eternal flame on their television sets, carry something of her influence in how they think about leadership and loss. They learned from her example that grief can be borne with dignity, that public duty can coexist with private pain, and that it's possible to create meaning in the face of tragedy. These aren't lessons you can really teach. They have to be demonstrated, lived in full view, and embodied rather than explained. You're in a bookstore, and you notice how many different kinds of books bear her influence without necessarily mentioning her name. Books about interior design that emphasize historical accuracy. Books about fashion that argue for elegance over trendiness. Books about parenting that discuss protecting children's privacy. Books about grief that acknowledge the necessity of both private feeling and public composure. She created ripples that moved outward into culture, affecting how people think about numerous subjects that might seem disconnected from the story of a First Lady from the 1960s. Her work as an editor, which might have seemed like a footnote to her more public accomplishments, has its own legacy. The books she shepherded into publication remain in print, introducing new readers to subjects she cared about. Her colleagues remember her as genuinely good at the work, not just a famous name attached to projects for publicity purposes. She proved that someone who'd lived at the centre of political history could find satisfaction in quieter professional accomplishments. The relationship between privacy and public service that she navigated, reluctantly, imperfectly, but ultimately successfully, continues to be relevant for anyone who lives partially in public view. She showed that it's possible to maintain mystery without being dishonest, to be reserved without being cold, and to protect what's intimate while still connecting meaningfully with audiences who feel invested in your story. You're looking at photographs of the eternal flame at Arlington, and you realise it's still burning just as she intended. Visitors come constantly, leaving flowers, standing quietly and thinking their own thoughts about loss and legacy and the moments in history that changed everything. She created that place, that focal point for reflection, in the midst of her own unbearable loss, and it continues serving the purpose she imagined for it. The quiet legacy is perhaps the most powerful one, the demonstration that influence doesn't always require force. that change can happen through careful attention to detail, and that beauty and grace are their own forms of power. She never wrote the definitive book explaining her approach, or gave speeches outlining her philosophy. She simply did the work, made the choices, and demonstrated through action what she believed mattered. You're thinking about the 12-year-old girl reading about Marie Antoinette in that Manhattan apartment, tracing her finger over illustrations of beautiful furniture, beginning to understand the relationship between objects and the people who live among them, and you're thinking about the woman she became, who took that understanding and applied it at a scale that influenced millions of people's relationships with their own history and culture. The connection between those two moments, childhood fascination and adult accomplishment, is what makes the story feel coherent, like a life lived with intention even in circumstances that often spun beyond any individual's control. The legacy isn't simple or uncomplicated. She was a person of her time, with limitations and blind spots and moments when she failed to live up to her own standards. But what remains, what persists after all the analysis and criticism and revisionist history, is the fact of transformation. She changed how Americans thought about their visual culture, their relationship to history, and their capacity for grace. Under impossible pressure, she did this not through speeches or legislation or political manoeuvring, but through the accumulation of careful choices about beauty, dignity, and meaning. You're closing your eyes now, ready for sleep, and the image that remains is not of grand public moments, but of something quieter. A woman looking at a room and seeing not just what is, but what could be, understanding that the gap between those two visions could be bridged through patient attention to detail, through respect for history, and through the belief that beauty matters, and that how we live among objects and images and memories shapes who we become. That understanding, passed from one generation to the next through example rather than instruction, is perhaps the truest legacy of all, a way of seeing that persists long after the specific accomplishments that demonstrated it have been catalogued and analysed and filed away in history's careful records. And with that thought, you let the story settle, let the details blur into the comfortable darkness behind your eyelids, carrying with you into sleep the gentle reminder that legacy isn't always loud, that influence often works in whispers, and that sometimes the most lasting changes are the ones that happen so gradually, so carefully, so quietly, that you only recognise them years later when you look around and realise the world has shifted slightly on its axis, becoming something just a little more beautiful, a little more thoughtful, a little more aware of the connections between past and present, between objects and meaning, and between the choices we make and the world those choices create.